The gods bestowed upon me the talent of a top-notch thief. Yet, I turned around and stole from the gods themselves. Not only did I obtain a divine race and profession, but I also stole the only SSS level mission from an angel. While others were still wearing beginner's equipment, I had already donned the top-tier gear I stole. While others were still battling rabbits, I had already slain all the nearby monsters. After I was killed by a monster in the game, I respawned in the game, one day before the official launch, and awakened the SSS level thief talent empty-handed. In the later stages of the game, the monsters from the game gradually appeared in the real world. The attributes from the game could also be exchanged into reality. In my previous life, I was a laborer, and I only hurriedly joined later, but it was too late. Now, reborn and returned, I immediately bought a gaming helmet. As soon as the server opened, I entered the game. Welcome to the world of the game. A goddess in the form of an angel appeared, looking expressionlessly at Chen Chen. Please awaken your talent. Chen Chen took a deep breath. Talent was a huge threshold in the game. Everyone's awakened talent is completely random, ranging from low to high, from F to 6 levels. Online, it's a 1 in a million S level talent, as well as the even rarer SSS level talent. Chen Chen nervously reaches out his hand, beginning the talent awakening. A huge turntable spins in front of him, and as the pointer slowly stops, Chen Chen widens his eyes, congratulating himself on obtaining the SSS level talent empty-handed mastery, 100% chance to obtain the most valuable item from the target. Cooldown of 24 hours. Each time an enemy is hit, there is a 1% chance to steal any item from the target, with no cooldown time. The angel's cold voice rings out again, please choose your race and occupation. I look at these, all the most ordinary choices, and can't help but frown. In his memory, there are many hidden occupations and races in the game. Normal races provide 5 freely assignable attributes per level up, but many hidden races have 7 or 8 star growth, giving 7 or 8 attribute points per level up. By the time you reach level 1 or 200, just leveling up adds several hundred attribute points out of thin air. The attributes in the game can also be exchanged into reality. Just as he was about to resign himself, a bold idea popped into his mind. Can I use empty-handed mastery on this angel? He suddenly raises his hand and aims at the system in front of him. Angel Ding's SSS level talent empty-handed mastery successfully used. Congratulations on receiving the angel's blessing. The angel's blessing receives a 100-fold lucky bonus. Remaining time, 5 minutes. Chen Chen's eyes slide, and several brand new options appear. Please choose your race. Dragon Will Hybrid, unique. Ghostly Shadow, unique. The only immortal demon of the spiritual law body. Please select your profession. Dragon Warrior only. Shadow Walker only. Spiritual Law Master only. Undead Knight only. Chen Chen was shocked. All are hidden professions and hidden races, and they are all unique professions. As long as someone in the world chooses this profession, it will disappear completely from the profession pool. He hesitated repeatedly and chose the race of Ghostly Shadow. He chose the profession of Shadow Walker, all related to thieves, which can complement his SSS level talent. Ghostly Shadow's unique growth talent, 15 stars. The agility points possessed will provide additional evasion ability. Shadow Walker can only use 2 daggers, increasing damage by 100% and attack speed by 100% when using daggers. A profession proficient in assassination talent, unlocking special skills, game skills. The race, Ghostly Shadow, provides proficiency in stealth and evasion, enhancing the thief's ability to disappear to the extreme. And the profession, Shadow Walker, provides proficiency in daggers and poison, greatly enhancing the thief's output ability. Many times, killing all enemies also counts as stealth. As long as no one sees my face, I consider it a successful stealth. Game ID, Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Welcome to the game world. Just as Chen Chen's vision cleared, he heard the system prompt again. His luck value was too high, triggering a hidden plot, the angel's favor. The angel believes you are the savior of the game world. Before you leave, she has given you a mysterious gift. Congratulations on obtaining the item, Mysterious Scroll. Even when leaving, there can still be another reward triggered. You have been assigned to the newbie village No. 616. Chen Chen quickly opened his backpack. A mysterious scroll lay quietly inside. Ding! Opening the mysterious scroll triggered an SSS level main quest, Guidance of Salvation. Do you accept the quest? Grand epic music sounded in his ears, and Chen Chen's heart raced. SSS level quests are extremely rare in the game world. The rewards are very generous. The most significant feature of SSS level quests is not their difficulty, but their extremely long length. This means it can provide a continuous stream of experience, gold coins, and even equipment. Accept the quest. Congratulations on accepting the quest, The Path of Salvation. The first chapter of The Path of Salvation is just beginning. The mission is to kill 100 rabbits, 100 wild boars, and 100 wolves. After that, hand over the mission to the village chief of the newbie village. He will give you generous rewards and present you with a treasure he has cherished for many years. A treasure cherished for many years, it sounds like something good. After closing the quest, Chen found another treasure chest lying in the package. The chest was not closed, and the dazzling treasures inside the rock were revealed. Newbie treasure chests can be opened by players at level 10, and the rewards are shared by players worldwide. Players who open it first can receive more rewards. At this point, there are already many players in the newbie village. They did not get the favor of the angel lady, but they spotted this chest at first sight. Global players share a reward pool, so the sooner it's opened, the better. Wouldn't the first one globally to open it be able to obtain a divine artifact? Damn, a group of eager players rushed out of the newbie village. But Chen didn't rush to kill monsters because he remembered his profession had a feature allowing him to equip 2 daggers at the same time. Dual-wielding daggers means doubling the damage, plus his talent in dagger mastery, which doubles the damage and attack speed of daggers. So the effect of dual-wielding daggers is like having 2x 2x2x2, which is an 8-fold bonus. But he only has 1 dagger on him. So, he went to the blacksmith shop and sold all the newbie steaks. He exchanged them for a common dagger, leaving only the pants forcibly reserved by the system, and 2 daggers were in place. Chen, who was grinding outside the newbie village, instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Why is this guy running around naked? Hey, brother, don't you know there's newbie gear in your backpack? 2 girls were attracted by Chen handsome appearance, saying, "The little brother is so handsome, and has a great figure, but seems a bit clueless. Isn't the handsome guy a great liar? Let's go and chat with him, sisters." The 2 of them walked over, one in front and one behind. They saw Chen about to attack a level 1 rabbit, and they quickly reminded the handsome guy, "Put on your newbie gear before fighting monsters." As soon as the 2 women finished speaking, Chen quietly produced a second dagger in his hand. He waved both daggers at the same time, and Chi struck the rabbit. The talent of the Shadow Walker profession was suddenly triggered at this moment, with a 100% increase in attack power and 100% increase in attack speed. Chen dual daggers danced in the air, striking 4 times in a second. The rabbit, with only 15 health points, had its health bar depleted, let out a miserable cry, and fell to the ground. The 2 beautiful women stood still, and the others watching also showed expressions of disbelief. It would take them at least half a minute to kill a rabbit, but the person in front of them only took 3 seconds to kill it. Chen only felt a warmth throughout his body, but when he looked, his experience bar had only increased by 1%. The leveling efficiency is too low, indeed a game. Chen bent down and picked up the 2 copper coins that the rabbit dropped. In the game, the currency exchange rate used to be 1:1, but now 1 gold coin is worth almost 100,000 yuan, and 1 copper coin is worth 0.1 yuan. By killing a rabbit, Chen earned 2 cents. He bought his game helmet with his sister's college tuition fees, so Chen couldn't afford to waste it. He had to earn 30,000 within a week to repay his sister's tuition fees. He put away the copper coins and then turned to look at the 2 dazed beauties. "Ladies, what were you just saying?" "We wanted to ask, big brother, do you need us to take you?" "Oh no. The younger sister suddenly realized, "Big brother, can you take me with you?" The 2 girls showed worshipful eyes, but Chen waved his hand without thinking, "Why should I take you for free?" After rejecting the 2 girls' dream, Chen walked directly towards the depths of the grassland. His talent is too exaggerated. Killing rabbits in seconds has attracted a lot of attention. If he levels up here, he will definitely encounter some trouble. At this time, he only wanted to make money, but of course, he also had a small dream, wanting to reach level 10 and create a globally leading name. Opening the beginner's treasure box is exciting. With such good luck, what if a divine weapon comes out? 5 minutes later, deep in a forest, Chen hand rose and fell, and 2 daggers flew like butterflies, piercing the rabbit's body. In the blink of an eye, the rabbit was killed, turning into a white light. This is the 100th rabbit, and a golden light flew up from Chen Ming's body. Congratulations on reaching level 2, you have gained 15 freely distributable attribute points. Chen Ming looked at the time, only 5 minutes had passed. He was pleasantly surprised. Killing rabbits made his efficiency quite exaggerated. Leveling up was as easy as drinking water. Opening the character panel ID, the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup has 15 unallocated points. Looking at these 15 unallocated attribute points, Chen feels ecstatic. Ordinary players only get 5 attribute points when they level up, but he is a ghostly shadow race, with a full 15 star growth attribute. For every level up, he gets 3 times the attribute points of others. His one level up is equivalent to others leveling up 3 times. All 15 points of attributes are added to agility. The agility attribute of a thief can be converted into direct damage, while also providing critical hit chance, critical hit damage, and evasion chance. After confirming the allocation of points, Chen Chen finds a nearby rabbit to practice on. With 2 strikes of 11 and 10, the visible increase in damage is evident. Previously, his damage was hovering around 4 to 5 points, but now it has stabilized at 10 points, a result that Chen Chen is very satisfied with. The rabbits have been killed enough, now it's time to find the second quest board. Open the map and check for wild boars. So the wild boars are concentrated in the wheat fields next to the forest, which is a vast area. In this kind of place, a large group can be easily attracted. These monster spawning points are usually monopolized by large guilds, and solo players who approach will be indiscriminately killed. In his past life, Chen Chen was the solo player who was driven away everywhere, enviously circling around the monster spawning points. But now only Chen Chen dares to venture deep into this place. 10 minutes later, Chen Chen arrives at the wheat fields, just as he expected. This is indeed an excellent monster spawning point. In the flat wheat field, there are many wild boars scattered around, with LV3 HP 60, attack power 8, and defense power 3. They are ordinary creatures who like to steal crops. Chen Chen gripped the dagger and cautiously approached, taking aim at a wild boar that was busy munching on crops. He executed a series of moves like flowing water, -8-7-9-9, leaving a wild boar with thick skin and strong flesh. His damage was significantly reduced, but he also struck the wild boar with a set of moves, leaving it with nearly half of its health. The wild boar roared and charged fiercely at Chen Chen, who was prepared to endure the pain. The wild boar had a whopping 8 points of attack power. With no defense, it would definitely hurt when it hit him. However, when the wild boar collided with Chen Chen, he didn't feel any pain at all. A big mist floated above his head. Chen Chen realized that his agility was too high. With his phantom shadow racial talent and mastery in evasion, he had a far higher dodge rate than ordinary people, coupled with an agility value of up to 18. The wild boar's attack missed him completely. Chen Chen chuckled and then struck with 4 more slashes. The wild boar let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, causing Chen Chen's experience points to instantly surge by 2%. Killing monsters above one's level yields more experience. Satisfied, Chen Chen began looting the wild boar's body. He dug out 4 copper coins and a piece of boar skin. "Congratulations, you've obtained an item," Chen Chen said in surprise. "I found equipment." "Congratulations, you've obtained an item." Wild boar leather armor actually dropped as equipment. Chen Chen opened his backpack to check the wild boar leather armor. A common white item, it requires level 2 and provides 3 points of defense. Introduction: the leather armor made of wild boar skin provides a slight defense boost. In the game, equipment levels range from low to high, including common white, excellent green, rare blue, legendary purple, epic orange, and the most powerful artifact, red. There are a total of 9 equipment slots, including upper garment, lower garment, helmet, wrist guard, and shoes, as well as shoulder pads or cloaks, along with jewelry such as earrings, necklaces, and rings. Although the wild boar leather armor is just a common white item, Chen Chen is already quite satisfied. The drop rate in this game is so low that many players still wear novice gloves when they reach the first main city. Putting on the wild boar leather armor, Chen Chen bids farewell to being defenseless, as his defense has skyrocketed from 0 to 3 points. The boost from a piece of wild boar leather armor is comparable to that of a novice set, including clothes, pants, and shoes. With the support of the wild boar leather armor, Chen Chen became bolder. Previously, he only dared to fight 1 monster at a time. Now he dares to attract 2 or 3 monsters. Faced with the mob of monsters, he quickly realized that he was much stronger than he had imagined. He can evade at least 80% of the wild boar's attacks, and only a few of them have a chance of hitting him. Chen Chen's courage increased a bit more. The more monsters he pulls, the higher the efficiency. A group of wild boars attacked Chen Chen, but he kept dodging the miss marks on his head. Chen Ming's experience points also steadily increased, quickly rising from 0 to 80%. Just as he was about to reach level 3 in one go, a sudden system prompt sounded. Ding Tianfu triggered it, stealing a skill book from the wild boar. Chen Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly dealt with the remaining 2 wild boars. Opening the backpack to check, it was a common white blade for the rogue profession, with the effect of poisoning the dagger. It lasts for 10 minutes. After poisoning, the dagger has a 20% chance of poisoning the enemy when attacking. The poisoned enemy takes 20% of the attack power per second. Damage lasts for 30 seconds. Still just a white, very ordinary, but Chen Chen was still overjoyed. Skill books are rare in this world. The The skill book in the backpack turned into a skill mark, branded in the addicted skill bar. Staring at the triggering effect of the Shadow Walker's poison mastery, the poison was upgraded to poisoning. He was ecstatic, his own skill was actually upgraded. This is his hidden Shadow Walker profession, with the effect of poison mastery. At first, he thought it was a useless skill, but now it's so busy. Rare green poison. After the skill upgrade, the duration of the poison buff on the blade has been increased from 10 minutes to 60 minutes, and the probability of poisoning has also increased by 5 times, becoming 100% hit rate. Finally, the damage of the poison has been increased from 20% per second to 50% per second, and the duration of poisoning has been extended from 30 seconds to 600 seconds. As long as Chen Shen hits, the target will be poisoned, and it will continue to bleed for 5 minutes. As Chen Shen looked at the wild boar, a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. Using the poison skill, a worried light instantly appeared on Chen Shen's 2 daggers. He rushed into the herd of wild boars, striking each one with a 100% hit rate poison effect, infusing each strike with deadly poison. Any wild boar touched by him instantly emitted a green light, and their health continued to drop. Dealing 50% of attack damage per second is like Chen Shen striking them every 2 seconds. Soon, a group of poison eyes emitting green light was chasing behind Chen Shen. Chen Shen just needed to sprint ahead. These wild boars were frantically losing health behind him. After a dozen seconds, the first batch of poison wild boars howled and fell down. Before long, a countless number of wild boar corpses had piled up in the wheat field behind Chen Shen, and his experience points skyrocketed. As he ran, he continued to catch the newly spawned wild boars, attacking furiously, single-handedly taking on a group of monsters. Perhaps he was the only one in the world daring to do so. As Chen Shen was happily grinding monsters, he heard a prompt. His talent triggered, stealing a piece of pigskin from the wild boar. Chen Shen was stunned. Although what he stole was quite ordinary, this prompt was crucial. The poison damage inflicted after being poisoned can actually trigger Swift Hand's empty skill. Chen Shen turned his head. He glanced at the densely packed group of wild boars behind him, each emitting a green light every second. Several dozen wild boars were being damaged by the poison every second. In other words, Swift Hand's empty has a fairly high chance of triggering every second. The system prompt sounded once again, ding. The talent triggered, stealing 6 copper coins from the wild boar. Ding stole 5 copper coins from the wild boar. The 1% chance of triggering aim skill, empty unexpectedly triggered twice in a row, causing a restrained smile to appear on Chen Shen's lips. Can also eat experience like crazy. Can also continuously trigger the skillful empty-handed equipment. He really chose the right profession. The combination of thief and skillful empty-handed is seamless. 5 minutes later, Chen Shen looked at the ground covered with wild boar carcasses. He had a satisfied smile on his face. In just 5 minutes, he had taken care of more than 100 wild boars, leveled up twice, reaching level 4, and gained an additional 32% experience. At the same time, Miaosho Kong Kong triggered a total of 67 times, obtained 152 copper coins, 22 boar skins, and 1 piece of white equipment, or leggings. Unfortunately, it was heavy armor for warriors, and Chen Shen, a thief who could only use light armor, could not equip it. However, this was just an additional gain for Miaosho Kong Kong. In front of him, there were still hundreds of corpses waiting for Chen Shen to loot. I'm rich. Chen Shen couldn't help but smile as he collected the loot. It took him 10 minutes to clean up all the corpses. In total, he obtained 842 copper coins and 108 boar skins, but unfortunately did not obtain any equipment. The drop rate is really low. It's still the familiar game. Chen Shen was already accustomed to this drop rate, but it seems that the drop rate for Miaosho Kong Kong is much higher than killing monsters. I triggered it over 60 times, and only obtained 1 piece of equipment. If I were to kill monsters, I might not even get 1 piece of equipment after killing 600 of them. Miaosho Kong Kong probably has an additional drop rate bonus. It's worthy of being an SSS level talent, really awesome. Chen Shen happily collected his spoils. Selling these items back in the newbie village could still earn him 1 or 2 silver coins. In total, it would be a couple of 100 coins. And Chen Shen had only been playing the game for less than half an hour. I'll put in more effort and clear my sister's 30,000 coins debt within a week, no problem. Chen Shen was full of confidence as he continued to rush towards the next monster spawning point. Leaving the village full of wheat fields, he continued deeper into the vast grassland. Here, he encountered the last type of monster needed for Chen Shen's newbie quest, the wild wolves. As far as the eye could see, there were countless wild wolves on the grassland. Some were lying down, some were leisurely strolling around, and only a few turned their heads to glance at Chun Chen before quickly looking away, seemingly disdainful of this unexpected visitor dressed in tattered clothes. Wild Wolf, LV. 6 HP, 120 attack, 12 defense, 6 introduction, fierce wild wolves that like to live in groups. Ordinary adventurers should never provoke them. Looking at the wild wolf's attributes, Chun Chen swallowed his saliva. 12 damage, 120 health. Compared to the boars, this is a qualitative improvement. And these wolves are also group animals. Group animals. This was a special characteristic of the monsters. Just by attacking one wild wolf, it would attract the hatred of all nearby wild wolves. If one wasn't careful, they would end up being surrounded and attacked by a pack of wolves. This place was a graveyard for newbies. Countless newbies had probably perished in this overwhelming wave of wolves. Perhaps only the large guilds had the ability to clear out this wolf spawning point. Even for the large guilds, dealing with this wave of wolves required extreme caution. However, Chun Chen grinned. Group animals? He wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he welcomed it. Attacking one monster would attract countless others, saving him the trouble of luring them. The boars from before had helped him level up from 2 to 4. He had allocated all 30 attribute points he gained to agility. His agility had already reached 50 points. Many level 10 thieves might not even have such high agility. The level 6 wild wolves attacking Chun Chen probably all missed. This was the confidence that allowed him to provoke the entire wolf pack. Chun Chen crouched down and slowly approached a wild wolf that was dozing off. When he reached the wolf, Chun Chen thrust his dagger at it. -11. Not bad damage. After all, he was killing monsters above his level and using 2 worn-out daggers. Although Chun Chen's attack power wasn't high, his agility was. Thieves' damage was affected by agility. Therefore, his output was quite considerable. The wild wolf howled in pain. Instantly, dozens of other wild wolves around them opened their green eyes and stared at Chun Chen intently. Come on! Chun Chen was not afraid at all. Instead of retreating, he charged into the midst of the wolf pack. His daggers kept stabbing. Soon, all the wolves were afflicted with a poison debuff. One after another, the wolves writhed in pain. Roars echoed one after another. More and more wolves were drawn to the hatred. The once peaceful grassland was now filled with the angry howls of the wolves. Soon, a group of wild wolves caught up with Chun Chen. In the midst of the wolf tide, Chun Chen maneuvered and dodged, like a leaf in a whirlwind. This was another benefit of high agility, flexibility. Chun Chen's actions at this moment seemed quite difficult, but relying on his high agility attribute, he could easily accomplish them. Various extreme evasions were effortlessly executed by Chun Chen. Anyone witnessing this scene would be amazed. The entire wolf pack on the grassland was toyed with by Chun Chen. It was a rare occurrence for a wolf to manage to bite Chun Chen, but it often resulted in a big miss. Chun Chen moved freely among the wolf pack, playing for a minute or two without shedding a drop of blood. Finally, the first wild wolf was poisoned to death. Soon, the wolf pack fell like harvested wheat. The green experience bar surged once again. 74%, 79%, 85%. Every second, several wild wolves fell. Experience soared. Soon, it reached 100%. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Even after leveling up, Chun Chen's experience bar continued to rise. 3%, 7%. This time, Chun Chen poisoned the wolves for a full 20 minutes. One could imagine the vast number of wolves in the pack. As for the specific number, Chun Chen had already lost track. There were simply too many wolves. The mission requirement of 100 wild wolves had long been surpassed. Finally, the last wild wolf was finished off by Chun Chen. His level had also increased by 2, reaching level 7. At this point in time, he was the only one in the world to reach level 7. A system prompt sounded. Ding! Wild wolf hunting reaches 500. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden title, Wild Wolf Slayer. Wild Wolf Slayer, common white grade title, attributes, stamina +6, strength +6, agility +6, endurance +6, spirit +6. Chun Chen was stunned. Is this unlocked already? According to his memories from his previous life, he knew that there was a setting in the game. After slaughtering a certain number of each type of monster, a corresponding title would be unlocked. Titles were unique and only the first person to achieve the kill count could obtain them. It was relatively easy to obtain titles in the early stages. For example, for wild wolves, only 500 needed to be killed to unlock the title. In the middle and later stages, the count could easily reach thousands or even tens of thousands. However, the corresponding attributes of the titles would also be very good. I didn't expect to have killed 500 wild wolves in such a short time. Chun Chen was surprised at himself. It didn't seem like much effort at all. After equipping the title, Chen Chen was about to take a look at his own attributes when a global announcement appeared. Congratulations to the player Pearl Jade White Jade Soup from the Huaxia region for killing 500 wild wolves and unlocking the unique title, Wild Wolf Slayer. Congratulations to the player Pearl Jade White Jade Soup from the Huaxia region for killing 500 wild wolves and unlocking the unique title, Wild Wolf Slayer. Congratulations to the player Pearl Jade White Jade Soup from the Huaxia region for killing 500 wild wolves and unlocking the unique title, Wild Wolf Slayer. The triple announcement flashed in front of players worldwide. Everyone who saw this was shocked. The world was in an uproar. Wild wolves? Aren't they level 7 monsters? Someone has already managed to farm level 7 monsters? I spent 2,000 yuan to buy a set of beginner's equipment and I'm only at level 4 now. I wouldn't dare to touch a wild wolf. A player from the Huaxia region? Ridiculous. Our country is the world's #1 esports powerhouse. Why should they get ahead? Huaxia players are just thieves. This honor belongs to our country. This title attribute is too awesome. All attributes +6. The Pearl Jade White Jade Soup was already impressive. Now with this title, isn't it even more impressive? Ha. It's a player from our great Huaxia region, really giving face to our Huaxia. Inside the 616 newbie village, two almost identical stunning twin sisters also showed a shocked expression. They are the president and vice president of one of the top 10 guilds in the country, the Snow Moon Guild. They are also known as the Snow Moon Twin Beauties. The elder sister is Lingyue, and the younger sister is Ling Snow. Ling Snow, sister, this ID for the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Didn't someone in our guild discuss it before? Lingyue recalled. I remember. It seems that someone started off naked, and everyone thought they were a newbie, but then they instantly killed a rabbit, right? Ling Snow nodded vigorously. Yes, that's what happened. I heard everyone say that he is a thief. At that time, I thought he was a super skilled expert. Exactly. If we could recruit him into the Snow Moon Guild, he's in the same newbie village as us, we have a good chance, Ling Snow said with an expectant look. But Lingyue shook her head. Don't think about it. Being able to single-handedly kill 500 wild wolves, he must be a famous expert. Just changed his ID in the game. There are only a few powerful thief players in the Huaxia region, but they are all taken. It's a pity. Our Snow Moon Guild lacks a super strong assassin. Lingyue looked regretful. Ling Snow pouted and muttered on the side. The assassin profession requires too high of an operation skill. There are very few people who can play the assassin well. When can our Snow Moon have our own assassin? Ling Snow was fantasizing. Chen Chen didn't know that the whole world was already stirred up because of him. He happily put on the title. All attributes increased by 6 points. His health, attack power, defense, and magic defense all skyrocketed. Wearing the new title, feeling refreshed. Loot the bodies. The bodies of over 500 wild wolves. It would take at least 20 to 30 minutes just to loot them all. But Chen Chen didn't feel tired at all. Could there really be someone who thinks picking up money is tiring? Half an hour later, Chen Chen swept the ground clean. Looking into his backpack, just the money he picked up had already accumulated to 4 silver and 117 copper. If he were to sell them at the auction house, these coins would be enough to exchange for over 100 RMB. Plus some materials, he could probably sell for 2 or 3 silver coins. So far, he had already earned 7 to 800. And this was not all. Over 500 wild wolves, he also dropped in equipment. Wolfskin boots, white grade common, level 7 defense, 6 description, shoes made of wolfskin, quite sturdy. This is a leather armor that a thief can use. Equip it. Chen Chen's defense rose again. At this moment, he was probably even tougher than those beefy knights with 2 body and 3 endurance. And this was just the panel data. If you add his terrifying dodge rate, it's even scarier. Besides looting the bodies, his SSS level talent empty-handed also provided a lot of income. Countless copper coins and materials. He even got 2 pieces of equipment. Wolffang dagger, green grade excellent, level 7 attack, 13 description, a dagger made from wolf fangs, extremely sharp. Wolfeye staff, green grade excellent, level 6 magic attack, 21 description, a staff embedded with green wolf eyes, possessing amazing magical fluctuations. Equip the Wolffang dagger. Replacing the newbie dagger with only 1 point of attack, Chen Chen's attack power soared by 12 points. As for the Wolfeye staff, although he couldn't use it, this thing could definitely sell for a high price. A green grade weapon, I estimate it can be used until level 10 job change. The rich players who play as mages will definitely fight tooth and nail for this weapon, Chen Chen estimated. This weapon could easily sell for at least 6 or 7,000. After taking stock of his gains, he exclaimed, it's probably close to 7,000 yuan. Isn't this much better than being a wage slave? Chen Chen rubbed his hands excitedly. The speed at which he was making money was too satisfying. After counting his gains, Chen Chen equipped all his gear and allocated the 3 attribute points he had gained to agility. At the same time, he proudly wore the title of Wild Wolf Slayer. His entire character's attributes were completely transformed. ID, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Level, LV. 7 HP, 195/195 MP, 130/130, Attack Power, 29, Defense Power, 19, Strength, 13, Stamina, 14, Endurance, 12, Agility, 105, Spirit, 13, Talent, Nimble Hands, Dagger Mastery, Stealth Mastery, Evasion Mastery, Poison Mastery, Skills, Poisoning. Damn, I'm only level 7, and my agility has already exceeded 3 digits. Chen Chen felt it was a bit unbelievable. Many players struggled to have 3-digit attribute points even at level 20. The 15-star growth attributes provided by the ghostly shadow race were too good. He closed the panel. Next, Chen Chen planned to return to the newbie village. He had already completed the first stage of his SSS level mission and needed to go back to claim the generous rewards. I wonder how generous the rewards the system mentioned really are, Chen Chen said with anticipation. To avoid trouble, Chen Chen hid his ID, as the name Pearl Jade White Jade Soup had just flooded the screen. On his way back, he noticed that many guilds were monopolizing the spawn points of wild boars. Were the major guilds reserving the leveling areas? Listening to the players' chat, Chen Chen realized he had guessed wrong. They were not reserving the areas for leveling, but rather following his lead. The flood of the Wild Wolf Slayer title had made players worldwide aware of the title's significance. The leaders of major guilds all wanted to obtain similar titles and were imitating Chen Chen by having their subordinates grind monsters while they delivered the final blow to accumulate the number of kills. They're actually imitating me. Chen Chen chuckled. Even if these level 3 monsters managed to obtain the title, what good would it do with their meager attributes? They probably wouldn't even match half of his Wild Wolf Slayer title. No longer paying attention to this group of imitators, Chen Chen quickly left. He returned to the newbie village discreetly. By this time, there were not many people left in the village. Only the solo players who couldn't find a place to level up were wandering around like headless flies. Chen Chen ignored them and went straight to the village chief's house to turn in the mission. The village chief smiled. You are truly a brave warrior. Here is your well-deserved reward. Please accept it. Received 5,500 experience points. Received 5 silver coins. Received the equipment Heritage Leather Armor Gloves. Received the skill book Evasion. Chen Chen's experience bar jumped from 2% to 63% in an instant. With Chen Chen's monster grinding speed, it would take at least half an hour to gain 63% experience. Such abundant experience? Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. It was indeed an SSS level mission, and the rewards were generous. Looking at the equipment, he was stunned. Heritage Leather Armored Gloves, Green Superior, 1/6, required level, 8 defense, 10 agility plus 2, stamina plus 2 2-piece effect, 1/2 critical hit rate plus 10% 4-piece effect, 1/4 critical hit damage plus 50% 6-piece effect, 1/6 triggers buffs throat cut, backstab throat cut, the next strike after ending stealth will always be a critical hit. Backstab, 50% additional damage when attacking from behind. Description: inherited from an ancient leather armor set, it still bears the blood of top-notch rogues. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. Was this the reward for an SSS level mission? It was too powerful. It was of green superior quality and a set item. In the world of game, set items were extremely rare and almost exclusively found in dungeons. But the set dropped from the copy is a bound set. Not only can it not be traded, but its attributes are also far inferior to the unbound sets dropped in the wilderness. At most, it is slightly better than the white equipment sold in the store. It is the low-level guarantee equipment for each level stage, considered the system's mercy. Players with a bit of strength will not wear the bound sets dropped from the copy, but will choose to mix and match the wilderness equipment. As for the unbound sets, I'm afraid even the big spenders will find it difficult to obtain. They have value but no market. Even spending money won't help. Currently, this Inheritance Leather Armor Series equipment not only has extremely explosive attributes, but also triggers exaggerated set effects when all 6 pieces are collected. If you were to sell a complete 6-piece set, you could easily exchange it for a small supercar worth several million. Based on my previous gaming experience, completing the prologue of the SSS level mission should be able to obtain a complete set of Inheritance Leather Armor Series equipment. Chen Chen felt excited just thinking about it. Starting with a set of godly equipment. Finally, there's the skill book. Evasion, green level excellent, introduction, a passive skill that all professions can learn, granting additional evasion chance after learning, increasing with level. If an ordinary thief were to obtain this skill, it would definitely be a great help. But I already have the evasion mastery talent and a very high agility score. Learning this skill would just be icing on the cake. It would be better to sell it for money. Although it doesn't enhance my abilities, if I were to sell it, I could probably get at least 3,000 yuan, or even more. After all, equipment depreciates, but skills do not. In summary, Qinshen only completed the first chapter of the SSS level mission prologue and received quite generous rewards, 63% experience, equivalent to 5 silver coins worth 500 renminbi, 1 piece of Inheritance Leather Armor series equipment, and a skill book worth 3,000 yuan. So satisfying. Just as Qinshen finished settling his gains, suddenly, a global announcement rang out. Ding, the SSS level main quest has been completed by a mysterious player in the Huaxia region. Main quest initiated. The gears of fate have begun to turn. A magnificent epic will unfold before your eyes. The magnificent epic music resounded in the ears of all players. At this moment, players all over the world were in an uproar. Upon hearing this system announcement, Qinshen couldn't help but be stunned. It seems that the SSS level main quest will indeed affect the game's plot. However, the system just made this announcement without giving any other players rewards or assigning any side tasks. Wouldn't that make other players extremely jealous? Sure enough, the global announcement refreshed, and players all over the world were in an uproar, especially the foreigners. Main quest initiated? What does this mean? A player from the Huaxia country has received the main quest. I haven't even seen a newbie quest, and someone is already starting the main quest? I can't accept this. What's going on? Why is it always Huaxia? The foreigners were completely bewildered. Countless people posted on the forum, criticizing the game developers. Why is it all about Huaxia flooding the screen? Are the developers biased towards Huaxia? In the 616th newbie village, Ling Shui and Ling Yu looked at each other in astonishment. They both thought of that ID. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Sister, do you think it's him who completed the main quest? I don't know, but it's very likely, Ling Yu analyzed. Didn't he just kill 500 wild wolves before? That's very likely the requirement for the SSS level mission. If it's really him. Ling Yu bit her lip. Even if he's from another guild, I will spare no effort to bring him over. Ling Shui couldn't agree more. The shortage of assassins was a pain for the Snow Moon Guild. But soon, Ling Yue's face fell. But he's so powerful, other guilds will definitely spend a lot of money to keep him. Ling Shui could only sigh softly. At the same time, Huaxia District Forum. All Huaxia players are discussing fervently. Has our Huaxia country triggered a main quest? Is this a good thing? Do we even need to think about it? It's definitely a good thing. I wonder which awesome player triggered the main quest. Could it be the player who obtained the first title? I think his name is Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. It's quite possible. Only players who receive the main quest can be so awesome. Very likely. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup seems to be a top player. Why haven't we heard of this ID in the previous game? It's probably a new alt account of some top player. Everyone is discussing fervently. Qinshen's name is mentioned time and time again. However, most people think it's groundless speculation. There is no evidence to prove that the mysterious player who triggered the main quest is this Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. However, this doesn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Everyone is caught up in the frenzy of discussion. For a moment, Qinshen's popularity skyrocketed. Qinshen doesn't care about all that. In order to equip the level 8 equipment, Inherited Leather Armor bracers, he once again sets out on the monster hunting road. With the generous experience given by the main quest, Qinshen is only a little over 30% away from reaching level 8. The second stage of the SSS main quest has also been activated. The Road to Salvation, Chapter 1, Coming of Age, 2, Quest Requirements, kill 100 poison bees, 100 green bees, 100 purple bamboo bees. Similar to the previous tasks, only the type of monsters has changed. After confirming the spawn points of the monsters on the map, Qinshen hurried over without stopping for a moment. In the lush forest, Qinshen walks among it. It took him 10 minutes to reach this area. The monsters here are generally around level 10. The names of the monsters have also turned orange. This is a color prompt that appears after the character's level is 3 levels higher, indicating great danger. Soon, Qinshen found his first target for this trip. Poison Bee, LV. 9 HP, 210 attack, 24 defense, 12 skills, Poison Bee Sting. The monsters have started to have skills. Qinshen's expression became serious. His survival depends on his evasion attribute. However, evasion is generally for physical attacks. He really doesn't know if he can evade skills. He can only try it out. I hope I don't die trying. Chen Chen deftly moves behind the poison bee. A series of quick dagger strikes. -47, -32, -40, -42. A series of impressive damage. After all, Chen Chen has a 3-digit agility score. But he is not satisfied with just dealing damage. He must be able to withstand the monster's attacks in order to hunt them in large numbers. Therefore, he didn't rush to unleash a second wave of attacks to take down the poison bee. Instead, he sheathed his twin daggers and looked at the poison bee with a hook in his eyes, waiting for its counterattack. He wants to see if he can withstand the poison bee's damage. The poison bee, feeling humiliated, suddenly flashes its stinger. Poison bee sting. It used its skill. Whoosh! The large stinger fiercely pierced Chen Chen's body. -21. Chen Chen winced in pain. His health dropped. It seems my evasion is ineffective against magical attacks. This is not good news. Chen Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He used a combo to drive away the poison bee. Although his monster hunting speed remained top-notch, not being able to withstand magical damage meant he couldn't recklessly pull monsters and rely on poison to kill them. I need to figure out what to do. Just as Chen Chen was feeling troubled, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and took out a skill book he had received as a reward for completing a previous task. Evasion, Green Excellent, Introduction, a passive skill that can be learned by all professions. After learning, it provides an additional chance to evade, which increases with level. Originally, Chen Chen planned to sell this skill book to make money. But now, he suddenly had a strange idea. When I learned the poisoning skill before, the poison mastery talent improved the skill quality. It upgraded poisoning from a common white level to a rare blue level. It can be seen that my talent has additional bonuses for corresponding skills. And I not only have the poison mastery talent, I also have the evasion mastery talent. If I learn this, evasion, will I also gain an improvement? Chen Chen hesitated. This book could at least be sold for 2,000 or 3,000. What if it doesn't work? Wouldn't that be a waste of 2,000 or 3,000? Chen Chen, burdened with a huge debt, hesitated. But in the end, he gritted his teeth. Whatever, it's just 2,000 or 3,000. It's not like he can't earn it back. Besides, if this gamble pays off, won't he make the money back in no time? Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Do you want to learn the skill, evasion? Chen Chen decisively clicked, confirm. Ding, ghostly shadow racial talent, evasion mastery effect triggered. Evasion, skill upgraded to, ghostly, skill. It worked. Chen Chen was ecstatic. He didn't bet wrong after all. Ghostly, passive skill, purple legendary, profession, thief effect, doubles the evasion rate increase. From now on, the character can evade magical attacks. Introduction, a unique racial talent skill of the Yi ghostly shadow, race that has roamed the game world since ancient times. They are like shadows, without a physical form. A purple legendary skill, can evade magical attacks. So damn cool. Is this the feeling of getting what you want? When Chen Chen looked at the poison bees again, a hint of cruelty appeared in his eyes. If he can evade magical attacks, then what is he afraid of? He rushed up and provoked 7 or 8 poison bees in one breath. In their anger, their tails suddenly lit up. Sting of the poison bee. The stings of the 7 or 8 poison bees instantly attacked. If it were before, Chen Chen would probably have been in a panic. But now, he smiled and faced the round of skill attacks head on. Hit me, and I'll admit defeat. Miss, miss, miss. 3 consecutive misses. Chen Chen was unscathed. Awesome. He no longer hesitated and rushed towards the swarm of bees. With both physical and magical evasion, he no longer worried about whether it was a level 10 green bee or an 11 level purple bamboo bee. He could pull all the monsters and finish them off with poison. Half an hour later, Chen Chen looked around. It was full of bee corpses. Shoo! A golden light flew up from under his feet. Congratulations on reaching level 8. Chen Chen immediately put on the inheritance leather armor bracers. His defense instantly increased by 10 points. From 19 points, it soared to 29 points in one breath. If Chen Chen remembered correctly, the attack power of the poison bee was also just 29 points. Even their defense couldn't break through. This is just one piece. If I put on the entire set of inheritance leather armor, how terrifying would I be? After fantasizing for a while, Chen Chen began to search the corpses. Although the number of poison bees this time was not as many as the 500 wild wolves before, there were still about 100 of them in total. Not a small number. Suddenly, Chen Chen found a card. Poison Bee Compendium Introduction. When used, it activates the attributes of the poison bee in the monster compendium, permanently increases agility by 3 points. Chen Chen was surprised. It turned out to be a monster compendium. The monster compendium is a very important cultivation system in the game. Each monster has its own compendium. As long as it is activated, it can receive permanent attribute point rewards. Compendiums can be obtained by killing monsters, but the drop rate is extremely low. It's even harder to obtain than equipment. However, every player is required to have it. When players reach level X9, for example, level 9, 19, 29, they must activate at least 3 compendiums in that level range in order to level up. Level 9 requires 3 monster compendiums from levels 0 to 9. Level 19 requires 3 monster compendiums from levels 10 to 19, and so on. Otherwise, you can only stop at level X9 and cannot level up. However, the compendium drop rate is extremely low. If you can't get them through drops, you can also use experience or coins to activate them. For example, to activate the level 9 Poison Bee compendium, it requires 900 silver coins, which is a whopping 9,000. It's estimated that only the wealthy would choose this option. Using experience to activate it requires the full amount of experience corresponding to the level of the compendium. For the level 9 Poison Bee compendium, it requires consuming the full amount of experience from levels 9 to 10 to activate. This is the method chosen by the majority of players. However, if it's just for leveling up, no player would choose higher level compendiums due to the high consumption. They would go for lower level compendiums, such as those ending in 1, like levels 1, 11, 21, which naturally require much less consumption. But correspondingly, the attributes will also have some differences. The experts activate compendiums of levels 7, 8, and 9, while the commoners only go for levels 0, 1, and 2. The gap accumulates every 10 levels. When everyone reaches levels in the 2 to 300s, the gap becomes extremely large. Of course, there are also some big spenders who are willing to fill up all the compendiums. If each stage of the compendium is completed, it will generate additional bonds and attributes. But this is only limited to the big spenders. Originally, Shin-Chen was prepared to activate the compendiums by grinding experience. Unexpectedly, he actually obtained one. This is a pleasant surprise. Shin-Chen crushed the compendium. Countless cards suddenly appeared before his eyes. Each card had a different monster silhouette, all in pitch black, indicating that they were not activated. After Shin-Chen crushed the Poison Bee compendium, one of the cards lit up, revealing the appearance of the Poison Bee. Then, his agility points increased by 3. Combined with the 2 points from the inherited leather armor bracers, the 1 point from leveling up, and the 15 points he allocated himself, his agility points had reached a terrifying 126 points. Within a 5-level difference, it's probably very difficult for any monster to hit Shin-Chen. Looking at the task, he had killed around 40 of each type of bee. He was halfway to completing the task. I'll try to finish it within half an hour. Just as Shin-Chen was about to continue grinding monsters, suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Player 616 in the newbie village is slaughtering monsters on a large scale, triggering the monster's hatred. The monster siege event has begun. Please assist the village chief in defending the newbie village. Successfully defending against the monster siege will yield rich rewards. If the defense fails and newborn village 616 is destroyed, players will receive severe punishment. At this moment, the chat box in the 616 newbie village channel exploded. What the heck? What's going on? Monster siege? Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, did you do something again? Can someone explain what the monster siege is? Oh my, you guys, hurry back to the newbie village. I can see a bunch of monsters appearing on the horizon. The players in the 616 newbie village were completely bewildered. How could everything be going smoothly with monster grinding, and then suddenly there's a monster siege? Soon, someone analyzed that it was their big guilds in the 616 newbie village that had gone too far. After Shin-Chen obtained his title, the major guilds also started to monopolize the monsters. They wanted to get a title for their guild leaders, to show off on a global scale and advertise their guilds. Several major guilds led by Snow Moon were desperately grinding monsters. Originally, there weren't many monsters near the newbie village. Now, they were being monopolized and fought over by the major guilds. Many monsters were dying as soon as they respawned. This went on for several hours, and the number of dead monsters was extremely high. In addition, in the 616 newbie village, there was also Shin-Chen, a monster in his own right. His monster grinding alone was equivalent to that of a guild with nearly 100 people. Soon, the number of monster kills met the trigger conditions. The monster siege was initiated. Outside newbie village 616, countless monsters suddenly appeared out of thin air. The entire world was filled with the roar of monsters. The large guilds that were farming monsters outside newbie village 616 were instantly surrounded by countless monsters. They dared not stay any longer and hurriedly fled towards the newbie village. However, the monsters attacked anyone they saw. Many people couldn't evade and died tragically on the spot, turning into white light and perishing instantly in the chaos and howling. The monster siege had begun. Outside the newbie village, chaos reigned. Only Chen Chen's location remained relatively quiet. Perhaps it's because I'm far from the newbie village? Chen Chen opened the forum to check the specific situation of the monster siege. Soon, he found a player's post with the address of the live broadcast room. This is the live broadcast room of the Snow Moon Guild. Their guild leader and vice leader are in Newbie Village 616. They will definitely live broadcast the entire Monster Siege event. Chen Chen clicked into the live broadcast room and immediately saw two beautiful young women. The two of them were almost identical, but one was wearing a dark purple mage robe, and the other was draped in a pure white holy priest robe. Are they twin sisters? Wait, the Snow Moon Guild. It's Ling Shui and Ling Yu. Chen Chen recognized the two women. In his previous life, the two of them led the Snow Moon Guild to conquer vast territories in the game. They were truly remarkable women. I didn't expect them to be in Newbie Village 616 as well. Chen Chen frowned, showing concern. If a normal man knew that he was with these two stunning beauties, he would surely think about how to get close to them. But Chen Chen's thoughts were simple. With the Snow Moon Guild and these two women, the rewards for the monster siege would probably be divided among them. This was not a good thing. While Chen Chen continued to farm monsters, he also kept an eye on the live broadcast room. He planned to go back at the right time, hoping to grab the most lucrative rewards from the monster siege. In Newbie Village 616, Ling Shui and Ling Yu immediately gathered their forces and returned to the village. However, they also suffered significant losses of guild members, all killed by the suddenly spawned monsters. In the game, players who were killed had two options. One was to revive in the safe main city area at the cost of losing one level. The other was to revive near their corpse in soul form, only consuming 50% of their experience. But now, with the special event of the Monster Siege, players who died would immediately lose one level and could not be revived. The Snow Moon Guild suffered heavy losses. Faced with the massive number of monsters attacking the village, Ling Yu furrowed her brow. We can only gather members from other newbie villages. With just us, we can't possibly stop these monsters. The Snow Moon Guild was a large gaming guild. It had gained prominence in other games 3 years ago. Naturally, its members were not only gathered in Newbie Village 616, there were many in other newbie villages as well. Originally, they had planned to wait for everyone to reach level 10 and then regroup in the main city. But the situation was now special. They needed to use the teleportation between newbie villages, which was very costly. The money earned from early monster farming was simply not enough to cover the cost of teleportation. They could only spend real money to exchange in the system, which was essentially pay to win. Faced with the high cost of timely teleportation and the monster siege, Ling Yu had no choice but to gather guild members. Shortly after, Ling Shui returned from the teleportation array. It's no good, sister. The teleportation gate in our newbie village 616 has been closed. Ling Shui brought back the bad news. Without reinforcements, with the number of Snow Moon members, it would be difficult to face the monster onslaught. In the live broadcast room, many people started to comment. This is bad. If Snow Moon can't call for reinforcements, then we won't be able to defend against this wave of monster siege. If the monster siege fails, Snow Moon will pay a painful price. I heard that if the monster siege fails, all the new players in the beginner village will be punished. Ling Shui and Ling Yu are both in the beginner village number 616. If they are punished and fall behind in levels, the deterrence of Shueyue will be greatly weakened. I really want to help Shueyue and Shuangjue, but unfortunately, I can't get there. Shueyue has always had a good reputation. Many passing players are worried about them, but there are also many hostile guild members who are gloating. Shueyue is going to suffer. You suffered heavy blows from the start. I wonder how arrogant you can be in the game, Ling Shui and Ling Yu. The top 10 guilds are not something you girls can support. Hurry up and get out of here. Our domineering guild has long been displeased with Shueyue. It's our turn to take the seat of the top 10 guilds. At first glance, Chen Chen actually saw many familiar IDs in the first broadcast room. These players were the first to enter the game. In their previous lives, they had almost made a name for themselves. The previous Chen Chen could only look up to them and envy them. But now, it's their turn to look up to him. Chen Chen's mouth slightly lifted. This monster siege, which caught even large guilds off guard, will be his debut in the world of the game. However, before going to the monster siege, he had to first gather enough bees and complete the main quest to obtain the second piece of inherited leather armor equipment reward. With the second piece of equipment in the set, his confidence in facing the monster siege would increase even more. Anyway, the Shueisha Guild cannot handle this monster siege. He could wait for the Shueisha Guild to deal with the first few waves of small monsters, then return to the beginner village to collect the more abundant rewards from the later waves of monsters. With a swift motion, he slaughtered the bees in front of him. Chen Chen glanced at the task panel's count. It had entered the final stage. After this batch is killed, it should be over. As the second batch of bees he attracted were successively poisoned and killed, his task was finally completed. Just as Chen Chen was about to return to the city to turn in the task, a system prompt sounded. Ding, kill green bee, purple bamboo bee, poison bee to reach 500 heads. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden title, Annihilator of the Bee Swarm. Annihilator of the Bee Swarm, common white grade title, attributes, plus 10 strength, plus 10 stamina, plus 10 endurance, plus 10 agility, plus 10 spirit. Chen Chen was stunned. He actually unlocked a title as well? Not bad, not bad. Just at the moment he unlocked the title, the announcement flooded the screen. Congratulations to the player Pearl Jade White Jade Soup from the Huaxia region for killing 500 bees and unlocking the unique title, Bee Swarm Annihilator. Because of Chen Chen's previous experience with flooding the screen, most players just sighed. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup was really amazing. But Ling Shui and Ling Yu instantly showed an unbelievable expression. It's all because of the monster siege. This Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is actually still grinding monsters? When Ling Shui and Ling Yu said this, the entire first broadcast room audience was shocked. What does Ling Shui and Ling Yu mean by this? Do they know the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Shot? Damn, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Big Shot is in the beginner village number 616? Is it true? Damn, that top player is actually in the beginner village where Shueisha is located? Isn't that giving Shueisha an unfair advantage? Damn, does this mean there's hope for this monster siege? Everyone was drawn to the name Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Since the launch of the game, only he has appeared in the global announcement. It's of great significance, not only for the audience, but also. Many members of the Snow Moon Guild were shocked and looked at Lingyue and Ling Snow, the two beautiful guild leaders. Guild leader, are you telling the truth? The big shot Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is in our newbie village, number 616? Damn, guild leader, you know such a powerful big shot and didn't tell us? If the big shot Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is in our newbie village, then we are saved. Quick, guild leader, go and invite big shot White Jade Soup over. The crowd was extremely excited, as if they had found a life-saving straw. However, Lingyue smiled bitterly. Who told you that I know him? Ling Snow added, I just saw him before. The excited Snow Moon members instantly deflated. Damn, got excited for nothing. Thought there really was such a top-notch big shot in newbie village 616. Without big shot White Jade Soup, how can we withstand this wave of monster attacks? I heard that if the monster siege fails, everyone will be deducted 3 levels. Without those 3 levels, we'll never catch up with the main force in our lifetime. Yeah, back to level 0, the whole afternoon's effort will be wasted. By then, others will be fighting level 5 monsters, and we'll have to start from scratch. We're doomed, we're doomed. Morale instantly plummeted. Lingyue and Ling Snow exchanged a glance, feeling helpless. They didn't expect that just mentioning that person in passing would have such a huge impact on morale. It seems that the strength of that person has truly left a deep impression. However, is he really in newbie village 616? Unconsciously, a faint sense of anticipation arose in the hearts of the two women. They hoped that the mysterious Pearl Jade White Jade Soup would be in their newbie village 616. If he really is in newbie village 616, he definitely wouldn't ignore the monster siege. After all, if the monster siege fails, wouldn't Pearl Jade White Jade Soup also lose 3 levels? Soon, the first wave of monsters rushed to the outskirts of the newbie village. Lingyue instantly regained her composure. Quick, form a defensive formation. Knights and warriors, step forward to take damage and draw aggro. Mages and archers, output from the back row. Healers, pay attention to the health, go and attack the monsters when your mana is depleted. Let's fight them. Ling Snow was also busy. She opened the chat box and actively communicated with the leaders of several other guilds in newbie village 616, as well as many solo players, preparing to unite everyone for defense. All the players in newbie village 616 were nervously preparing for battle. And it was at this moment, in the depths of the newbie village, the teleportation array suddenly lit up. Chen Chen stepped out from it. Although other players couldn't teleport over to the newbie village, Chen Chen, as a native player of newbie village 616, was not affected when using a town portal scroll. When he returned to the newbie village, the first wave of monsters had already begun to attack. Chen Shen didn't rush to take action. The first wave of monsters are all level 1 and 2, killing one will only give 1 or 2 points of siege points, not enough to make a difference. I'll wait until the monster levels are higher before taking action. Chen Shen planned to first deal with the miscellaneous items in his full backpack. Then he would buy some potions to prepare for his own appearance later. When he arrived at the general store, Chen Shen was about to trade when suddenly a weak voice came from beside him. "Sir, do you want to sell something?" Chen Shen turned to see a little girl standing in front of him. She was about 1.5 meters tall, with slightly curly hair, seemingly belonging to the elf race. Her hair was a light shade of white, and she had a small pointed ear. She had a beautiful appearance, definitely at a goddess level. At this moment, she was looking at him timidly. This white-haired girl was quite cute, and in this era, there are still people who call others sir. Isn't it usually big brother? Chen Shen withdrew his gaze. "Who are you?" The white-haired girl timidly replied, I'm called Susu. I saw the gentleman standing in front of the grocery store, so I wanted to ask if you want to sell something." Chen Shen nodded. Susu's face lit up. "Sir, you can give me the items, and I can help you sell them. I have awakened an F-level talent. Business is business. When selling items to NPCs, you can get additional bonuses based on your reputation value. I can now increase the selling price by 10%. Let me help you sell, and you can earn more copper coins." Chen Shen was somewhat tempted. Although 10% markup wasn't much, it was still free money. Selling more would be better, right? With the bonus, he could easily make an extra 200 copper coins out of this whole backpack of groceries. That's a good amount. Enough for a serving of braised chicken and rice takeout. Sounds good, so how much do you want to take? Susu, seeing Chen Shen's agreement, was extremely excited. "No, sir, I won't take a cut. 10%, it's all yours. But I have a small request. I hope you can take me with you when leveling up." The little girl looked at Chen Shen pitifully, like a stray kitten hoping to be taken in. However, Chen Shen frowned. Take someone with him? It seemed like no one wanted this little girl. It made sense. Her talent offered no combat bonuses, and there weren't many people selling items at this stage. Plus, a 10% bonus wasn't that high. It could even be considered quite lackluster. No one would want to bring along such a burden, and Chen Shen was no exception. Bringing someone along would slow down his leveling speed significantly. He wanted to reach level 10 and secure the top spot for the newbie treasure chest. For a 10% markup, bringing a little girl? This deal wasn't worth it. Chen Shen shook his head, indicating his refusal. The little girl seemed to have expected this, and her face instantly dimmed a bit. But she still pleaded, "Sir, I can actually do a lot of things." "Sir, you're holding twin daggers, are you planning to switch to the thief class? Thieves have high damage, but leveling up is not efficient because they are fragile. I am a priest and can be your exclusive healer. I'll only heal you. This way, you won't lose experience due to mistakes while leveling up. Please, sir." Chen Shen still shook his head. "Fragile? Sorry, no monster could even touch me." But he was curious. How can a priest like you not find a party? Healers should be in high demand. Especially a fierce healer like you. Chen Shen's gaze paused at a position that didn't match the little girl's identity. The little girl lowered her head, with a hint of a sob in her voice, "Because it seems like my game has a bug. I chose the healer class, but I didn't get the initial skill, Holy Light." The little girl lamented her plight. "I searched through the skill list, but I couldn't find my skill. I really don't have any skills. I can't do anything. I can only use normal attacks to hit monsters, but it seems like my base damage is lower than other priests. They can go alone if no one takes them, but I have no damage. I can't even break the defense of level 1 rabbits." At this point, the little girl was on the verge of tears. She looked up at Chen Shen with pleading eyes. "But sir, please believe me. After I switch to the healer class at level 10, I will definitely learn the healer skills. As long as you help me level up to 10, I will be useful." The little girl pleaded once again. A healer who can't heal. What's going on? Chen Shen was taken aback. This little girl seemed to be in a tough spot. No healer skills, no damage skills, and her stats seemed to be those of a healer. She couldn't even break the defense of a level 1 rabbit. No damage at all. It's impossible to level up at all. No wonder I can only rely on my own talent to ask for help here. Thinking of this, Chen Shen suddenly reacted. No! In the game, although there are trash talents, there won't be trash professions. A support class that can't support? Impossible. Unless it's a hidden profession, or a hidden race. Either way, it's quite rare. Looking at the little girl, Chen Shen's eyes showed more interest. However, he didn't tell the little girl his inner thoughts. Instead, he planned to deal with the monster siege first, and then get to know the little girl in detail. He dumped a pile of miscellaneous items on the little girl. You help me sell these things first. After the monster siege, I'll chat with you. The little girl showed a surprised expression. Previously, all the players heard that she was a support class that couldn't support, and they all despised her. Only this gentleman didn't immediately turn his back. In the little girl's eyes, she had a chance. Sir, please wait. The little girl happily went to sell the pile of items. Shen Shen wasn't afraid that she would steal and run away. It was just a few silver coins worth of stuff. If she dared to steal, Shen Shen wouldn't mind waiting for her at the newbie village for 10 days or half a month, preventing her from leveling up for the rest of her life. Oh no, she couldn't level up to 1 in the first place. The little girl entered the general store with a pile of items. Let me see what the gentleman gave me. Rabbit fur. And wild boar skin. Wait, why so much wolf skin? And there's quite a lot of poison needles and royal jelly. The little girl was confused. She had taken a few orders before, but those people usually gave her a few dozen rabbit furs. The most powerful ones were just a dozen or so pig skins. She still remembered the proud look on the face of the man who gave her the pig skins. It was as if he was saying, "Look, I can kill wild boars, awesome, right?" At that time, the little girl could only smile politely. But the wolf skins, poison needles, and even royal jelly in her backpack, she had never seen before. These were definitely things that only high-level monsters would drop. Suddenly, she remembered the 2 announcements from before. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup seems to have killed wild wolves and poison bees. That's right, it's wild wolves and poison bees. Looking at the pile of items in her bag, the little girl showed a shocked expression. Sir is Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. That super powerful big shot. He actually is interested in me. The little girl looked pleasantly surprised. Previously, when people heard that she was a support class that couldn't support, they would just leave. Many people even mocked her. There was no one who really valued her. Only this gentleman slightly respected her. And this gentleman was none other than the famous Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. The little girl suddenly felt pleasantly surprised. She even felt a little dizzy. Oh my, what am I doing? I can't waste the gentleman's time. I have to sell these things to the gentleman quickly. Sir, here are your 2 silver and 712 copper coins. The little girl carefully handed over the money. At the same time, she stole a few glances at Chen Chen. So handsome, and so strong. She must hold on to the big shot's thigh tightly. Chen Chen didn't notice the little girl's unusual behavior. After taking the money, he silently turned off the system's built-in calculator. Well, the price he calculated was spot on. It seemed like the little girl was an honest child. Chen Chen sent a friend request to the little girl. Let's work together often in the future. Ding. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup sent you a friend request. The little girl looked at the name, her face turning red with excitement. It really was that big shot. Okay. After excitedly accepting the friend request, the little girl carefully set Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup as the top friend in her list. Although her friend list only had Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Chen Chen, after receiving the money, headed straight to the store. He wanted to make the most of his cash. First, he would purchase some equipment, then buy some potions. He was going to show off his skills in the monster siege later. It's better to be over-prepared. If things go wrong, it would be embarrassing. At this moment, in the newbie village, they had already withstood the first and second waves of monsters, but the losses were severe. In the 616 newbie village chat channel, Wang Batianxia said, "Do you still have manpower, Snowmoon? The Wangba Guild can't hold the West Gate anymore. The mages and priests are out of mana, and they can't hold on." Shusheng Ichi replied, "Us too, the magic classes are out of mana. The warriors and knights haven't healed, and can only tough it out." Passing by the solar system said, "Can the leaders of the guilds support the South Gate? We solo players can't hold on." The situation was dire. Bad news was coming from the west, and it seemed like the newbie village was about to fall. Ling Yue made a painful decision. "Xiao Shui, I'm going to spend money in the system to exchange for gold coins. You take the money and buy potions. Distribute them to the major guilds. We must hold on to the newbie village no matter what." Ling Yue opened the recharge interface and exchanged 5 gold coins in one go. It cost a whopping 700,000. The system's selling price for gold coins had about a 30% premium compared to player sales. It was definitely taking advantage of the players. But at the moment, the game had just started, and where would anyone sell gold coins? They could only be taken advantage of by the system. 5 gold coins should be enough for everyone in the village to have potions. As long as we have enough potions, we should be able to withstand this wave of siege. As soon as these words were spoken, the chat room exploded. Damn, Ling Yue is so ruthless, spending 700,000 to buy potions? Damn, a whole 700,000 just for the monster siege, that's outrageous. To be fair, the 616 newbie village has gathered the main forces of Snow Moon. If they fall behind by 3 levels, they probably won't catch up with the main forces again. The 700,000 spent on recharging isn't a loss. If they defend successfully, they will have rewards. Ling Yue is really generous. I've heard that Ling Yue is a rich woman, and it turns out to be true. Rich woman seeking to join the big leagues. The originally crisis-ridden 616 newbie village seemed to have a chance of turning things around under Ling Yue's hefty spending of 700,000. Ling Yue didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed into the pharmacy with the 5 gold coins. As soon as she entered, she saw a player with a hidden ID extravagantly spending in the pharmacy. 50 bottles of red potions. 50 bottles of blue potions too. Basic potions? No, I only want high-level potions. Ling Yue was stunned to see someone at this stage who could afford high-level red and blue potions. If it weren't for Ling Yue spending 700,000 to exchange for 5 gold coins, Ling Yue's entire inventory combined wouldn't be able to afford a few bottles of high-level potions. The audience in the chat room was also shocked by the player's extravagance. Where did this tycoon come from? Someone who can buy potions like this is probably another big spender? Damn, the 616 newbie village is actually full of hidden talents? Is the 616 newbie village really going to rely on cash power to get through the monster siege? Just as the barrage audience was shocked, Ling Yue suddenly thought of something and tentatively spoke up. Pearl, jade, and white jade soup? Ha! Chen Chen turned around in surprise. He saw a beautiful girl with the ID Qingfeng Feishui. How does she recognize me? Didn't I already hide my ID? Chen Chen was a little confused. Seeing Chen Chen turn around, Ling Yue became excited. It's really you, the tycoon of pearl, jade, and white jade soup. At this moment, the barrage instantly filled the screen. Damn, pearl, jade, and white jade soup? That's the big spender who's been flooding the screen. The top tycoon in the Huaxia region. I'm kneeling. Turns out he's such a handsome young man. He's good looking and awesome at playing games. I'm so jealous. Seeing Ling Yue so excited. Could it be that she's taken a liking to someone? Gue, with the presence of the big shot by Yutong, can't we easily take down this monster attacking the city? Since he was recognized, Chen Chen also didn't plan to hide anymore. He only hid his ID because he was afraid of trouble. It's not like he's a universally despised person. He nodded calmly. It's me. Ling Shui immediately came over. Bai Yutong, are you buying these medicines to prepare for fighting the monsters? Of course, Ling Shui said. Do you need my support? Chen Chen was about to refuse with a wave of his hand, but Ling Shui continued. Sister just spent 700,000 to buy 5 gold coins for me to buy medicine for the whole city. Bai Yutong, you are so strong, I can buy some top-grade potions for you, and I'm sure everyone won't mind. After all, you are the top combat power in our newbie village 616. Chen Chen's hand, which was about to be raised, stopped. He doubted his ears. What the heck? Spent 700,000 just to buy medicine for the whole city? What a spendthrift woman. Where is her brain? Where is her intelligence? And where is her contact information? Chen Chen felt distressed. Such a young girl, and she has the habit of spending money recklessly. She has been corrupted by money. He must help this girl bear the burden of money. He said seriously, Ling Shui, I don't think you need to buy potions at all. Let's make a deal. You give me these 5 gold coins. I will take Snow Moon to win the monster siege. You don't need to do anything. We can minimize the losses. Just wait for the siege rewards. How about this deal? Isn't it profitable? Ling Shui was stunned in place. Not only her, but all the audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. Chen Chen's words shocked everyone. Ling Shui was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses and quickly explained. Bai Yutong, you haven't come to fight the monster siege before, so you may not know. There are a lot of monsters. There are hundreds in just one wave. If you go in alone, you will be surrounded and killed. Chen Chen laughed. Surrounded and killed? That's the least of his worries. It's okay, I won't ask you to pay the gold coins immediately. After I take you to win, after the monster siege is over. How about you pay me 5 gold coins then? After all, you are in the live broadcast, and all the Chinese players are watching. I believe Snow Moon, one of the top 10 guilds, won't refuse to pay a small account like mine, right? Ling Shui was shocked. Do the work first and then get paid? Bai Yutong is so confident? He's serious. He really wants to single-handedly take on the entire monster siege. Reason told her that this kind of thing is impossible, but the conditions Chen Chen proposed are really tempting. If he really wins, then the 5 gold coins spent will be very profitable. It's much better than buying medicine, as the people from Snow Moon will still have to go into battle. If there are casualties, it will be a big loss. If they win without any danger, then it's really worth it. After calculating, Ling Shui looked at Chen Chen. So, Ai Yutong, are we agreed? Chen Chen smiled slightly. It's a deal. Next, just watch my performance. Watching Chen Chen's confident figure leaving the pharmacy, Ling Shui once again felt full of shock. The big shot is really confident, able to take on the entire monster siege alone. When Ling Shui returned to the Snow Moon Guild, she was still in a daze. It wasn't until Ling Yu knocked on her head that she came to her senses. What are you thinking? Quickly trade the medicine to me so I can distribute it to the people of Snow Moon. As for the remaining medicine, please take it to the other gates and give it to all the village players. Ling Yu initiated the trade, but was refused. Ling Yu was stunned. Where are the medicines? Ling Shui shrank her neck. I didn't buy them. As soon as she said this, the entire chat channel exploded. What? Vice President Ling Shui, what did you say? Didn't buy them? Without buying medicine, how are we going to survive the next wave of beasts? Vice President Ling Shui, don't tease me. Everyone is not in the mood for jokes right now. Ling Yu's eyes widened. What's going on? Ling Shui recounted the agreement with Chen Chen. After hearing it, Ling Yu almost laughed out loud in anger. Ling Shui, are you kidding me? We've played so many games together since we were kids. Don't you have this basic understanding? One person, facing a group of monsters? Do you think you're playing a grass-cutting game? Even our strongest Blood Bowl Knight, when surrounded by 3 monsters, will fall. Moreover, the Blood Bowl Knight only has defense, no output. The game is a team game. It's the classic combination of warriors, mages, and priests. No matter how powerful the Pearl, Emerald, and White Jade soup is, it's still impossible for one person to face the beast tide. Ling Yu angrily scolded. Ling Shui hung her head in frustration. But, the leader of the White Jade soup has killed wolf packs and bee swarms. Ling Yu, can you compare wilderness monster hunting with monster siege? You can lure monsters slowly in the wilderness. Ling Shui lowered her head even more. But when he made the promise to me, he seemed really confident. I unconsciously believed him. Ling Yu was exasperated. Confident? I think you just found him handsome and lusted after his body. Ling Shui pouted. Humph, if it were you, you would definitely be infatuated too. But she didn't dare say it out loud. The medicine was not brought back. The entire 616 newbie village players were in chaos. Everyone was blaming Ling Shui. Vice President Ling Shui, what are you messing around with at this critical moment? President Ling Yu, control your sister. It's over, our 616 newbie village is doomed. Did the White Jade Soup leader drug Vice President Ling Shui? Damn, the Pearl, Emerald, and White Jade Soup didn't show up in the monster siege, but he's really good at deceiving the little sister. Is he a big shot? A big shot who brags? The crowd was agitated. After all, it concerned their own levels. Everyone was extremely anxious. Ling Yu had a stern face. Ling Shui, go and buy the medicine for me quickly. Ling Shui dared not argue anymore and lowered her head pitifully. Just as she was about to return to the pharmacy, suddenly, a cry came from the crowd. President, Vice President, look! Someone has left the city alone. Countless people turned to look. Sure enough, 100 meters outside the newbie village, a lonely figure appeared in everyone's sight. He stood alone. The setting sun cast a long shadow of him, leaving a silhouette of backlighting. Ling Yu was stunned, but Ling Shui cheered excitedly. It's him! It's the White Jade Soup leader. He really kept his promise. I knew he wouldn't lie to me. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was the Pearl, Emerald, and White Jade Soup. He actually, really went alone outside the city? Ling Yu was dumbfounded. Did he really go alone to face the enemy? No way. Does he have the confidence to confront the beast tide? Just then, the third wave of monsters appeared. A dense mass of monsters emerged on the horizon. Just one glance made everyone's scalp tingle. It's wild wolves. Level 7 monsters, wild wolves. 3 levels higher than the previous monsters. I see the names of the wild wolves are all in bright red. Even though many people were still inside the village, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. These wild wolves were just too terrifying. With a level as high as 7, they were not something that players with an average level of only 4 could resist. With just a casual attack, even the most powerful Blood Bowl would fall to the wolves. Inside the first broadcast room, onlookers sighed one after another. It feels like it's all over for Snow Moon. The third batch of monsters are all level 7, how are we supposed to play this? Today is the day when the snow moon is going to die, there's nothing we can do. The bad omen of the snow moon's appearance indicates that this year's top 10 guilds may not be able to hold on. I feel so sorry for Ling Shui and Ling Yu, the twin siblings. I really want to fly to Newbie Village 616 to help. It's painful for me to see a beauty in distress, but I am powerless. Everyone in the Newbie Village showed a look of despair, except for Ling Shui, who still believed in Chun Chen. Have you all forgotten that Bai Yutang previously obtained a title? Wolf Hunter. When Ling Shui mentioned this, the previously desperate crowd suddenly reacted. Yes, I remember now. The boss has hunted wild wolves before. It seems like the title required killing 500 wild wolves, right? Damn, then it looks like the boss will have no problem dealing with this wave. The previously anxious crowd suddenly became excited. But in the next moment, Ling Yu poured cold water on everyone. Look carefully. These are not ordinary wild wolves. They are elite wild wolves. Only then did everyone focus and look. Wild Wolf, Elite, Level, 7 HP, 450 attack, 25 defense, 12 introduction, enraged wild wolves with far superior combat power than normal. Ling Yu looked at Ling Shui. At this moment, the excitement on her face had disappeared, replaced by a pale expression. How can they be elite wild wolves? These stats are terrifying. 25 attack power, even our Blood Bowl Knight of Snow Moon can't withstand a few hits. And 12 defense, who can break through that? Ling Yu had a stern look on her face. At this point, do you still believe in Bai Yutang's nonsense? Ling Shui opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say a word. She lowered her head and weakly said, I'll go buy medicine. Faced with such terrifying elite wild wolves, she dared not place her hope on Chen Chen anymore. At this moment, everyone fell into a wave of despair. Elite wild wolves. Who can defeat them? It's impossible for anyone to beat them. Ling Yu shook her head. No need to buy medicine, just save 5 gold coins. For this kind of monster, even if we take all the medicine, it won't help. The gap in attributes is just too big. With these words, the despair in everyone's hearts rose again. Ling Yu sighed. It's not just Bai Yutang alone. Even if all of us join forces, we won't win. The entire Newbie Village 616 was shrouded in despair. Except for one person, a level 1 little girl. She was squeezed to the outermost part of the crowd. In order to see Chen Chen, she had to tiptoe and strain to look into the distance. Finally, she saw the figure of the man facing the pack of wolves alone. She clenched her small fist tightly. In a voice only she could hear, she murmured, "Go for it, big brother Bai Yutang." Outside the Newbie Village, Chen Chen quietly watched the wolf pack attacking him. It's actually elite monsters. Chen Chen was somewhat surprised, but he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, a smile appeared on his face. The drop rate of elite monsters is twice as high as normal monsters. So many monsters. I'm afraid today, I'm going to make a fortune. Swish! Chen Chen drew 2 daggers. Poisoning, skill, activated. The daggers in Chen Chen's hands suddenly took on a hint of dark green. The next moment, Chen Chen rushed towards the hundreds of wolves. Even the fierce and evil wolf pack was confused at this moment. They just couldn't understand. Why would someone charge at them alone? Wolves are cautious and cunning creatures by nature. Faced with Chen Chen's charge, they all took a few steps back. Hundreds of wolves were forced back a few steps by Chen Chen alone. Watching this scene, whether it was the players in the village or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all dumbfounded. Damn! Bai Yutang is so powerful. Only the courage to charge at the boss. I'm already kneeling. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. Brother Bai Yutang is so handsome. Too bad, he's about to get beaten up in the next second. So what if he gets beaten up? Being handsome is a lifetime thing. Many players showed envy in their eyes. Facing hundreds alone, even if it's just for a moment, it's still very cool. Relying on high agility, Chen Chen quickly approached the wolf pack. He closed in on the closest wolf and suddenly raised his hand. With a dagger emitting a faint green cold light, he fiercely stabbed into the wild wolf's body. -21. Chen Chen was surprised. He had such high damage, but he could only deal 21 points of damage? Truly an elite monster. Such high defense. But he didn't rely on normal attacks to kill monsters. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Chen's mouth. Swish! The wild wolf attack by Chen Chen was quietly covered with a layer of faint green. Even the elite wild wolf couldn't escape the damage from the rare blue level skill, poisoning. The poison spread. -11 to 10 every second, the wild wolf's health was steadily decreasing. Even though it had close to 500 points of high health, it couldn't last for a minute. The wild wolf, in pain, lunged at him. Relying on high agility, Chen Chen easily dodged. With nimble steps, he moved through the wolf pack and killed the next wild wolf. Stab a wild wolf and then run. He was already quite skilled in this monster grinding method. Soon, he had a bunch of wild wolves chasing after him. In the live broadcast room, seeing Chen Chen being chased by a group of wild wolves, everyone was dumbfounded. What was Brother Bai Yutang doing? How could he go from the handsome figure at the beginning to being chased by wild wolves? The contrast was too great. Watching Chen Chen being forced into a panic by the wild wolves, everyone in the live broadcast room exploded. Is this the boss who wants to solo the beast tide? Damn, handsome for only 3 seconds. I'm impressed, the boss's style dropped so quickly. Even though your figure when charging into the beast tide was handsome, the way you're being chased by wild wolves is really pathetic. Even the globally trending Bai Yutang boss can't handle elite wild wolves. In the face of the beast tide, everyone is equal. Even the great Bai Yutang boss can't handle elite wild wolves. Everyone was joking frantically. In the newbie village, Ling Shui covered her face, unable to bear watching any longer. Her heart was filled with complaints about Chun Chen. Wasn't he supposed to solo the group of beasts? This was too pitiful. Even if he looked handsome, wouldn't it be better to kill a dozen or 20 wild wolves and then die? Damn! My reputation, all ruined by this Brother Bai Yutang. I've been deceived by him. I don't know how long my sister will laugh at me. Just as she stomped her foot in anger, suddenly, Ling Yu spoke up. She looked at the figure leaping and jumping in the distance among the wolf pack with confusion. Ling Shui, this Brother Bai Yutang seems to have some strength. Ling Shui thought her sister was being sarcastic and didn't even dare to lift her head. But Ling Yu continued, look, he's been surrounded by wild wolves for more than 10 seconds, and he's still alive. If it were a blood tank knight, it would have fallen in 2 or 3 seconds. Ling Shui was stunned. Oh, how did Bai Yutang stay in there for so long, and not die? She looked up. In the dense wolf pack, she could vaguely see Bai Yutang's figure. Although it wasn't very clear, it was certain that he was still alive. How? Did he do it? Ling Shui's eyes widened. Could it be that his armor and health are higher than our knight's? But isn't he a thief? Ling Yu looked at her sister helplessly. What are you thinking? A thief's health and defense definitely can't be higher than a knight's. Ling Shui was at a loss. Then how did Brother Bai Yutang do it? Ling Yu pondered for a moment. I guess it should be because his operation is extremely skillful. The thief profession is originally like dancing on the edge of a knife. Not a master, I dare not touch this profession easily. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup dare to choose this profession, and can still play like this now, presumably. His operation is quite top-notch. Ling Shui was stunned. Then she nodded vigorously like a little chicken pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. I knew it, White Jade Soup is very strong. Especially strong. They praised White Jade Soup even more. She didn't have to be embarrassed. Ling Yu looked at her excited sister suspiciously. Why are you so excited? Do you really have a crush on that guy? Ah, yes, yes. Ah, no, no. Ling Shui almost didn't react, quickly waved her hand, her pretty face turning red. I'm just agreeing with what my sister said. Ling Yu looked Ling Shui up and down before retracting her gaze. If Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup can attract the monsters, we actually have a chance to turn the tables. He attracts the monsters, and we output. Even if the damage is a little lower, we can wear down these elite wolves. Hearing Ling Yu say this, many players realized. Yes, White Jade Soup attracts the monsters, and we provide output, right? As long as White Jade Soup can attract the hate and eliminate this group of wolves, it's just a matter of time. Damn, White Jade Soup is awesome. Brothers, we are saved. Originally, everyone had given up resistance. But at this moment, their morale surged again. With White Jade Soup, they still had hope. Ling Yu opened the chat box and mentioned Chen Chen in the newbie village channel. At Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, please attract the monsters to our side in the newbie village. We will cooperate with the output. We will help you clear the small monsters. After saying this, all the players in the newbie village were ready to support Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. However, what they didn't know was that after seeing this message, Chen Chen almost burst out cursing. I've been poisoning monsters for a long time, and now I have to drag them over for you to finish off. To feed you experience and city siege points? I'm full. Chen Chen ignored them and even turned and ran in the opposite direction of the newbie village, pulling the beast tide further and further away. Inside the newbie village, the players were already armed and ready for action. But when they saw Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup suddenly turn and run in the opposite direction, a group of wolves behind them also gradually moved away. They were completely confused. What's going on? Why did White Jade Soup suddenly run in the opposite direction? Guild leader Ling Yu, what should we do now? Everyone was confused. Ling Yu was also stunned. She couldn't understand why Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup suddenly turned and ran. She thought Chen Chen hadn't seen it, so she mentioned him again. At Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, please attract the monsters to our side, we can cooperate with your output. This time, Lingyu sent 5 consecutive messages. He couldn't possibly not see them, right? Lingyu spamming annoyed Chen Chen. Finally, he responded. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, I've been killing monsters for so long, dragging them over for you to finish off, and giving you experience and city siege points? Do you really think I'm a fool? At Clear Wind Embracing Moon, stop messing around, just lie down and wait for me. Lingyu was confused. What does I've been killing monsters for so long mean? What does let us share experience and city siege points mean? We really want to help you. But what made Lingyu most angry was the last sentence. Telling her to lie down and wait for him? What does that mean? Taking advantage of her? When they saw this sentence, all the players in the newbie village fell silent. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup's words were a bit intriguing. Lingyu is a standard strong woman. She is a top-notch expert in every game. Otherwise, she wouldn't have built up the Snow Moon Guild, one of the top 10 guilds. Usually, she leads a group of followers to fight in battles. She is a goddess-level figure that others kneel and worship. But today she was greeted by Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup with such a sentence. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, not knowing the heart of a good person. I want to see what you can use to kill these elite wild wolves, Lingyue said angrily. Ling Xue on the side shrank her neck and didn't dare to comfort her sister. She thought to herself, this is bad. Sister hates being looked down upon in the game. She hates others taking advantage of her. The more Lingyue thought about it, the angrier she became. If he can kill these elite wild wolves, I, Lingyue, will give him 5 gold coins. In addition to the previous promise, a total of 10 gold coins, equivalent to 1.4 million renminbi. He's good at boasting, isn't he? I want to see if he has the ability to take on this 1.4 million. If he can't kill them, just wait to embarrass himself in front of all the players. With that, she opened the settings of the first broadcast room, changed the room name, adjusted the in-game camera to focus on Chen Chen in the distance, and then took out 50,000 yuan to give Snow Moon's first broadcast room a big gift. As soon as this gift appeared, all the players lurking in the first broadcast rooms and forums of the game honor saw Snow Moon's room name. One person takes on the elite wild wolf pack. This title was quite sensational. Many people were attracted to it. The popularity of Snow Moon's first broadcast room instantly skyrocketed. Damn, who's going to take on the elite wild wolf pack alone? Since when did Snow Moon Guild start using clickbait titles? So Snow Moon is also starting to boast? One person takes on the elite wild wolves? Can he beat my first broadcast X5 electric fan? I'll do a headstand in sewage. As more and more people poured in, Lingyue explained the meaning of the title. Oh, so it's Lingyue, the big shot, punishing the guy who talks nonsense. That's fine then. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, isn't that the big shot who spammed before? I thought he was a master, turns out he's just a braggart. Is that it? I've wasted my admiration for Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Wow, the impression that Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup left on me before has been shattered. To be honest, White Jade Soup still has strength, but it's a pity that he talks too arrogantly, making people feel unreliable. Watching these barrage comments, Lingyue smiled with satisfaction. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, letting you speak without thinking in front of so many people, and asking you to obediently lie down. I spit on you. Now, almost all the players in the Huaxia region know that you're just talking big. You're going to embarrass yourself badly. Seeing her sister's smug smile, Ling Xue couldn't help but sigh. She had wanted to comfort her sister. Don't let her and White Jade Soup fall out like this. After all, although White Jade Soup likes to boast a bit, he still has strength. And Ling Xue vaguely felt that White Jade Soup was not just any thief player he knew, but a player who was already taken. It wouldn't hurt to have a good relationship with him. Unfortunately, her sister, Ling Xue, looked at Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup in the wolf pack with a pitying look. Why did you provoke sister for no reason? Who can afford to provoke a strong woman like sister? I don't know if sister's actions will make it difficult to win over White Jade Soup in the future. Swish, swish, swish. Shen Shen delivered a poisoned attack to the last 3 wolves. As the 3 wolves began to emit a green light, all the wild wolves were poisoned by Chen Chen. At the same time, the wild wolves that he had initially poisoned finally reached their limit and began to fall one after another. Experience gained, 21 points. Gained 7 siege points. The experience wasn't much, after all, Shen Shen was already level 8. level 7 elite wild wolves, one level lower than him. But the city attack points are precious. The monsters in the first and second waves only had levels 1 and 3, with attack points of only 1 and 3. Currently, the highest ranking in attack points is Lingyue. Qingfeng Lanyue, attack points, 221. With 221 points, she firmly holds the first place. But, as the wild wolves fall, Chen Chen's points begin to skyrocket. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, attack points, 14. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, attack points, 21. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup, attack points, 35. Soon, the players in the newbie village discovered Chen Chen's continuous rise in the rankings. Look at this. Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup's attack points are skyrocketing. Others quickly opened the points list. Indeed, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup had quickly entered the top 100. He's really amazing. The white-haired little girl Su admired the points list. But this is just the beginning. With each refresh, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup's ranking continues to rise. 50, 15, 39, 31. Wow. What's going on with Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup? His points are rising so fast. My goodness, he gains dozens of points with each refresh. What is he doing? Is he mass-killing monsters? But isn't he a thief? How could a thief have such powerful AoE skills? He's already in the top 20. 20? Bro, you're slow, the big shot is already in the top 10. I'm in awe. The big shot can really kill wolf packs. Ling Shui was full of shock. She quickly opened the points list to see that Chen Chen had already reached the 5th position with 190 points, just a step away from her sister. Sister, look, Pearl Emerald White Jade Soup. Ling Shui's words were cut off as she saw the look of disbelief in her sister's eyes. How is this possible? Ling Yue's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. As she spoke, the points list refreshed again. Chen Chen had taken 35 points in one go, surpassing Ling Yue with 225 points and reaching the top of the list. She no longer looked at the points list, but gazed into the distance, at Chen Chen, who was mixed in with the wolf pack and could not be clearly seen. He really did it. At this moment, her eyes were filled with complex emotions. The resentment she had before had dissipated. Ling Yue was indeed a strong woman. She really didn't like it when others spoke ill of her or looked down on her gaming skills. And because of this, she greatly admired those who could surpass her in operation. I misjudged him. A bitter smile appeared on Ling Yue's lips. System prompts kept ringing in Chen Chen's ears. Either experience points were added, or he gained attack points. Sometimes, there were prompts triggered by the empty-handed skill. There are too many prompts, can I block them? They're blocking me from enjoying Miss Ling Yue's wonderful expressions. Chen Chen happily complained. At this point, he had already opened the live broadcast room and was observing Ling Yue's expressions. Watching her go from a little smug at the beginning to bitter and regretful now, Chen Chen was ecstatic. Yes, he had given up on operation. His high agility allowed him to stand in the middle of the wolf pack and let the wild wolves bite him. After all, it was all misses. He just watched the show and waited to collect the rewards. At first, the people in the newbie village could only judge Chen Chen's killing situation based on the points list, as he had pulled the wild wolves too far away and they couldn't see clearly into the distance. But as more and more wild wolves fell, they no longer needed to look at the leaderboard. They just needed to look into the distance to see a scene that made their scalps tingle. Those wild wolves, who seemed like death gods to them, were actually falling like wheat, in patches. Shocking. Unparalleled shock. Finally, the last wild wolf fell to the ground. The system announcement refreshed. Ding! Congratulations to the newbies of Village 616 for successfully repelling the monster siege. Event over. Start reward settlement. At this moment, the entire Village 616 fell silent. Ling Shui widened her beautiful eyes, looking as if she couldn't believe the reality. Have we repelled the monster siege? Ling Yu seemed a bit dazed. After a while, she nodded. Yes. We did it like this. After saying that, the twin sisters fell silent. Ding! Start reward settlement. All players in Village 616 receive +1 level. All players in Village 616 receive +50 reputation points. All players present, regardless of previous deaths, gained a level, making up for their previous losses. They received real rewards. The players' opinions of Chen Chen also instantly underwent a complete transformation. Damn, Bai Yu Tang is awesome. Not only did I not die, I also gained a level for free? Bai Yu Tang is amazing. I bow to the boss. This level up was too easy. Start rewarding the top 50 on the leaderboard. Players ranked 21 to 50 on the leaderboard receive 1 ordinary white level lottery chance. Players ranked 11 to 20 on the leaderboard receive 1 excellent green level lottery chance. Players ranked 4 to 10 on the leaderboard receive a rare blue level lottery chance. The third-ranked player on the leaderboard, ID Qingfeng Feishuei, receives 2 rare blue level lottery chances. I have 2 chances. Ling Shui cheered. Although Ling Shui was just a priest with no combat power, in the previous battle, her healing and support for the team were considered contributions and earned her a high score. Ling Shui, Ling Yu, and the elite Snow Moon members were in the same team, naturally earning a high score and receiving the third-place reward. The second-ranked player on the leaderboard, ID Qingfeng Lanyue, receives 3 rare blue level lottery chances. Ling Yu, the second-place player, received 3 lottery chances. However, she didn't seem as happy as her sister, just managing a forced smile. More than the rewards, what she cared about now was Bai Yutang's opinion of her. As the head of a sect, her previous actions undoubtedly offended this big shot. If the big shot was unhappy and became hostile to Snow Moon, she couldn't help but shiver. Being targeted by a top assassin was very scary. A master assassin who came and went without a trace, skilled in assassination, was enough to make her and Ling Shui, both fragile cloth armor professionals, die in 100 different ways. The first-ranked player on the leaderboard, ID Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, receives 1 legendary purple level reward. Legendary purple level? Chen Chen was surprised. He thought his reward would be at most 2 or 3 rare blue level lottery chances. He didn't expect to receive a high-quality upgrade. A purple chest fell into Chen Chen's inventory. Legendary purple chest. Upon opening, 100% chance to obtain legendary purple level equipment and skill books for the user's profession. First open. The chest began to shake, slowly at first, then faster. Finally, a crack appeared at the top of the chest. A purple light suddenly emerged. As the shaking intensified, the crack gradually widened, and finally, the purple light filled Chen Chen's vision. Eventually, the purple receded like a tide, leaving behind a piece of purple equipment. Ink Bamboo Bracelet, Legendary Purple Grade, Defense, 10 Magic Defense, 10 Passive Skill Agile Body, gain 20% additional movement speed, gain the ability to double jump. Introduction, the favorite accessory of the rogue, wearing it will reveal many new shortcuts and paths. Chen Chen was shocked. 20% additional movement speed, and the ability to double jump? This will greatly enhance his mobility, make him more agile, more elusive, perfectly fits the identity of a thief. Chen Chen couldn't wait to put on the Ink Bamboo Bracelet. Instantly, he felt his jumping ability break through the limits. He leaped suddenly. In midair, Chen Chen felt completely in control, without the feeling of being unable to control his body after exhausting his strength. His legs were still filled with power. Another leap. Based on the first jump, he leaped again, breaking the limit of jumping. It may seem like a small breakthrough, but this extra jump is enough to allow Chen Chen to develop all kinds of strange and evil paths, pushing a thief's mobility to the limit. Awesome! Putting away the Ink Bamboo Bracelet, Chen Chen looked at the bodies of the elite wild wolves all around. Because it was a monster siege event, these elite wild wolves did not drop any items, only rewards for siege points and experience points. The siege points allowed Chen Chen to obtain the purple grade equipment, the Ink Bamboo Bracelet, and the experience point reward caused his experience to skyrocket by 40%. Plus, holding off the siege allowed all players in Newbie Village 616 to gain a level. At this moment, Chen Chen was already at level 9, with 60% experience, only 40% away from reaching level 10. I wonder what's in the level 10 newbie chest. Chen Chen was very curious. After this wave of monster siege, he was undoubtedly the world's highest level. No one would level up faster than him. In his backpack, besides the newbie chest, there were also dozens of brand new equipment. As an event monster, the elite wild wolves had no drop rate, which was reasonable. And with Chen Chen's SSS level talent, it was also reasonable for him to steal from the stingy event monsters. Looking at the backpack full of equipment, Chen Chen couldn't help but smile. Making a fortune. Back in Newbie Village, Chen Chen could clearly feel the change in everyone's attitude towards him. Before the battle, everyone's gaze was filled with suspicion and distrust. But at this moment, all that was left in their eyes was admiration. Thank you, boss, for leading us to victory. Big brother Bai Yutang, you are my idol. Big brother Bai Yutang, can you add me as a friend? I can keep your bed warm, boss. Please help with leveling up. I'll pay 10,000 yuan for a day, okay? Hearing the rich man's offer of 10,000 yuan for a day, Chen Chen was deeply moved. He didn't need levels now. He was undoubtedly the world's number one, with the highest level on the leaderboard being only level 8. It was a distant dream to reach level 10. It wouldn't threaten his position as the first person to open the newbie chest. Working for a day to earn this 10,000 yuan, wasn't it great? Although he had a contract with Ling Shui, leading Shueyue to win the monster siege would earn him 5 gold coins, equivalent to about 50,000 renminbi. But no one would refuse his money. Just as Chen Chen was about to speak, Lingyue, wearing a coarse mage robe but exuding an exceptionally holy aura, walked out from the crowd. You won. This 1 million, Shueyue won't go back on her word. Chen Chen was suddenly stunned. 1 million? Wasn't it 500,000? How did it suddenly become 1 million? Ling Shui saw Chen Chen's confusion and immediately explained. When Chen Chen learned that this woman, Lingyue, had been provoked by his words in the live broadcast room and had doubled her promise of 5 gold coins, he almost burst out laughing. Can money be given away like this? Sure. With this 1 million, who would take the 10,000 for a day? Too little. Really not worth it. Chen Chen maintained the demeanor of a master, trying not to laugh out loud, and submitted a transaction of 1.4 million to Lingyue. Game is a groundbreaking game supported by multiple countries, naturally integrated with the transaction systems of major banks. Lingyue received the transaction and did not immediately agree, but instead pursed her lips and said, Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, how about we add each other as friends first? Lingyue asked tentatively. When Ling Shui heard this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Add a friend? Is her sister actively seeking friendship with someone? How rare. However, Ling Shui didn't stay surprised for long, because she quickly realized that her sister didn't have any ulterior motives towards Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. She simply wanted to win over this master. After all, her previous actions could be described as unfriendly, although she paid a price of 1 million for it. But in the eyes of the wealthy Lingyue, this small amount of money couldn't buy the respect and friendliness of a top master like Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, Lingyue was very clear that many things couldn't be solved with money alone. Chen Chen, seeing the friend request sent by Lingyue, was somewhat dismissive. If this had happened before, anyone who inexplicably gave him 1 million would have wanted to acknowledge him as their father on the spot. But now, he held an SSS-level talent and had the experience of rebirth, knowing that the world situation would change in a few years. Money may be very useful in these years, but in the future, when the game is reflected in reality, it's just a pile of paper. Whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. With Chen Chen's potential, he would definitely be one of the few standing at the pinnacle of humanity in the future. With such expectations, his mindset naturally changed. He no longer felt flattered by being sought after by a wealthy woman like Lingyue. He calmly replied, adding as a friend is fine, but it will cost an additional 100,000. When this was said, everyone was surprised. 100,000 for a friend request? This is a bit excessive. Even Ling Shui and Lingyue, who were pampered and had high standards, were briefly surprised. Before they could ask, Chen Chen explained, with me as your friend, you can find me at any time, clearing dungeons, fighting outdoor bosses, guild battles, and assassinating targets. I undertake all bounty missions. The price starts at 100,000. It depends on the difficulty of the task. The 100,000 for adding as a friend is just the threshold. Isn't that reasonable? Chen Chen knew the importance of this game. The starting price of 100,000 to hire a master like him is really not expensive. In fact, this price is even low. Chen Chen mainly saw the large business of the Snow Moon Guild, which made it easy to obtain some scarce resources. For example, seizing top bosses and clearing high-level dungeons. Chen Chen could take advantage of the opportunity to be hired and get a share of the spoils. Being able to obtain these top resources is Chen Chen's main goal. Charging a fee is just a formality. As Chen Chen stated his fee, everyone fell silent. In Lingyue's live broadcast room, the title of Soloing Elite Wolves had successfully attracted millions of viewers online. They also heard Chen Chen's offer. 100,000 to add as a friend, and 100,000 to start a task? Who does he think he is? I thought he was a master, but it turns out he's just a money-crazed guy. Why doesn't he go rob someone? Can robbing make money that quickly? Laughable. Does he really think Lingyue is a pushover? She's the chairwoman of one of the top 10 guilds in China, not someone you can extort. The masterful demeanor of Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup is completely gone at this moment. I think he really doesn't understand his position. Exactly, just a guy with a bit of good luck at the start. Everyone sarcastically criticized Chen Chen's behavior. It was clear that they looked down on his brazen behavior. Everyone criticized him. However, just as everyone was indignant and mocking Chen Chen's sky-high pricing behavior, Lingyu, after a long silence, nodded. Okay, 10,000 it is. The barrage that had just been rolling wildly suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone was shocked. You agreed to this? Lingyu, are you crazy? Did the president of the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Club get drugged? 10,000 to add a friend? I don't understand the world of rich women. Is there a possibility that the rich woman is actually interested in the big shot of the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup? It's possible. Otherwise, who would spend this kind of money for nothing? Seriously, the big shot of the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is quite handsome. Damn, feeling jealous. Obviously, the barrage's imagination was running wild. They had already fantasized about Lingyu going to Chen Chen's side, but this couldn't be entirely blamed on them. After all, everyone was just ordinary people. Who the hell has seen someone throw around 10,000 and 10,000 like this? It's only normal to speculate. Ding, your bank card ending in 3,831 has had a balance change, receiving a transfer of 1,500,000. 00 yuan, current balance, 1,500,372. 42 yuan. Seeing the pop-up notification, Chen Chen smiled slightly. The balance of his bank card with only 3 digits had instantly jumped to 7 digits. So satisfying. Lingyu really lived up to her reputation as a rich woman. The speed at which she sent the money was fast and decisive. Chen Chen also didn't hold back and promptly accepted Lingyu's friend request. Pleasure doing business with you, he said to Lingyu in a nonchalant tone. Then he turned and left. Watching Chen Chen's departing figure, everyone couldn't help but feel amazed. Wow, he took over $1 million from a big client and just walked away. Is this the demeanor of a master? It's the first time I've seen the president being treated like this. So envious. The men were full of admiration. Among them were 2 fairly attractive girls. They were the ones who had initially wanted to strike up a conversation with Chen Chen at the city gate. Can't believe we wanted to strike up a conversation with the big shot of the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. No wonder he ignored us. Even Lingyu, a beauty like her, needs 10,000 yuan to add as a friend. What are we in his eyes? The 2 girls, who were originally quite confident in their looks, were now completely disheartened. Chen Chen returned to the city. He opened his friends list and sent a message to Su Su, a white-haired little loli, asking her to meet at the grocery store. As soon as the message was sent, the little loli appeared by his side as if out of thin air. Sir, I'm here. Su Su looked at Chen Chen with undisguised admiration in her eyes. Chen Chen immediately traded a bunch of miscellaneous items to her to sell. These were the items he had stolen during the recent battle. In total, they would only fetch a few hundred yuan. Compared to the 1.8 million he had just earned, it was a bit meager, but Chen Chen, upholding the traditional virtue of not wasting, intended to make every penny count. After the transaction, Su Su ended up with a bag full of things, but instead of immediately going to sell them, she hesitantly lowered her head. Sir, can I save up the 10,000 yuan for the friend request and give it to you later? Please, don't delete me. I will definitely save up enough. Su Su said, showing a flustered expression. Chen Chen was taken aback, then smiled. What are you thinking? I won't ask you for this money. The 10,000 yuan is for dealing with a big shot. As long as you stick with me and listen to me, it's all good. For this obviously lowly with a hidden profession, Chen Chen wasn't willing to let her go easily. Convincing her to join him as soon as possible would be a great help. After listening to Chen Chen's words, the little lowly happily ran off to sell the miscellaneous items for him. Chen Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Little lowly is really easy to fool. I just don't know what her hidden profession is. Although hidden professions are all very strong, it would be even better if it's a profession that complements mine. Chen Chen's thoughts wandered. As soon as the little girl finished selling her things, she huffed and puffed back and completed the transaction with him. By this time, it was already evening. Chen Chen estimated that his sister was getting hungry, so he told the little girl that he was going offline and made plans to go online early the next morning to help her level up. Before logging off, Chen Chen once again confirmed the world ranking list. Apart from him, a level 9 powerhouse, the highest level anyone else had reached was 8. It wasn't something that could be achieved overnight to surpass him. Goodbye, sir. The little girl, Su Su, held a staff in one hand and raised the other hand high, waving vigorously at Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned into a white light and disappeared in the newbie village. Phew! He took off his helmet. The top-of-the-line helmet had a micro-adjustment that fit the head perfectly and a state-of-the-art built-in air conditioner. After wearing it for a few hours, he didn't feel sweaty or hot at all. Even because of the high-quality materials, the overall weight of the helmet was very light, and Chen Chen didn't even experience the stiff and sore feeling in his neck. This is the benefit of a top-of-the-line helmet. Chen Chen recalled the uncomfortable feeling of wearing a cheap helmet in the past. The contrast was stark. Money, it really is a good thing. Thinking of this, Chen Chen opened his phone and checked the balance in his bank account. Seeing over 1.8 million, he smiled slightly. Let's go, sister. I'll take you out for a good meal today. He knocked on his sister's door. After a while, his sister opened the door and looked at Chun-Chen curiously. Go out to eat? Brother, didn't we still have leftovers from yesterday that we haven't finished? His sister was still thinking about the leftovers in the fridge. Hearing his sister's words, Chun-Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. A girl of her age. Who wouldn't want to dress up and go out to eat and drink every day, and take some nice photos? If there was a choice, who would think about the leftovers at home that hadn't been eaten? In fact, with their parents working abroad, their life should not be very stressful. Although not extremely wealthy, they were also living comfortably. But Chun-Chen, a person with high aspirations but low achievements, first started a business after graduation and spent all his savings, and even went into debt. They didn't dare to ask for money from their parents who were working abroad, so they could only tighten their belts and live frugally. What moved Chun-Chen the most was that his sister was very supportive of him. She was willing to endure hardships with him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. In his previous life, he had done very poorly. Whether before or after the release of the game, he had failed to protect his sister. But this life was different. Enough, let's go. Brother will take you out to have fun. Chun-Chen pulled his sister out without saying a word. At the same time as Chun-Chen insisted on taking his sister out, discussions about the Pearl Jade White Jade soup had already dominated the top spots on major search engines and forums. The #1 tough guy in the Huaxia region, single-handedly taking on hundreds of elite wild wolves. Frame-by-frame analysis. Let me show you what skills the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Master has. An assassin even more fierce than a warrior. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Who says there are no assassins in Huaxia? Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, a rising peerless assassin. Everyone's curiosity about Chun-Chen's profession had reached a frenzy. After all, Chun-Chen chose to hide his race and profession. People could only judge his thief profession based on his use of dual daggers. Moreover, many people speculated that Chun-Chen had a hidden profession. However, some lucky individuals with hidden professions came forward to refute this, saying that hidden professions couldn't be that powerful. They also had hidden professions, which were just slightly more powerful than ordinary professions. In any case, the speculation about why Chun-Chen was so powerful on the internet was in full swing. Unfortunately, they definitely wouldn't have expected it. Chun-Chen not only has a hidden profession, but also a hidden race. What's more, he possesses the SSS-level talent of mystical hands. Under the triple top-tier buffs, Chun-Chen's terrifying performance is only possible. Apart from discussing Chun-Chen's own strength, everyone is gossiping about his bold move to mercilessly slaughter Lingyue for over 1 million. Many have already imagined the love-hate relationship between the goddess guild leader and the powerful mysterious passerby. There is also a group of Lingyue's lackeys wailing and howling. However, what truly caught Lingyue's attention was a post from a user with the ID Kingdom's Champion. Spend 100,000 to recruit a thief? The guild leader of Lingyue is truly short-sighted upon seeing this ID. Lingyue's expression darkened. After reading the title, she became even more furious. Kingdom's Champion was an old rival of Lingyue from a previous game. His kingdom guild was on par with Lingyue's strength. Last year, Lingyue was pushed out of the top 10 guilds by them. It was only this year that she managed to surpass them and reclaim her honor. Today, Lingyue fiercely scrolled through a wave of posts, and naturally, this old rival had to come out and disgust her. Lingyue clicked on the post and saw his impassioned words. It's well known that Honor is a classic game that emphasizes teamwork and cooperation. Brotherhood and unity are the true core of the game. Otherwise, why would it be called a game? But this little Lingyue has taken the wrong path. Thinking that this game can be played solely based on personal heroism, paying a person 100,000 just for recruitment, it's unheard of. Whether the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is worth this 100,000, let's not discuss that for now. I just want to ask. Lingyue's brothers, you've been loyal to Lingyue for so long, and have you received any recognition from Lingyue? Have you received rewards starting from 100,000? Ha ha. Let's not talk about the rest. Our kingdom guild has always prioritized brotherhood. Rewards are given equally to everyone. But we never indulge in this kind of personal heroism. Below the post, players from the kingdom guild were actively responding. Kingdom's Champion Cold Rain, the boss is right. A guild leader like Lingyue is short-sighted and not worth our loyalty. Kingdom's Champion Tyrant Blade, the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup is only good for bullying monsters. When they encounter our kingdom guild, with our united brothers, they will have to kneel before us. Kingdom's Champion Gentle, the brothers of the guild are all heroes. Who wouldn't be more powerful than that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup? The post quickly became popular. Lingyue was horrified by what she saw. She never expected that Kingdom's Champion would attack Lingyue from such a cunning angle. It had to be said, This angle was extremely vicious and quite effective. The guild is most afraid of disunity, especially when the game has just begun and the guild has not been formally established, only existing through verbal agreements. Disunity among the members could be fatal. Sister, you have to see this post quickly. Ling Shua urgently sent the post to Ling Yue. Soon, Ling Yue's face turned as cold as water after reading it. Sister, what should we do? Ling Shua anxiously asked. Ling Yue's expression changed, as if she had made a decision. Finally, she gritted her teeth. Kingdom's champion's words are harsh, we can't refute them. We can only speak with facts. Ling Shua, do you remember the hidden bonus dungeon we found out about through Dad's connections before the launch of the game? I will go and ask Pearl Jade White Jade Soup to take us to that dungeon tomorrow. As long as we can clear it, we will have effectively slapped Kingdom's champion in the face with facts. Upon hearing Ling Yue's words, Ling Snow couldn't help but be surprised. Share that welfare instance with Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup? Sister, that instance was obtained through a lot of connections that Dad spent a lot of effort to inquire about from the inside. But the information is priceless, no matter how much money is spent. Not only do we have to share it with Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, we also have to give them money? Ling Yue sighed bitterly. If possible, she also wanted to keep the instance in her own hands, and when Xue Yue grew stronger, she would bring her trusted aides to conquer the instance and gain a huge boost. But the situation was pressing. No choice, we can only give Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup a bargain. Ling Yue sighed helplessly. She also felt very frustrated. Giving the welfare instance to Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup for free was one thing, but she also had to give them money. What a sucker's deal! While the internet was abuzz with excitement, Chen Chen had already taken his sister, Chen Jejia, to a nearby shopping mall. The house left by their parents was relatively close to the old city area. Although the house price was not high, the atmosphere was very lively. The street was bustling with vendors pushing carts, small shops lining the roadside, elderly people walking their dogs, and young couples walking hand in hand. Chen Chen still cherished these days. Since the game had entered reality, the usual annoying noise had become precious. I really miss this. Chen Chen sighed silently. He took his sister around the mall for a long time. However, his sister was neither willing to eat nor buy anything. Even though there were a few times when Chen Chen could clearly see the longing in her eyes as she looked through the shop windows, she stubbornly turned her head away. In the end, Chen Chen had to transfer 100,000 yuan to his sister's account. He didn't reveal the 180,000 yuan, fearing it would scare his sister. Ding, Alipay received 100,000 yuan. His sister didn't turn off the notification sound. The moment the notification sounded, it attracted countless gazes around them. There was shock, doubt, but more than that, there was envy. His sister was startled. This is what your brother earned today. Chen Chen smiled slightly. I'll give you 30,000, plus the 7,000 pocket money. Buy whatever you like, eat whatever you want, don't be stingy. Chen Jiajiao had never seen so much money before. She opened her phone and confirmed it repeatedly. In the end, she looked at Chen Chen with surprise and suspicion. Brother, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Am I that kind of person? Chen Chen was both amused and exasperated. Chen Jiajiao pestered him for a while, but Chen Chen, being smooth-tongued, easily fooled her. In the end, Chen Jiajiao didn't spend extravagantly in the mall. Instead, she looked at Chen Chen with a serious expression. Brother, there will be many expenses at home in the future. I'll save the 7,000 pocket money for you for now. Look, you're already in your 20s and still single. Shouldn't you find a wife for me? To find a wife, you need a house, right? You also need a car, right? Plus, when you have children in the future. Chen Chen felt a headache coming on. Stop. This wasn't a little sister. This was clearly a mother. Without a word, his sister dragged Chen Chen to a small noodle shop outside the mall and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. To celebrate Chen Chen's first pot of gold, she generously added a portion of meat for herself. While his sister was eating with oil all over her mouth, Chen Chen made an excuse to go out and buy the few dresses she had been eyeing for a while. When they returned home, Chen Chen revealed the dresses. Chen Jiajia's first reaction was not joy, but panic. Brother, you bought them all? How much did they cost? Small change, just over 10,000. 10,000? Chen Jiajia's mouth dropped open, then she started to scold him with a pained expression on her face. Brother, come on, even if you want to buy, just buy one. How could they all be sold out? No, they must be returned. Chen Chen had anticipated this. He smirked. Sorry, I've already removed all the price tags. Want to return them? No way. Chen Jiajia's breath hitched. Her eyebrows furrowed. Oh no, my sister is getting angry. Chen Chen thought to himself, quickly interrupted his sister's outburst and slipped away to take a shower. When he came out of the shower, he found his sister carefully hand-washing the clothes they had bought that day. It was clear that she cherished them greatly. Sensing Chen Shen's gaze, Chen Zhezhe turned her head and pretended to glare at him in anger. Chen Shen didn't expose her, just smiled slightly, said goodnight, and went back to his room. As he lay in bed, Chen Shen habitually checked his phone. After an afternoon of fermentation, his legendary story had become widely known. Watching a group of people mindlessly praising him, Chen Shen felt his face flush. They were really laying it on thick. Please keep it up. On the first day of the game's launch, he had already achieved both fame and fortune. There were still many days ahead. Plus, the game would eventually merge with reality. His future was bright. That night, Chen Shen slept soundly. The next day, Chen Shen got up early, full of energy. His sister had already toasted 2 slices of bread and fried an egg for him, and poured him a glass of milk. It wasn't a lavish breakfast, but it was satisfying. After eating and drinking, Chen Shen returned to his room to get online. Of course, he told his sister that he was busy with his career online. Shwa! Amidst the surging light, a figure formed in the 616th new player village. It was Chen Shen. It was still early in the morning, so there shouldn't have been many players online. But looking around, the newbie village was bustling with people. Truly worthy of being a game, there are so many people. Taking advantage of the crowd, Chen Shen planned to clean up all the equipment he had been working on all day yesterday. Although this equipment could be sold to NPCs and could be sold at a premium through the little lowly Susu, how much money could NPCs really offer? If he wanted to make money, he would have to rely on big spenders like Lingyue. Although the money would become worthless once the game's attributes merged with reality, there was still a year or two before that happened. Making some money now would not only allow him to live comfortably during those 2 years, but also prepare in advance for himself and his family, securing their future. Thinking this, Chen Shen went to set up a stall at the village's busiest entrance. But just then, he received a message notification. It was actually a letter from the official team. Dear player, Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, hello. The official operation team of Game sincerely invites you to verify your identity as a game master and join the official forum. Please reply to confirm. Chen Shen was somewhat surprised. Verifying his identity as a game master. This was a symbol of honor. It was like the official verification given to those celebrities on social media. A game master was the official certification given by the game official to top players. For example, the co-leaders of the Snow Moon Guild, Xingfeng Feishue and Qingfeng Lanyue, both women had the certification of Game Master. Although this certification didn't provide any attribute bonuses, when posting on the official forum, it had a brief top posting privilege and various other special treatments. Wait a minute, top posting privilege? Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly came to Chen Shen's mind. Since he had this privilege, why not hold an online auction? Even if the traffic in the newbie village was high, it couldn't compare to the game forum where all the national players gathered. With the top posting privilege, wouldn't he easily attract everyone's attention? Once the crowd gathered, the prices of his equipment would naturally skyrocket. Thinking this, Chen Shen no longer hesitated. Open the link attached to the official invitation decisively and start the registration process for certification. The official certification registration is very simple. Chen Shen spent a few minutes and was quickly approved. Upon logging into the forum, his ID for the game Pearl Jade White Jade Soup had already turned into a golden, glowing font. Below the ID was the official certification title given to him, Top Thief Player in the National Server. This was quite a prestigious title. Chen Shen was very satisfied. When posting, he saw the introduction to the sticky function. Sticky duration is 6 hours. Can only be used once a week. Cannot make the following statements. Chen Shen glanced over it. Well, there's no rule against auctioning, so that's fine. Chen Shen quickly took a series of screenshots, uploading the equipment from his backpack. Among them, he focused on the 3 excellent green-grade equipment, with the wolf-eye staff at the forefront. The remaining white-grade common items were put up hastily. However, even so, Chen Shen believed that the prices for the white-grade common equipment wouldn't be low. After all, the drop rates in the game were ridiculously low. Many hardcore players had been playing for 24 hours and still only had a set of beginner equipment. Even though they were white-grade, they were quite significant for everyone's progress. After inserting the images, Chen Shen immediately used the sticky function to post the thread in the trading section. Like many other forums, the game's forum also had multiple sections: casual chat, strategies, trading, and more. And auction-related posts had the official endorsement. All bids had to be verified for funds, so there wouldn't be any reckless bidding. Once a bid was successful, the trade would definitely be completed. Chen Shen didn't set a minimum price for any item, allowing everyone to bid in the comments. The time limit was a full 72 hours. After 3 days, the highest bidder would win. If no one bid, the auction would automatically end. Of course, the auctioneer could also end the auction early if a bid was accepted. After confirming that nothing was missed, Chen Chen posted the thread. After refreshing the page, his thread with the flashy golden ID was prominently displayed at the top of the forum's homepage. Trading section personal auction 1.0 Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. A simple title, but it attracted countless attention. Why? Simply because of the poster's ID. Pearl Jade White Jade Soup. Countless people clicked into the thread. And then, they were all dumbfounded. A bunch of equipment screenshots, along with the phrase highest bidder wins. It really was an auction. Everyone was bewildered. There were probably less than 20 players in the entire national server who had been certified as game gods. Each of them was a prominent figure. Typically, they would use their weekly sticky privilege to promote their guild or showcase their strength to everyone. But someone like Chen Chen, using such a prestigious privilege to hold an auction. And he was the only one doing it. For a moment, many people felt that Chen Chen's actions were really lowering the prestige of the experts, causing those who had admired him to furrow their brows. They felt that they might have admired the wrong person. But when these people saw the equipment that Chen Chen had displayed, their disdain and slight contempt were all for naught. In their place, there was only shock and awe. Damn! Excellent green-grade equipment, and there are 3 of them. The attributes of this staff are amazing. I want to buy it. I'll offer 3,000. 3,000? Brother, are you underestimating the big spenders in the game? Even a random light-grade equipment here would probably cost that much. Dreaming of buying green-grade equipment? I'll offer 10 times what the previous brother offered, 30,000. Once 30,000 was offered, the onlookers dared not speak. They could only watch as the big spenders crazily raised their bids. Some who really wanted the equipment could only shift their focus to the white-grade items. However, compared to the green-grade items, the white-grade items were cheaper. But because of this, there were more people competing for the white-grade items. And when more people joined in, the prices that were called out naturally skyrocketed. Chen Chen looked at the more than 20 pieces of equipment he had displayed, and the prices were constantly fluctuating. He immediately revealed a satisfied smile. This top placement was not in vain. Just at the beginning, the prices had already soared. The top placement could last for 6 hours. By the time the news slowly spread, what price would it rise to after 6 hours? Even he wasn't sure. Close the forum. Chen Chen hurried to the village elder. He had completed the second section of the main quest yesterday, but due to the monster siege, he hadn't had time to turn it in. Today, he would go and complete the quest. Young man, your bravery exceeds my imagination. This is the reward you deserve. Quest completed. Received 7,500 experience points. Received 7 silver coins. Received equipment heritage leather armor hood. Received skill book Lion's Roar. Chen Chen's experience bar suddenly surged. He was less than 9% away from reaching level 10, still firmly holding the world's #1 position, far ahead of other players. This time, both the experience and gold rewards are greater than the last time. SSS level quests are awesome. He opened his backpack and looked at the equipment he cared about the most. Heritage leather armor hood, green grade excellent, 1/6, required level 8 defense, 10 agility +2, stamina +2 2-piece effect, 1/2 critical hit rate +10% 4-piece effect, 1/4 critical hit damage +50% 6-piece effect, 1/6 triggers buff, throat cut, backstab, throat cut. The next strike after ending stealth status will definitely be a critical hit. Backstab, 50% additional damage when attacking from behind. Introduction, inherited from ancient leather armor, it still bears the blood of top-notch rogues. Chen Chen was ecstatic after seeing this long list of attributes. He quickly equipped it. Coupled with the heritage leather armored gloves, obtained from the previous quest, the 2-piece effect was activated. Chen Chen gained a 10% bonus to critical hit rate. Awesome! At this moment, his attributes surged once again. ID, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup level, LV, 9 HP, 215/215 MP, 145/145, attack, 33, defense, 23, strength, 18, stamina, 17, endurance, 16, agility, 148, spirit, 16, talent, sleight of hand, dagger mastery, stealth mastery, evasion mastery, poison mastery, skills, poisoning, ghostly, 148 agility. It's really off the charts. Chen Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. He looked at the old village elder again, waiting for him to issue the next quest. Unfortunately, the old village elder looked kindly at him, and no matter how he spoke, the old village elder would only repeat, "No more quests?" Chen Chen was somewhat surprised. This shouldn't be happening. Wasn't it supposed to be an SSS level main quest? He opened the quest tracking panel and saw that the quest pointer was pointing to a small town far from the newbie village. It was a level 5 main city nearby, the kind that players could only enter at level 10. It seems that an epic level quest requires me to reach level 10 to continue. Chen Chen immediately understood the reason. Next, my goal is to reach level 10. Although he was less than 10% away from level 10 in terms of experience, he had only collected one monster card. In order to break through the level 9 restriction and reach level 10, he needed to activate 3 monster cards. Chen Chen estimated that he needed to accumulate about 120% of the experience value to activate the most basic level 0 and level 1 cards and break through the restriction to reach level 10. Unfortunately, the main quest is cut off, and without the main quest for experience, I can only grind it out. Chen Chen had just lamented the lack of additional experience sources when his message bar lit up again. Kingfeng Laniwe, Big Brother Bai Yutang, I have a hiring task here and I want to ask for your help. It's a special hidden instance, and the first player to kill the boss will receive a generous reward. Are you interested, Big Brother? Chen Chen's eyes lit up. A hidden instance? The experience from that could be extremely rewarding. For someone like him who is lacking in experience, this is like being handed a pillow right when he's about to fall asleep. What hidden instance? Lingyue was already prepared and immediately replied. It's an instance around level 10, and it's said that the boss can reach level 12. Originally, Shueyue planned to wait until everyone reached level 10 and completed their job advancements before attempting it. A level 12 boss? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Clearly, this level is not something they should be attempting. Why is Lingyue in such a hurry? Since it's a hidden instance, only she knows how to enter it. Suddenly, Chen Chen thought of the leader of the King's Guild, the post by King Tianxia, that was full of killing intent. As the leader of the King's Guild, who had once been in the top 10 guilds and had been certified, he had the privilege of having a pin post. Naturally, Chen Chen had seen that post. With his keen insight from 2 lifetimes, he quickly guessed Lingyue's urgent goal. She was eager to prove that she had not made a rash decision in hiring Bai Yutang at a high price, but rather it was a carefully considered and far-sighted move. Thinking of this, Chen Chen couldn't help but smirk. Since she was asking for his help, it's easy. Exploit. Exploit ruthlessly. Just because you're good-looking doesn't mean you can get a discount from me. No way. The instance should be very difficult, so I won't charge you too much, just 100,000 yuan. After defeating each boss, an additional 100,000 will be charged. If we complete the entire map, an additional 200,000 hardship fee will be charged. Also, all equipment will be distributed by rolling the dice, fair and just. However, I have the right to claim the first pick for any thief's equipment. If you can accept it, let's get started. If not, forget it. Seeing these sky-high demands, Lingyue felt her temples throb. After seeing Chen Chen's request for the right to claim all thief's equipment, she couldn't help but mutter, he's really asking for an exorbitant price. At this time, Lingyue was teaming up with Shueyue and other elite players to grind monsters. With this remark, everyone in Shueyue's group heard it loud and clear. They all asked what had happened. Lingyue couldn't be bothered to explain and simply showed them the chat records with Chen Chen. After Shueyue and the others in the elite group read it, they were all dumbfounded. Damn, this price, is he deliberately belittling us? After completing one instance, the price is almost 1 million. It's practically robbery. Guild leader, let's not bother with him. He's just trying to show off. Humph, a thief might be good at grinding monsters, but for an instance, what use does he have? Exactly, we are the elite of Shueyue. We don't need to hire someone like him to clear an instance. We are one of the top 10 guilds in Shueyue. If we can't clear the instance, there's no way he can. Everyone was fired up. Clearly, Chen Chen's sky-high demands had struck a nerve with them. Originally, they had quite a favorable impression of Chen Chen, but after seeing his almost robbery-like offer, their goodwill towards him had vanished. Among these angry people, only Ling Shui remained relatively calm. She was the only one who didn't speak out against Chen Chen, but even so, she was still somewhat dissatisfied. In the end, she looked at Lingyue, sister, should we agree to his terms? Although no one wanted to agree, in the end, it still depended on Lingyue's decision. You're right. He's asking for an exorbitant price, it's outrageous. But, the post by the King's Guild has caused unrest among the people in Shueyue. To counter the King's Guild, no matter how high the price of the pearl, jade, and white jade soup, we can only reluctantly accept it. However, this will also be the last time we cooperate with him. Lingyue is truly a leader of the guild. Although angry, she still made the most rational decision. Let's spend money to settle the matter. This money was indeed given to Chinsun quite generously. But it was given in order to deal with the King's Guild. It was a necessary expense. Hearing Ling Yue's analysis, the members of Shueiyue could only nod and accept it. However, they were still very unhappy. President Ling Yue, it's one thing for you to be willing to pay the price, but whether he has the ability to get it is another matter. I just don't believe that a mere thief can have much advantage in the instance. Exactly, thieves are good at monster hunting in PK in the wild. In a narrow instance, their agility is not worth mentioning. I actually hope he can't handle the instance. I really want to see his expression after being beaten up. The members of Shueiyue expressed their dissatisfaction with their words. Ling Yue listened without paying attention, and instead opened the message bar and sent her reply to Chinsun. Meet at the east gate of the newbie village in 10 minutes. Here we go. Chinsun smiled slightly. He had long expected that Ling Yue would not refuse his sky-high price. After all, Ling Yue is currently in a difficult situation. He is her only way out. Thanks to the assistance of the King's Guild's brother Tianxia. 10 minutes later, Chinsun leisurely arrived at the east gate of the newbie village and saw the group of Shueiyue. Leading the group were the stunning twin sisters, Ling Xuet and Ling Yue. Under their holy priest and mage robes, they concealed bodies that made people unable to resist sinful impulses. Even though Chinsun had seen many beauties in his 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but pause for a moment at the sight of the 2 women. Then he continued to scan the group. Including the twin sisters, there were a total of 9 people in the team. Warriors, knights, mages, priests, rangers, and other professions were all present. The only one missing was a thief. This is not to say that they invited Chinsun and no longer needed a thief, but the thief is universally recognized as the king of the wilderness, skilled in PK, monster hunting, and swift movements. However, in the instance, their performance is mediocre. The experienced Shueiyue Guild naturally would not bring a thief as a burden when facing high-difficulty instances. After accepting Ling Yue's invitation to join the team, Chinsun got straight to the point. Money. Ling Yue's beautiful face sank slightly. Although they had previously agreed on a starting price of 100,000, which means Chinsun would receive 100,000 as long as he agreed, regardless of how the instance went. Even if he couldn't even defeat a small monster, he would still get the 100,000. But what she didn't expect was that Chinsun asked for money without even seeing the instance. How outrageous! But she still had to endure it, as she was in need of his help. Ling Yue gritted her teeth and completed the transfer. Transferred, let's go. Chinsun silently checked his bank account. Sure enough, he received 100,000. He grinned, no problem, let's go. Although he could feel that Ling Yue and the others were not pleased with him, what did it matter to him? He was here to make money, not to be a lackey. These people didn't like him but still wanted to give him money. That's what's truly awesome. Ling Yue took out a scroll and crushed it. A magic circle lit up under everyone's feet, and a blue light burst forth, engulfing everyone. The next second, a prompt exploded in front of players all over the world. Players, Qingfeng Feishue, Qingfeng Lanyue, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, Dragon Knight, have opened the hidden S-level instance, Undead Catastrophe. After the challenge, a portal to the Undead Catastrophe instance will open. All players worldwide can challenge. This announcement is really something. All the players of game have come to see it. S-rank hidden dungeon? What the heck is going on? Qingfeng Feishue, Qingfeng Lanyue. Isn't this Snow Moon? Damn, did Snow Moon CIA take down another monster siege? What big move are they preparing for today? Wait, and there's also the boss of Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. Has this boss already been pulled into Snow Moon? Gue, the boss plus Snow Moon. No wonder they dare to open the hidden dungeon. All the players were shocked, and after the teleportation, the people of Snow Moon naturally saw the flooding messages. Ling Yue frowned slightly. After we finish the challenge, will the dungeon be open to the whole world? How come we didn't know about this setting before? Ling Yue was a bit uncomfortable. She thought that with her teleportation scroll, she had ownership of this dungeon. As long as she wanted, she could challenge this dungeon indefinitely. She never expected that she only had the privilege of challenging the dungeon for the first time. After that, the dungeon would be open to the whole world. Mistake, sister. Ling Xue smiled bitterly. The people of Snow Moon also showed a serious expression. It was indeed a mistake. And the most fatal thing was, their strategy process would be broadcasted in full. Anyone who wanted to could click on the link in the system and enter the live broadcast room to see the Snow Moon strategy process. If the people of Snow Moon were defeated and embarrassed, it would be a huge disgrace. Especially, they were also carrying Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup. If they died in a bad way, wouldn't it just confirm the post of the king of the world? Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup were completely unworthy of their starting price of 100,000. The Snow Moon Guild offered such a price, showing that the guild leader Lingyue was not good at judging people and was biased in her actions. At that time, the credibility of Snow Moon would be greatly reduced. The guild leader Lingyue would indeed lose face. The heavy burden also weighed on the hearts of all the people of Snow Moon. But the matter had come to this point. They could only grit their teeth and move forward. Everyone looked around the Western Zhou. It was a dark cave. There were still broken and shattered mine tunnels inside. Some moldy wooden minecarts and dusty wooden barrels were casually thrown on the edge of the narrow mine tunnel. In the entire mine, there were only a few dim candles, providing a shaky light. Oppressive. Terrifying. The people of Snow Moon frowned. Blood Bull, go to the front. Warrior, protect the backline. Mage, priest, archer, come to the middle together. Lingyue instantly showed her leadership skills. She issued one command after another. The people of Snow Moon instantly switched their formation and entered the battle state. As for Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, Lingyue thought for a moment before arranging. White Jade Soup, you roam on both sides of the team and wait for the opportunity. She really didn't know how to arrange a thief in the dungeon. Chen Shen did not refuse, nodded, and leaned against the side of the team. They pushed forward. As the mine tunnel extended downward, they finally encountered the first monster. Roar! A low roar sounded. The soil in front of them loosened. A ragged skeleton struggled to climb out of the soil. Skeleton Monster, Elite, LV. 10 HP, 750 attack, 35 defense, 15 introduction. A skeleton monster resurrected under the influence of the apocalypse. The people of Snow Moon were all taken aback. Although they knew that this dungeon was very strong, they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The first small monster they encountered in the dungeon was actually an elite-level monster. Guild leader, I don't think I can hold on to this monster for long, said the man with the ID Dragon Knight, trembling. He was the strongest Blood Bull Knight of Snow Moon. Not only was his operation strong, but for this dungeon, Lingyue also gathered all the top-level equipment in the guild and equipped him with it. Whether it was tankiness or health, it was quite exaggerated. In front of the elite monsters at level 10. It's really not worth mentioning. Lingyue also felt a headache. But when the arrow is on the string, it must be shot. She could only grit her teeth and say, pull the monster. Healer, pay attention to the knight's health. Warrior, control the aggro, be ready to take over at any time, and help the knight share the damage. As for Baiyutang, you just seized the opportunity to deal damage. Facing what seemed to be just a small monster, the Snow Moon group was cautious as if facing a boss. The Blood Bull Knight stepped forward. A roar, grabbing the monster's aggro. The skeleton roared and swung the mining script in his hand, fiercely smashing it towards the Blood Bull Knight. -47. A bright red damage value burst out from the knight. Just seeing it made everyone's scalp tingle. 47? What kind of damage is this monster dealing? Damn, how do we fight this? This is too painful. Lingyue's pretty face turned cold, and with a raise of her hands, a fierce fireball condensed in her chest. The light of the fireball was extremely dazzling, illuminating the staff in Lingyue's hand, which emitted a beautiful blue light, showcasing the extraordinary identity of this staff. Many viewers instantly recognized it. This is the top-ranked blue rare weapon for mages, the man-eating flower staff, right? That's right, it's the top-ranked blue staff in the entire game. Lingyue obtained it in the Monster Siege yesterday. Not only a blue staff, I heard that Lingyue not only obtained the staff yesterday, but also a blue necklace, adding a lot of magic damage. This fireball doesn't look like an ordinary fireball spell. Could it be the most powerful skill of the same blue quality on the mage skill list, the Fireball Mastery? Damn, it really is. Lingyue had 3 blue draw chances yesterday and obtained top-tier weapons, skills, and accessories. With 3 blue items, Lingyue should be the strongest mage at the moment, right? No wonder Snow Moon dared to challenge the hidden dungeon. A group of onlookers were going crazy with excitement, but also looking forward to Lingyue's output. Currently, she was undoubtedly the most violent mage in the game. A Fireball Mastery skill was cast. That monster, wouldn't it be instantly annihilated? Boom! The fireball exploded fiercely on the skeleton. The light of the fire shot out. The impact was powerful. However, the emerging number stunned everyone. -42. Only 42 points of damage? With such a grand display, it only dealt 42 points of damage? Lingyue herself was stunned. She never expected that her attack would only deal 42 points of damage. She thought she could at least deal 100 points of damage. After all, it was just a small monster. Although it's just a small monster, it's still at level 10, and has additional hidden resistance as an elite. It's normal to have such output. Chen Chen commented. As soon as he said this, the faces of the Snowmoon group turned grim. Even the most violent Lingyue had such a pitiful output. How could they proceed with this dungeon? Everyone watching the live broadcast had the same thought. Snowmoon is doomed. This dungeon is simply not something Snowmoon can handle at this stage. Just then, Chen Chen drew out the twin daggers from behind him. Swish! A hint of dark green stained the daggers. Step by step, he approached the skeleton. His confident figure was like when he single-handedly faced the wolf pack yesterday. However, just like yesterday, at this moment, no one believed that he could turn the tide. Especially Lingyue. As a mage with 3 blue items, she couldn't even deal damage. What about Chen Chen, the rogue? Although he obtained a draw chance for a purple grade equipment, in terms of quality, it far exceeded her 3 blue grade draws. However, the sale of the only purple grade equipment in the world, the ink bamboo bracelet, revealed Chen Chen's draw result. Although the 2-stage jump is an attribute that makes everyone jealous, it is ultimately just a bracelet with no attributes. There are no excellent attributes. What can Chen Chen use to cause harm? It's not just Lingyue thinking this way. All the viewers watching the premiere think the same. After having Lingyue as a precedent, no one believes that Chen Chen, whose equipment is far inferior to Lingyue's, can produce a miracle like yesterday. Outside a newbie village, King Tianxia is enjoying the experience points gained by his little brothers while he leisurely watches the premiere. When he saw Lingyue's powerful fireball spell only causing 40 points of damage, he burst into laughter. Ha ha, Shueyue is finished. The little brothers immediately became interested. What's so good that makes you laugh so happily, big brother? Shueyue is finished? What's going on? King Tianxia was in a great mood and explained to the little brothers, even a top mage like Lingyue can only deal such a small amount of damage, not to mention that pearl, jade, and white jade soup. His current equipment has been completely surpassed by Lingyue. Lingyue can't even deal damage, let alone be worth mentioning. And such a useless guy was hired by Shueyue for 100,000 yuan to push the instance. Doesn't that just confirm what I said before? Shueyue's unfairness will naturally strike a chord with people. In the future, when players of game consider joining a guild, just thinking about Shueyue's unfair actions will naturally dispel the idea of joining Shueyue. My move has truly struck at the root of Shueyue. The more he spoke, the happier King Tianxia became. It's clear that Lingyue hastily opened this hidden instance to retaliate against my post yesterday. Unfortunately, Shueyue has only made a fool of himself. A group of less than level 10 guys challenging an S-level instance. It's really ridiculous. The little brothers immediately praised the guild leader's wisdom and foresight. And as they spoke, Chen Chen's thief had quietly circled behind the skeleton soldier. Come on, do it, let the whole world see how your so-called top expert, pearl, jade, and white jade soup, is exposed. King Tianxia's smile was very sinister. Although Chen Chen had not yet made a move, King Tianxia seemed to be able to imagine how pitiful the damage Chen Chen would deal. 20 points? No, it should be only a little over 10 points. Of course, it's also possible that it's not even 10 points. King Tianxia's smile grew wider. If he couldn't even deal 10 points of damage, then Shueyue would be greatly embarrassed this time. The highly acclaimed pearl, jade, and white jade soup would also completely fall from grace at this moment. Swish 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 swish. Chen Chen's dual blades danced in his hands. Although his equipment was indeed not good, and his panel damage was not high enough, he had the hidden thief profession, Shadow Walker. His damage was not calculated based on panel attack power at all. Agility was his foundation. His normal attacks had an additional bonus from the agility attribute, and his agility had reached a terrifying value close to 150 points. It was 10 times that of a normal player. The damage was naturally quite exaggerated, but others did not know Chen Chen's trump card. Just by speculating his damage based on ordinary equipment, they naturally could not imagine how terrifying Chen Chen's damage could be. In that instant, Lingyue almost wanted to close her eyes, not daring to look at the damage Chen Chen dealt. She knew deeply. The moment the damage appeared was the moment Chen Chen fell from grace, and the moment Shueyue solidified his infamy. But just as Lingyue's heart sank to the bottom and she dared not look anymore, she suddenly heard a cry of astonishment. How is this damage possible? It's the voice of Ling Shui, the younger sister. Ling Yu was suddenly stunned. Before she could react, there were successive exclamations and cries of surprise all around. No blood. The blood of the skeleton monster, it's gone? How could Bai Yu Tang, the big shot, be so exaggeratedly injured? Unbelievable, it's just too unbelievable. What's going on? Ling Yu finally turned her head to look at the front that she had been afraid to face before. She saw the suddenly bloodless skeleton soldier in the figure of Bai Yu Tang, wielding a pair of blades, reaping the blood of the skeleton monster like a ghostly figure. Although the equipment worn by Bai Yutang was also shabby and of extremely poor appearance, his agile and ghostly figure, coupled with the pair of emerald green daggers that danced like ghostly flames, made him look as handsome as a god descending to earth at that moment. Another strike with the western blade. A series of terrifying numbers instantly burst out from the skeleton monster's body. -94, -82, -96, -104. The skeleton monster's remaining blood disappeared completely. With a crack, it shattered into a pile of broken bones, scattering all over the ground. The Snow Moon team members all saw their experience points suddenly jump. Even Chen Shen, a level 9 guy, watched his experience points increase by about 2%. This experience is too generous. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but sigh. In the wild map, 2% of experience, even with his terrifying monster spawning speed, would take at least half an hour. But in this instance dungeon, just a small monster yielded such a generous reward. This reward is too good. No, it needs to be increased. Chen Shen thought of the joke about increasing the price, and casually joked. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yu suddenly looked at him and said, "Increase it, as much as you want. I'll give you as much as you want." Ha? Chen Shen was confused. "I was just joking. Is this for real? Are you joking too?" Chen Shen turned his head to look at Ling Yu with some doubt. He saw Ling Yu staring at him with excitement, her usually aloof eyes replaced by excitement. Her breathing was rapid, and her chest rose and fell dramatically. Chen Shen was even a little dizzy from the sight. But then he quickly realized. This girl was serious. She really wanted to increase the price. Chen Shen wouldn't explain that he was just joking. If money was coming his way, he wouldn't refuse it. Then, double it? No problem. Ling Yu's breathing was rapid as she readily agreed. Chen Shen fell silent. He felt like he had asked for too little. Is this girl so enthusiastic? If he had known, he would have asked for triple the price. Unfortunately. In fact, he wasn't wrong. If he had asked for triple the price, Ling Yu would have agreed without hesitation. There was no way around it. Chen Shen's performance had greatly exceeded his expectations. That high amount of damage. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as terrifying. All the crises of Snow Moon disappeared in the instant that Chen Shen's skill was unleashed. When the members of Snow Moon looked at Chen Shen again, their initial displeasure and annoyance had completely disappeared. All that was left was full of admiration. At this moment, each of them was glad that they hadn't shown real hostility towards Chen Shen at the beginning. At the same time, the king of the world, who had been watching the live broadcast with joy, waiting to see Chen Shen make a fool of himself, suddenly stood up, showing an expression of disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The panic of the king of the world shocked all his henchmen around him. What's going on? Wasn't the boss just calm and waiting to see Snow Moon's joke? Why did he suddenly become so panicked? Boss, what's happening? Has something happened to Snow Moon? The king of the world didn't even have time to reply to his henchmen. He watched the screen in shock the whole time, constantly muttering those few words. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The henchmen were confused. They had never seen the boss in such a state. Seeing the boss not responding, they could only click into the live broadcast room one by one to take a look. In the picture, the people of Shueyue were surrounding the body of Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup like stars surrounding the moon. Even the twin sisters known as the double excellence of Shueyue were the same. Chen Shen had become the core of the entire team. The younger brothers did not see any other scenes, but just seeing this scene, they probably had some guesses. Looking at the barrage, Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup is too powerful. I can't understand why Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, without top equipment, can deal damage that can kill off a large portion of Lingyue in seconds. Could it be that Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup didn't just equip the ink bamboo bracelet yesterday? It's terrifying. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup are really terrifying. Just a glance at the barrage, the younger brothers could already guess what had happened. They looked at each other. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup obviously had done something shocking again. After taking a few deep breaths, the king of the world finally stabilized his mentality. However, his expression was frosty, completely different from his previous confidence. He coldly snorted, "Humph." Although the damage of Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup is exaggerated, clearing the instance is not just about damage. The healing of the support, the magic output of the mage, and the tanking of the knights and warriors, none can be lacking. Shueyue will definitely fail. Definitely. The king of the world's last words were through gritted teeth. The other younger brothers immediately echoed, "The boss is right, Shueyue, with just Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, will definitely fail. This is a 10-man instance. relying solely on pearl, jade, and white jade soup, is not realistic. No matter how strong white jade soup is, it's just a fragile output. As they spoke, the people of Shueiyue had already passed the second corner. In front of them, another skeleton suddenly appeared. Boss White Jade Soup, should I go and pull the aggro? There was a hint of respect in the tone of the Dragon Knight, as he carefully asked for Chen Chen's opinion. Not only him, but others also turned to look. It was funny that this team was clearly led by the president and vice president of Shueiyue. But in the end, Chen Chen had become the core of the team. As he nodded, the Dragon Knight happily rushed up, drawing the aggro of the skeleton and pulling it towards him. Boss White Jade Soup, get ready to deal damage. Chen Chen drew his twin blades. Ling Yue raised her staff. The archer and mage in the team also prepared to deal damage. However, they were not very serious. After all, compared to the Boss White Jade Soup, their damage was like a drop in the bucket. Probably not even a fraction of the boss's. Ling Yue felt a mix of emotions. It was her first time experiencing the feeling of slacking off in a team and being carried by someone. Swish! Chen Chen's blade struck. A few seconds later, the skeleton monster was killed again. Even though they had witnessed Chen Chen's damage output before, at this moment, the barrage was still crazily filled with 666 in celebration of Chen Chen. They continued to advance. The people of Shueiyue were becoming more and more confident as they fought. Is this what it feels like to cling to a powerful figure? So cool! As they continued to advance, after killing 7 or 8 skeleton monsters, the narrow mine passage suddenly opened up. The people of Shueiyue unexpectedly found themselves in a slightly spacious cave. The cave was quite empty, with only a lone skeleton standing in the center of the mine, still in a state of confusion without drawing aggro. Chen Chen keenly sensed that something was wrong. Be careful, pay attention when pulling the aggro, he reminded them. The Dragon Knight, obviously impressed by Chen Chen's strength, had complete trust in his words and nodded solemnly. Okay, boss. He raised his shield and cautiously approached the skeleton. The people of Shueiyue also entered into battle mode one after another. Although they had killed too many skeleton monsters, the current situation was obviously not right. In the empty mine, there was only one of them. It was really not right. Sensing the approach of the knight, the skeleton monster was attracted by hatred. It suddenly turned its head, and its hollow eyes locked onto the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight ran away, pulling the skeleton closer to the Snow Moon group. Up to this moment, everything was still within everyone's expectations. But, in the next second, there was a sudden and intense muffled sound from the ground. The earth shook violently. The running Dragon Knight couldn't stand steady and fell to the ground. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the ground next to him. Following that, one after another, skeleton hands emerged from the cracks. It's over. There's definitely a problem. The Dragon Knight's eyes showed despair. As the main tank in the team, he knew well the terror of these skeleton monsters. Even with all his blood and attributes maxed out, and equipped with armor made from the combined power of the Snow Moon, he could still only withstand the damage from one skeleton monster. It was even very dangerous. It required the off-tank warrior in the team to share the burden. Dealing with just one was already difficult, not to mention at this moment, when 7 or 8 skeletons were struggling to emerge from the ground. Boss, guild leader, run! The Dragon Knight shouted. Then, without hesitation, he activated the skill unique to knights. Provocation! He roared, instantly drawing the hatred of the surrounding skeleton monsters, who began throwing mining tools at him. Along with the Dragon Knight's screams, his health plummeted rapidly. -59, -52, -73. The siege of 7 or 8 skeleton monsters caused his health to drop rapidly, and he was instantly killed without even having a chance to drink a health potion. Swish! The Dragon Knight's shield burst into a white light, and he was resurrected in the entrance of the instance in soul form. Taking advantage of the time bought by the sacrifice of the Dragon Knight, the Snow Moon group ran away. Although no one died, it was clear that they couldn't continue with the instance. Their main tank was dead. In order to resurrect, he had to run to his body in soul form. But next to the Dragon Knight's body, there were 7 or 8 wandering skeletons. Even if he managed to resurrect at a distance, he couldn't escape the hatred range of these 7 or 8 skeletons. Ling Yue's face was ugly, but in the end, she sighed helplessly. It seems our luck is really bad. Encountering this kind of trap kill. There's no way, let's give up. 7 or 8 skeleton monsters, we can't provoke them. With that, Ling Yue forced a bitter smile. It's my fault, I was too hasty in opening this instance. My bad, sorry. By the way, Boss Bai Yutong, I will still pay you the remaining 100,000 yuan appearance fee. After our Snow Moon develops for a while, I'll ask Boss Bai Yutong for help again. Seeing Ling Yue's desolate appearance, The king of the world outside saw this scene and smiled again. I knew it, Snow Moon will not pass this instance. Ha ha, the joy on the face of the king of the world was undisguised. Not only him, but in the first broadcast room, countless people were excited when they heard Lingyue say let's give up. Everyone remembered clearly. Before the instance was opened, the system had once hinted. As soon as the instance journey of the Snow Moon group ended, the hidden instance Undead Catastrophe would be open to players worldwide. Is Snow Moon ready to give up? Brothers, get ready to clear the instance. I've been grinding wild monsters all day and I'm sick of it. Finally, I can challenge an instance. I'm going to develop a wicked way to play the instance and become the first person in the world to clear it. Brothers, charge! Everyone was extremely excited. Even though they knew that the instance was extremely difficult, they didn't expect to clear it. Just killing the skeleton monsters at the entrance would yield extremely rich experience. Isn't this much more comfortable than the outdoor map? Soon, a dazzling golden ID sent out a striking barrage. King of the world, the King's Guild will be the first to clear the Undead Catastrophe instance. Welcome all aspiring individuals to join the King's Guild and create a legend of kings in the game. The King's Guild has recently gained a wave of attention by taking advantage of the situation. Despite the unexpected performance of Chen Shen, the King's Guild's attack on the Snow Moon undoubtedly weakened significantly, but at least they gained some good reputation. Taking advantage of the embarrassing global premiere of Snow Moon, the King's Guild's recruitment was particularly despicable. Not only the King's Guild, but many prominent guilds took this opportunity to recruit members under the pretext of the instance. Not only in the Chinese server, but also in guilds worldwide. There's no way around it. A hidden instance is FD. DF is the abbreviation for first down, meaning the first boss to be defeated worldwide, is a highly regarded achievement in the game. It is enough to push a guild's reputation to the top of the world. Not only that, the instance's rewards also reach their peak when defeated for the first time. This is a rule officially established by the game. When the boss is defeated for the first time worldwide, it will drop the highest grade equipment or item it can produce. 100% drop rate. This is the value of the world's first kill. Enough to make all guilds go crazy for it. For a while, major guilds were busy preparing for the upcoming Undead Catastrophe instance. Even Lingyue received private messages from various guild leaders. Lingyue, can you please give up the instance in 5 minutes? I am currently contacting guild members to wake up and log in. Please accommodate, and I am willing to use a green level shield as a token of gratitude. Lingyue, please inform me when you give up the instance. We have been allies for so many years, and I believe these small matters won't trouble Lingyue, right? Sister Yu, can the friend of the Pearl Jade White Jade Soup give me one? Rest assured, I will pay according to the price you agreed on. Please convey my gratitude to the big shot. Lingyue was bombarded with messages. She shook her head helplessly. What a pity. She wasted such a hidden instance. But fortunately, she proved that hiring Pearl Jade White Jade Soup at a high price was not a groundless claim, but worth every penny. It redeemed Snow Moon's reputation. It can be considered a stroke of luck in misfortune. She comforted herself with a bitter smile, then took out a town portal scroll. Let's go, everyone. With these words, players around the world were on high alert. It was as if they were athletes waiting for the referee's command at the starting line. They were just waiting for Snow Moon and the others to leave. Then they would rush into the Undead Catastrophe instance. But, at this moment, wait a moment. Chen Shen stopped Lingyue's teleportation and walked towards the group of skeleton monsters without looking back. The people of Snow Moon were surprised. Big Shot White Jade Soup, what do you mean by this? Does Big Shot White Jade Soup intend to challenge this group of skeleton monsters? How is that possible? The Dragon Knight, who had already turned into a soul, was the most excited. These skeleton monsters have particularly high damage. I can't withstand a few hits, let alone Big Shot White Jade Soup. He wasn't looking down on Chen Shen, but speaking the truth. No matter how fierce Big Shot White Jade Soup was, he was just a thief. He had more than enough output, but in terms of defense, he probably wasn't even as good as an ordinary knight. But Big Shot White Jade Soup has fought elite wolf packs alone. Lingyue spoke up, reminding everyone. But Lingyue immediately shook her head. It's different. Yesterday, when Bai Yutong faced a pack of wolves alone, it was in the wilderness, a vast map, which was very suitable for him to play to the advantage of a thief, dodging and evading, using his skills to avoid the wolves' attacks and thus survive. This was the result of yesterday's explosion by Chen Shen, which sparked discussions among many people. They all believed that Chen Shen was able to single-handedly take on an elite pack of wild wolves because of his amazing skills. With the high agility of a thief, he played with great skill, weaving through the wolf pack like a breeze through a field of flowers, untouched by a single leaf. However, such exquisite skills also require the right terrain to be effective. At present, in such a narrow mine, crowded with 7 or 8 skeletons, even with the exceptional skills of Bai Yutong, there was no room to use them. No one believed that Chen Chen could operate again, and his unwilling appearance also caused impatience among many players who were eager to challenge the instance. Can you hurry up? We're waiting to enter the instance, bro. What else do you need to try? You're a thief, can you even handle 7 or 8 monsters? Bai Yutong, we know you're amazing, but can't you just accept it at a time like this? Players from all over the world are waiting for you. Hurry up and get out of the instance, stop wasting time. Impatient complaints instantly filled the entire screen, but Chen Chen didn't pay attention. At this moment, he was only thinking about one thing, whether his agility points could dodge the attacks of these skeletons. Dodging was the main reason he was able to single-handedly deal with the wolf pack yesterday, not the external speculation about his skills. Skeleton monsters are elite-level creatures with hidden attribute bonuses. Compared to the elite wild wolf of level 7 yesterday, I wonder how much more powerful they are. But the skeleton monsters are only 1 level higher than me. My attributes far exceed those of a normal level 9 thief, so there shouldn't be a problem. As he pondered, Chen Chen had already reached the edge of the group of skeleton monsters. He took another step. He entered the range of the skeleton monsters' hatred. In an instant, 7 or 8 skeleton monsters all turned their heads and aimed their empty eye sockets at Chen Chen. Roar! A piercing roar echoed in the narrow cave. Seeing this scene, the barrage of comments rolled again. Like to show off? Suddenly targeted by 7 or 8 skeleton monsters. Ha, ha, skeleton monsters, hurry up and kill this guy. As the ancients said, showing off invites disaster. See, retribution has come. Even a knight can't withstand the attacks of this group of skeleton monsters. This thief will probably evaporate instantly. Good riddance. Time to pop the champagne. A group of people watched with glee, hoping that Chen Chen would be surrounded and beaten to death by the skeleton monsters in the next second. A group of skeleton monsters rushed towards Chen Chen. They had agility that was completely different from their identity as skeletons. Here they come. The members of the Snow Moon Guild felt a chill. Even though there was Chen Chen between them and the group of skeleton monsters, at this moment, they still felt their scalps tingle. If they felt this way from such a distance, one could imagine the immense psychological pressure Chen Chen faced as the group of skeleton monsters charged at him. But Chen Chen stood there, expressionless. He showed no signs of panic at all. He exuded a calmness that said, "You may be strong, but I am unmoved. Like a gentle breeze on a hill, like the moon shining on a river, nothing more." The skeletons were getting closer, but Chen Chen still had no intention of moving. What's going on? Why is he still standing still? The members of the Snow Moon Guild felt both anxious and puzzled. Finally, the skeleton at the front had already approached Chen Chen. It raised the manuscript in its hand high and fiercely smashed it towards Chen Chen. But Chen Chen still stood in place, like a statue. Bai Yutong, move away quickly. Ling Shui couldn't help but shout first. They knew very well how terrifying the damage from the skeleton monsters could be. The manuscript was getting closer and closer. Even Ling Yue, who has always been steady, couldn't help but frown and exclaim, "Quick, get out of the way." Chen Chen remained unmoved. Ling Shui, in a hurry, raised her staff, trying to predict the skeleton's attack and give Chen Chen a preemptive healing. Ling Yue also raised her staff, wanting to use the fireball technique to create operating space for Chen Chen. It has to be said that Ling Shui and Ling Yue can control the Snow Moon Guild and become the well-known Snow Moon Twin Masters, not just because of their family background and stunning looks. Their skills are also absolutely top-notch. From the details of their support for Chen Chen, one can see a glimpse of it. Smack! The skeleton fiercely struck Chen Chen's shoulder. Chen Chen's health, however, remained unchanged. Miss! A big miss floated out, leaving everyone stunned. What's going on? Miss? Chen Chen's luck seems to be quite good. Ling Shui's healing was just right, but it was a lonely one. Ling Yue's fireball technique, on the other hand, attracted the skeleton's hatred. The skeleton suddenly turned its head and glared angrily at Ling Yue. It abruptly changed direction and attacked Ling Yue. At the same time, the remaining skeleton monsters also charged towards the Snow Moon Guild. It's over. Ling Yue bit her lip lightly. She knew that the fireball technique just now accidentally drew the hatred of the opposite side. Snow Moon was about to be wiped out. As for Chen Chen's miss, she didn't care at all. A miss is just a miss. After all, he's a thief with high agility. It's normal to have good luck, isn't it? Seeing the skeletons charging, the Snow Moon group quickly prepared to defend. The only off-tank warrior stood weakly at the forefront. In the first broadcast room, the audience clapped and cheered. especially those who were hostile to the Snow Moon Guild. They were even more delighted. Ha, this is a real wipeout. It's another wipeout caused by Chen Chen. Although this guy has some strength, it seems like he's not very bright. Indeed, daring to show off in this situation, isn't that seeking death? Come back. Your opponent is me. Chen Chen suddenly stabbed the skeleton nonchalantly. A high amount of damage burst out. Then, using his feet as an axis, he spun rapidly. With dual daggers in hand, he swept around like a storm of swords. Puff puff puff. Blood mist exploded in an instant. Then, the 7 or 8 skeletons were all covered in poison mist. Chen Chen, relying on his high agility points, made this highly difficult move. In an instant, he damaged all the skeletons and drew all the hatred. Even those who disliked Chen Chen couldn't help but shudder at this move. This move was both magnificent and practical. It was too ruthless. The skeletons' hatred shifted once again, all focusing on Chen Chen. This time, they were not polite. The infuriated skeletons raised their mining picks and smashed them towards Chen Chen. Smack 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 smack. Just like how the Dragon Knight was beaten to death by the chaotic picks before, Chen Chen also suffered the same treatment. Miss, miss, miss. The next moment, a series of misses appeared. Chen Chen was unscathed. Not only that, Chen Chen continued to attack. His dual blades didn't stop, relentlessly slashing at the skeletons. -82, -85, -112, -94. A series of outputs. The skeletons also fought back. Miss, 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 miss. At this moment, an extremely absurd but violently aesthetic scene unfolded in front of everyone. Chen Chen endured the blows from the 7 or 8 skeletons without retreating, and fiercely counterattacked. It was as if 2 boxers in a ring had given up all defense, and every punch and kick was an attack. Like a relentless storm, the attacks never stopped. The Snow Moon people have been completely stunned. Ling Yue widened her beautiful eyes, with an expression of disbelief. Ling Snow couldn't help but mutter, this is a thief? One sentence, asking the thoughts of everyone. Can this be called a thief? Even the most reckless warrior wouldn't play like this. Ah! After a miserable scream, the first skeleton monster fell to the ground and couldn't get up. However, Chen Chen did not turn to attack the other skeleton monsters. He saw a glow under the fallen skeleton monster. It was equipment. He ignored the attacks behind him. He squatted down and touched the body of the skeleton monster. Then, he picked up a piece of equipment. It's a mage's wrist guard, he said, looking at Ling Yue. Ling Yue didn't know what Chen Chen meant by this, but she thought of Chen Chen's repeated high prices before, and quickly waved her hand. It's okay, I don't need it, you can have this equipment. After Chen Chen once again demonstrated his extraordinary strength, Ling Yue was willing to offer a higher price, which was also rising. Although everyone had agreed at the beginning that Chen Chen only had the priority to choose thief equipment, and other equipment would be distributed by rolling the dice. But Ling Yue didn't mind Chen Chen breaking the agreement and making a bold request. There was no way. Those who have the ability can receive generous treatment. Chen Chen shook his head. In a calm tone, he said, no, it was agreed upon in the rules before, if it's not thief equipment, then we roll. That's the rule. With that, he threw the equipment to Ling Yue. Taking the wrist guard, Ling Yue couldn't help but be stunned. If it were at other times, Ling Yue would definitely have looked down on him and slightly changed her impression of him as a money lover. But at this moment, Ling Yue looked at the skeletons fiercely attacking him from behind. And Chen Chen, who remained calm. She felt speechless for a moment. This guy actually has such principles? But, can't we put aside these things temporarily when surrounded by a bunch of monsters? Not only Ling Yue, but the other members of the Snow Moon were also completely silent. At this moment, their impression of Chen Chen had undergone a significant change. At first, they only thought Chen Chen was strong and a money lover. But now, they had developed some fondness for Chen Chen from the bottom of their hearts. But what was conflicting was that, besides the fondness, they also felt a sense of fear towards Chen Chen. Because this guy is strong, crazy, but also rational. Solving the equipment problem, Chen Chen re-entered the battle. The terrifying close combat, the ultimate output, was staged again. The barrage of curses against Chen Chen, which had been continuous, had completely quieted down. Countless people looked at the screen with incredulous eyes. King Tianxia also showed a bewildered expression. Yes, he was not shocked. He was bewildered. How could this be? How is this possible? He muttered, completely losing his composure. Not only him, his subordinates were also completely stunned. The terrifying strength of Chen Chen had far exceeded their expectations. In a daze, 1 or 2 of his subordinates completely forgot that they were attacking monsters. They were taken advantage of by the small monsters and died tragically on the spot. Shocked. Unparalleled shock. All the major guilds in the world had already prepared to enter the instance, but who would have thought? That thief actually stood up and turned the tide. Can a miss like this really be done by a person? At official, I want to report, someone is cheating. I'm kneeling, is this miss probability, is it a fluke? Being able to fight and endure, this kind of talent, Snow Manhwa will pay 100,000 to hire, simply worth it. I knew why Ling Yue behaved so humbly in front of Bai Yutang, turns out Bai Yutang is so fierce. Kneeling, Bai Yutang once again refreshed my understanding. Although some people joked that Chen Shan was cheating, but everyone knows very well that in this kind of game, it is impossible to have cheats. Developed by multiple countries, it is destined that the game has a very high technical threshold, and it is absolutely impossible for cheats to appear. What Chen Shan relies on is real hard power. In a flash, Chen Shan took down 7 or 8 skeleton monsters. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped again. Although the drop rate in the instance is much higher than in the wild, being able to get one piece of equipment is already quite good. However, even though no equipment was dropped, there was suddenly an extra cloak in Chen Shan's backpack. It was the passive trigger of sleight of hand, stealing equipment. Chen Shan remained calm. Although he has principles and bottom lines, he is not a fool. If the dropped equipment is reasonably distributed, he has no objections, but if the equipment he stole is also brought out for reasonable distribution, that would not be principled, but rather conservative, and even a sign of a lack of intelligence. It seems that my sleight of hand is about to cool down. The first time I used it to steal from the angel lady, I obtained an SSS level main quest scroll. I wonder what I should steal the second time. Even in the newbie village, I can't find any awesome NPCs. Perhaps I can use it to steal from the big boss of this instance? Chen Shen thought to himself. The Dragon Knight resurrected on the spot. As soon as he resurrected, he hurriedly picked up the green level shield that had dropped earlier, holding it as if it were a treasure. Looking at Chen Shen again, his eyes no longer contained just awe, but were filled with admiration. That green level equipment was borrowed from his buddy, and at this stage, it was probably worth a 5-figure sum. If it had been destroyed, he might have had to eat instant noodles for several weeks in a row to repay this huge debt. Bai Yutang resolved the crisis and also helped him solve this big problem. Bai Yutang, whatever you say next, I'll do it. Only Bai Yutang's orders are to be followed. Chen Shen was frightened by this guy's scorching hot gaze. You're not a sister. What's the meaning of looking at me with that kind of gaze? In fact, it wasn't just the Dragon Knight. Everyone in the Snow Moon Guild had the same idea. Bai Yutang's status in their hearts had risen infinitely. At least in this instance exploration phase, their recognition of Bai Yutang was clearly greater than that of their own guild leaders, the sisters Ling Shui and Ling Yu. Ling Shui and Ling Yu didn't mind. It wasn't that they were broad-minded, but rather, they were deeply impressed by Chen Shen's strength. This is a green-level excellent quality mage wrist guard. Ling Yu took out the equipment, ready to start the roll. The so-called roll is when everyone rolls the dice and competes for the highest number. Whoever gets the highest number wins the equipment. The dice roll is managed by the system. Absolutely fair. After entering roll mode, Ling Yu took the lead and said, I already have a green level quality wrist guard, so I'm withdrawing from the roll, you guys go ahead. This mage equipment can also be used by priests. But after thinking for a moment, Ling Shui also shook her head. This equipment mainly enhances magic damage and does not provide a high healing effect, so it's better for mages to use it. There was a mage and a priest in the team. However, after those two looked at Chen Shen and thought of his crazy appearance just now, they immediately shook their heads and refused. We didn't contribute anything. How can we take this equipment? I choose to give up. The two professions that could use cloth armor both spoke up like this. The others also shook their heads and declined. In the end, all 9 members of Snow Moon Guild withdrew from the roll. Chen Shen had never expected to encounter this situation. Are they just giving me money? Then I won't refuse it. Chen Shen pretended to participate in the roll call, and in the end, with a full score of 100 points, he cast a super low score of 3 points and rightfully obtained the equipment. I'll put it up for auction later. Another small profit. So satisfying. Continue to advance. However, compared to before, the members of Shueiyue were undoubtedly much more relaxed. No longer lining up cautiously. No longer maintaining a combat-ready state with full concentration. Ling Shui, a carefree girl by nature, even started chatting with the priest next to her. All of this was all because the team had the support of the big shot Chen Shen. He was leading the team by a large margin, walking ahead, pulling monsters, killing monsters, all handled by him alone. It could be said to be seamless. The members of Shueiyue had completely turned into bystanders, following behind Chen Shen. Even the healer Ling Shui had no chance to be useful. There was no way. Chen Shen was always at full health. She didn't even have the chance to heal. They continued towards the depths of the mine. It took about 20 minutes. Finally, they reached the front of the first boss, and Chen Shen's experience bar had already exceeded 100%, reaching 104%. I still need to light up 2 monster illustrations to break through to level 10. I estimate I still need to gain 50% experience. With the abundant experience in this instance, we'll almost be able to level up after clearing it. Chen Shen licked his lips, full of fighting spirit. Get ready to fight the first boss. Chen Shen reminded them. The members of Shueiyue, who were almost bored enough to start cracking sunflower seeds, suddenly became invigorated. Not only them. All the viewers watching the live broadcast also instantly perked up. Finally, they reached the first boss. The location of the boss was an undeveloped primitive mining area. When the mine tunnel extended here, it had clearly encountered some trouble. Broken tracks, toppled lamp posts. Everything indicated that the mining area in front of them was not quite normal. In the center of this obviously abnormal mining area, there was a huge dog crawling. However, this dog was massive, almost comparable to an elephant. Just by crawling there, it gave off a feeling of a small mountain, making people can't help but feel fearful. Cursed Hound, Green Tier Boss, LV. 10 HP, 5500 attack, 85 defense, 30 skill. Hound Bite Introduction. A wild dog brought into the mine by an unknown miner, infected by the disaster of the apocalypse, turned into an irrational zombie, and its strong desire to attack drove it to tear apart all living creatures in the mine tunnel. The members of Shueiyue dared not be negligent anymore, and they all focused their attention. Everyone's faces became serious. It's actually a green tier boss. Ling Shui looked at Chen Chen. Although she didn't speak, the worry in her eyes exposed her concern. Everyone was a veteran gamer and knew that the monster's tier would bring changes to hidden attributes. This not only referred to the enhancement of panel attributes, but also various unseen attributes would also be increased. For example, the hit rate of attacks. Although they didn't know how Chen Shen managed to dodge infinitely when facing a group of elite monsters, this green tier boss was obviously not comparable to those elite small monsters. Can Chen Shen's 100% dodge, which he relied on for survival, really be effective? Everyone was not sure. Long Battle Knight hesitated for a moment, but still took the front position, replacing Chen Shen in the tank position that he had been doing part-time all the way. Big shot, I'll go pull the boss. He was also afraid that Chen Shen wouldn't be able to withstand the boss and couldn't dodge. With Chen Shen's fragile body, if the boss even touched him slightly, he would die on the spot. Chen Shen did not refuse. Seeing the members of Shueiyue looking like they were facing a major enemy, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally became interested. They also thought that the copy was going to be easily cleared under the leadership of the invincible guy, Chen Shen. Unexpectedly, the first boss that appeared was so powerful. This is going to be interesting. I feel like Bai Yutang can still continue to dodge. Still dodging? I think you don't know how powerful the boss is. The good days of Pearl, Jade, and Bai Yutang are over. Using data-crushing tactics to deal with small monsters is one thing, but wanting to use it against the boss? Dream on. Now Shueiyue can't be pushed anymore, right? This kid has been pushing me all the way. I've been annoyed for a long time. The boss should teach him a lesson. This guy is finally going to be punished. The Dragon Knight approached the side of the Cataclysmic Hound. Before he could get close, the Cataclysmic Hound suddenly snorted, and its yellow, pupil-less eyes opened wide. In the dim mine, these eyes were like 2 huge lanterns, emitting a terrifying light. Damn! The Dragon Knight quickly retreated. It was indeed a green-level boss. The range of its hatred lock was much wider than that of an ordinary boss. This was the hidden attribute of a high-level boss, not reflected on the panel but actually existed. Even Chen Shen showed a serious look for the first time. A green-level boss. And a boss 1 level higher than him. This was the strongest opponent he had encountered since entering the game. The boss stood up, but did not immediately rush to attack the unexpected guests in front of it. Instead, it leisurely strolled over. It seemed casual, but its eyes were firmly locked on the people, with a sly and human-like cunning hidden in them. It slowly approached the Shueiyue group. This oppressive feeling was no less than those bosses who charged brainlessly from the start, and even surpassed them. The Dragon Knight found the right distance and roared, attracting the boss's hatred through skills. But this hatred did not last long. When Chen Shen used a set of skills on the boss, the hatred instantly changed. The Cataclysmic Hound suddenly turned its head and locked onto Chen Shen with a fierce gaze. Roar! It suddenly raised a claw. Unlike its previous leisurely stroll, this claw was fast and fierce. It fiercely struck Chen Chen. Miss. The familiar word appeared. The Shueiyue group immediately showed joyful expressions. But before their smiles could spread, the massive head of the cataclysmic hound suddenly raised and directly hit Chen Chen. -158. A shocking number appeared above Chen Chen's head. With one swipe, it took away nearly 70% of Chen Chen's health. Ling Yue was slightly stunned, as expected. Although she had anticipated it, seeing this scene happen before her eyes, she couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity. However, this was normal. The continuous dodging, which worked on elite monsters, was already quite impressive. If it could work on the boss, that would be too exaggerated. Bai Yutang, retreat. Ling Yue once again had the urge to retreat. Without unlimited dodging, Shueiyue simply didn't have the qualifications to challenge this boss. After all, they struggled even with small monsters. What about this big boss? The Dragon Knight roared, Bai Yutang, run. I'll help you draw the hatred, don't die. The death penalty in the instance was lower than in the wild, but it still existed. Upon death, 20% of experience points would be deducted. Everyone knew that Chen Chen was currently at the top of the level rankings and naturally didn't want to see him lose 20% of his experience points. Even the Dragon Knight had already made up his mind. If someone had to die, he would rather die in place of Chen Chen. This knight, who was truly a brother, had been completely won over by Chen Chen. However, before he could get close, Chen Chen shouted, "Don't come over. Everyone else, stop attacking. Ling Shui, the priest, keep an eye on my health and make sure to heal me." These words were spoken. The group of Shueiyue was suddenly stunned. What does this mean? Chen Chen wants to challenge this boss? How is that possible? The 100% evasion effect has already been lost. Although Chen Chen's output is very high, the boss's health is also impressive. It is impossible to kill this boss without 7 or 8 minutes of full output. But on the other hand, to kill Chen Chen, the boss only needs 2 hits. From the first round of attacks, it can be seen that the boss's normal attack frequency is extremely high. Each time it strikes, it's a double hit. If Chen Chen hadn't evaded one attack earlier, he would have been killed by the boss in one go. In this situation, even if Ling Shui could predict and heal, it would be futile. After all, the game is still in its early stages. The healer's recovery methods are limited and have long cooldown times. They simply cannot save the fragile Chen Chen. The people of Shueiyue all want to stop Chen Chen. But what they don't know is, at this moment, Chen Chen's eyes show no fear at all, only the burning desire to fight fiercely. Speaking of which, Chen Chen is also a top game master. He was very skilled in the previous world's game and was quite adept at it. Unfortunately, he entered the game too late and missed the opportunity, thus being buried in the tide of the times. But in this life, his SSS level talent and hidden class and race have given him super attributes, allowing him to crush all the way. It's only at this moment that he finally feels that his gaming talent has found its place. Finally, I can have a good fight. My blood is boiling. Chen Chen charged towards the Hound of Catastrophe with an unmatched momentum. But others couldn't see his confidence and only felt that his actions were equivalent to seeking death. Still not giving up? Are you out of your mind? Even without the attribute advantage, he still dares to go up, seeking death. But seeing the boss beat this guy up seems quite satisfying. Yeah, this guy has been cheating all the way. I've been wanting to see him suffer for a long time. Finally, we can see this kid get a beating. The tone of the group revealed a sense of schadenfreude. Because of the envy caused by Chen Chen's previous crazy dodges, it was only natural for them to want to see him suffer. The Hound of Catastrophe, seeing Chen Chen rushing towards it, did not retreat at all. It showed a very disdainful look in its eyes. It really looked down on this guy who could be easily killed with just 2 slaps. Its claws fiercely struck towards Chen Chen again. Ling Shui and another healer's face suddenly changed. They waved their staffs vigorously. The healing light fell on Chen Chen. But with only a level 10 priest, how much recovery can be achieved with basic healing spells? 2 heals on Chen Chen only restored about 60 points of health. His health still did not exceed half. This fragile assassin, at half health, simply couldn't withstand the Hound of Catastrophe's attack. Seeing the claws swinging, Ling Shui's face turned pale. But at this moment, Chen Chen exerted force with his right foot and stomped on the ground. His figure, which was clearly heading towards the Hound of Catastrophe, suddenly changed direction, as if his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell to the right. This fall happened to narrowly avoid the Hound of Catastrophe's claw. Ling Shui was stunned. Can he do that? She was a bit confused, but she did not show any joy. She knew very well that the Hound of Catastrophe's attack was not over. The Hound of Catastrophe has always been in 2 stages. Shen Shen could dodge the first attack. But what about the second one? Sure enough, the next second, as the first claw of the Hound of Catastrophe passed, the other claw followed immediately. Shen Shen had already lost his balance. Want to take the second claw? Jianshou is even more difficult. However, has Chen Shen really lost his balance? The answer is obviously no. He seemed to fall to the right, caused by losing his balance, but actually, he used the state of falling to the right to suddenly roll to the ground. That's not losing balance. It's just the preparatory state of the rolling action. At the moment of making the rolling action, he didn't even look back at the disaster dog. He didn't judge its attack range. He just confidently rolled and perfectly avoided the disaster dog's approaching slap. Bang! The entire underground cave was filled with flying debris and dust. The people in the first broadcast room were all stunned, and then they all exclaimed in unison, "How is this possible? His luck is too good. Twice, he was almost hit. What kind of luck is this? Unbelievable." Everyone was cursing and complaining. Even if this guy has super awesome attributes, how can his luck be so good? This is too disgusting, right? Taking advantage of the gap in the disaster dog's output, Shen Shen turned back and suddenly struck with a fierce slash. The disaster dog's health dropped again, and it was also stained with a hint of green. It's poisoned. Every second, it will suffer damage equivalent to Chen Shen's output of a slash. Although it can't compare to the terrifying output of Chen Shen's slash in 1 second, this output ability is still not to be underestimated. After this set of moves, Shen Shen didn't hesitate, he turned and ran. When fighting a boss, you must not be greedy. Especially for a boss that can kill you in just a few hits. A skilled player should be like a calm and wise hunter, to understand and target the prey, and then carry out the hunt. Shen Shen naturally possesses such a mentality. But where can ordinary people understand Shen Shen's calmness and the game of wits contained in this retreat? In their eyes, this move is just Shen Shen choosing to retreat. Coupled with the poison on the disaster dog's body, the group of people thought they had seen through Chen Shen's plan. They started clamoring. Damn, is he planning to use poison to kill the boss? Wow, this method is too disgusting. Why does this person have so many tricks? Dare to fight the boss head-on? If you don't have the strength to fight head-on, you start playing dirty, right? The whole world is watching. Are you guys at Snow Moon still able to fight the boss like this? Is this what they call a big shot? Such despicable means. Ling Shui was so angry when she saw these barrage comments. She immediately wanted to type and send a barrage to refute those people. What these people said was too much. When fighting a boss, using extreme means is not unusual, right? Some players have even developed ways to skip class, and after sharing them, they will be praised by many people. Fighting a boss relies on teamwork and individual wisdom. To say it's unfair, Jianshou finds it funny. It can be said that these people are purely jealous of the big shot, Jianshou, and just don't want to see him help Snow Moon defeat this boss. Unfortunately, there are many people in the first broadcast room. Even though Ling Shui has a golden ID, her voice was quickly drowned out by the endless comments. "Sister, can you help me speak up for them?" Ling Shui was anxious, but Ling Yu just glanced at her, sneered, and turned off the first broadcast room. As the leader of a guild, although she is a woman, she still has the mentality of a hero. She couldn't be bothered with these people. In her opinion, as long as she can push the boss, it doesn't matter what means she uses. She doesn't care. Don't mind them, wait for Xueyue to push the instance, develop far beyond other guilds, and become the #1 guild in the world. This group of people will naturally shut their mouths. The only thing we need to do is to support Bai Yutang. Let's just wait quietly for Bai Yutang to poison this boss. However, as Ling Yue's voice just fell, Shen Shen, who had already turned and ran away, suddenly turned back and attacked the boss again. This action stunned Ling Yue. What's going on? Why did he turn back to attack again? Isn't it better to just kite the boss and wait for it to be poisoned to death? Not only Ling Yue, but everyone was confused by Chen Shen's sudden turn back. Even the barrage that had been cursing continuously fell into a strange silence at this moment. The first to be shocked were Xueyue and the others, especially Ling Shui. Hey, Bai Yutang, why did you rush up again? She hurriedly closed the live broadcast room, fumbled to pick up her staff, and prepared to heal. Although she looked down on the ugly faces of those people in the live broadcast room, in her opinion, poisoning the boss was undoubtedly the best choice. There was no need to confront the boss head-on. Others also advised loudly, Bai Yutang, let's play it safe. Don't rush, we can accompany you until the boss is poisoned. Yeah, Bai Yutang, it's good to take it slow and steady. However, Shen Shen turned a deaf ear. Take it slow? That's no fun at all. What he wanted was the excitement of a head-on collision. The Hound of the Apocalypse struck again. This time, Shen Shen did not evade through rolling. Instead, he directly confronted the boss. In the instant when the Hound of the Apocalypse raised its paw, his pupils captured this message. Soon, he envisioned the possible subsequent actions of the Hound of the Apocalypse in his mind. The left paw would strike first. There were signs of it leaning forward. The next attack should be a headbutt. In just an instant, Chen Chen saw through all the actions of the Hound of the Apocalypse. This was talent, unparalleled talent, coupled with his high agility points, giving him flexibility. He chose not to dodge. Instead, he faced the challenge head-on. The boss's first attack. Is he crazy? He dares to go up there? Is this guy looking for death? Not dodging? Not dodging is seeking death. But the next moment, these barrage comments were proven wrong. Chen Chen swiftly dodged, sidestepping, almost brushing against the boss's sharp claws, narrowly avoiding them. Then, he leaped up. At the same time, as he had expected, the boss charged towards him. However, Chen Chen's early jump had already raised him to the same height as the boss. Seeking death. In midair, Chen Chen brandished his dagger. Western combo. Every strike hit the boss's clear yellow eyes. -220, -286, -267, -301. This time, the damage far exceeded before, because Chen Chen hit the boss's weak point, causing critical damage. Everyone was stunned to see this. They couldn't believe that Chen Chen had managed to dodge the boss's attack in such a risky way, and even took this opportunity to successfully hit the boss's weak point. Even Lingyue, a woman who prided herself as a top expert, showed a stunned expression at this moment, unable to help but mutter, "Can he really operate like this?" The boss seemed to be enraged. It suddenly burst out with a burst of brilliance from its mouth. It was its skill, Hound's Bite. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and bit towards Chen Chen. If placed in normal circumstances, it wouldn't be difficult to avoid the hunting dog's tearing skill. After all, the wind-up for this skill is very long, and a slight dodge would be enough to successfully evade it. But at this moment, Chen Chen, standing right in front of the boss's gaping mouth. It's over. Ling Yu's face changed drastically. Ling Shui also paled, raising her staff suddenly, attempting to heal Chen Chen. But, with just one normal attack, the boss was able to take away nearly 70% of Chen Chen's health. The damage from using skills would easily be enough to kill Chen Chen. Isn't it all too easy? The more they thought about it, the more everyone felt their scalp tingle. Just when everyone thought Chen Chen was undoubtedly doomed, he smiled slightly. In midair, he suddenly pushed off with both feet. In a manner that would make Newton curse, he borrowed force out of thin air, leaping upwards once again. Ink bamboo bracelet. Second jump. To others, this skill could only be used for exploring and finding evil paths. But in Chen Chen's hands, it had completely transformed into a skill that could significantly increase the operational limit. Just like at this moment, he leapt into the air again. The seemingly unavoidable strike from the boss. Missed. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Chen stepped on its nose, followed by the twin daggers in his hands, fiercely stabbing at the boss's eyes. 206-301-268-596. Another wave of high damage. Finally, he even landed a critical hit. The boss originally only had 5,500 health points, but after receiving 2 sets of damage in succession, its health plummeted like a waterfall. Roar! The boss howled in pain, shaking its head wildly and throwing Chen Chen off its face. Chen Chen didn't resist, going along with the boss's frenzy, leaping up suddenly and landing lightly on the ground. Then, he charged at the boss once again. At this moment, the boss was still shaking its head in pain, never expecting that Chen Chen had already closed in on it again. The boss had never encountered such a relentless pursuit, frantically swinging its claws, attempting to hit Chen Chen. But the boss's speed was fast, and Chen Chen's speed was even faster. No matter how the boss frenziedly hammered the ground, Chen Chen was always able to evade at the critical moment. If it happened once or twice, it could be explained as good luck. But 3 times, 4 times, even 5 or 6 times, evading, it was no longer just good luck. It was skill. It was an operation that could be called top-notch. After evading several times, Chen Chen once again closed in on the boss. While dodging damage with nimble movements, the daggers in his hands never stopped. Whenever there was an opportunity, he unleashed a frenzy of attacks. A man and a beast fought fiercely. But unlike when Chen Chen faced the group of skeleton monsters before, this time, Chen Chen no longer displayed his ferocity. Instead, he showcased his operation to the fullest. He attacked while dodging, pressing forward at the same time. He actually forced the boss to retreat repeatedly. Such terrifying suppression made everyone's scalp tingle. Who the hell is the boss here? The operation of pearl, jade, and white jade soup is unexpectedly terrifying. If he made even the slightest mistake, he would have been in a terrible situation. It's too scary. Is this really something a person can achieve through operation? Shock. Unparalleled shock. With his operation alone, Chen Chen conquered everyone. The previous insults, ridicule, and mockery all disappeared without a trace. In the barrage, only praises for Chen Chen remained. A man, with twin daggers, actually managed to overwhelm a green-level boss, leaving it in a state of confusion, without even a chance to catch its breath. These people had never seen such a spectacle before, and the Snow Moon group, who were watching from a close distance, were as if witnessing a miracle, shocked to the core. The boss fight of Bai Yu Tang is really amazing. Ling Shui looked at the figure fighting the boss, which was as big as a small mountain, without hiding her admiration in her eyes. Although Ling Yu did not speak, she was completely immersed in Chen Chen's actions. With his own strength, he made the green-level boss retreat repeatedly. In the game, only Chen Chen could achieve this. At this moment, his amazing actions would surely leave a deep impression on everyone's mind. 3 minutes later, under Chen Chen's fierce attacks, the health bar of the Hellhound was finally depleted. With the final blow, the Hellhound howled and fell to the ground. Bang! Its head, as big as a small mountain, heavily hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Wow! Did he really defeat the boss alone? Nerve-wracking actions. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video. Is this the level of a pro player? It's really terrifying. Is that it? Hellhound, why are you so weak? I wanted to see the pro player perform more. The barrage of comments changed once again. Obviously, Chen Chen had completely conquered the majority of people with his own strength. Chen Chen felt a warm sensation all over his body as his experience points suddenly surged by 122%. Just one boss battle increased his experience points by nearly 15%. As for the Snow Moon 9, although they all received a certain amount of experience points, it was much less compared to Chen Chen. This was due to the game's experience distribution mechanism, which allocated more experience points to those who contributed more to killing the monster. The Hellhound boss was completely killed by Chen Chen alone, so he could claim about 80% of the experience points. The remaining Snow Moon 9 could only share the remaining 20%. This mechanism is really great. Chen Chen remained indifferent on the surface, but he was secretly overjoyed. Not only could he gain a substantial amount of experience points, but he could also earn money. What made Chen Chen most comfortable was that Ling Yu and her group had to thank him. When the Hellhound's body disappeared, a pile of copper coins, mixed with a few silver coins, was revealed on the ground. Under the coins, a faint glow emanated, with the most prominent being green. It would take at least 2 or 3 pieces of green equipment to produce such a color. However, what really excited people was the faint hint of blue within the green glow. Rare blue-grade equipment. When the Snow Moon group saw this glow, their hearts raced. Up to now, there were only 5 blue-grade equipment in the world, all of which came from yesterday's monster siege, firmly controlled by Ling Shui and Ling Yu. This showed the rarity of blue-grade equipment. Boss, go loot the body. Chen Chen signaled Ling Yu, the big boss who paid, to loot the body. Ling Yu didn't hesitate and found 3 pieces of green-grade equipment and 2 blue-grade equipment. Surprisingly, there were 2 whole pieces of blue-grade equipment. When Ling Yu received the equipment, her expression was initially fine, but when she looked at the green equipment and finally stopped at the 2 blue-grade equipment, her expression uncontrollably turned strange. What's wrong, sister? Ling Shui couldn't help but ask. Was it because the equipment attributes were not good? Or was it because no one could use them? Chen Chen also became curious. Take a look for yourselves. Ling Yu shared the equipment information in the team chat. Tooth of Catastrophe, left, rare blue, dagger, level, LV10 attack, 35 agility +8, strength +8, stamina +8 passive skill, penetration. When Tooth of Catastrophe, left, and Tooth of Catastrophe, right, simultaneously attack a target, they cause a 50% armor penetration effect on the target. Introduction: the left canine tooth of the mutated hound eroded by the catastrophe. It is the tooth used by the catastrophe hound to crush bones, exceptionally sharp. The attributes of this blue-grade equipment stunned everyone in the Snow Moon. Even Chen Chen couldn't be an exception. A dagger that provides a whopping 35 points of attack power. You should know that Chen Chen's current panel data only has a little over 40 attack power. The bonus from a dagger can double his attributes. Truly, a piece of equipment that tops the whole body. Moreover, this is only the attack power. The additional attributes of strength, stamina, and agility each add 8 points, making it incredibly daunting. A total of 24 attribute points. And all of them are very useful attribute points. This is almost equivalent to the points that an ordinary player would only have after leveling up 5 times. But what really made Chen Chen's heart race was the name and introduction of the equipment. Tooth of Catastrophe, left, and Tooth of Catastrophe, right. Could it be that this dagger has two blades? This time, the blue-grade equipment that was obtained happened to be two pieces, and Ling Yue's expression was quite strange. A series of details flashed through Chen Chen's mind. His heart was pounding. Tooth of Catastrophe, right, rare blue, dagger, level, LV10 attack, 25 agility plus 12, strength plus 12, stamina plus 12 passive skill, penetration. When Tooth of Catastrophe, left, and Tooth of Catastrophe, right, simultaneously attack a target, they cause a 50% armor penetration effect on the target. Introduction. The right tooth of the mutated hound eroded by the catastrophe, influenced by the power of the catastrophe, not as sharp as the left canine tooth, but it possesses more mysterious power. The second dagger has less damage than the first one, but it excels in more attribute bonuses. Chen Chen's breathing became rapid as he looked at it. It really is a pair of daggers. This set is tailored for him. When the two daggers are combined, they produce a special effect that causes 50% armor penetration on the target. In the hands of others, it might be considered somewhat redundant. After all, a normal thief can only use one dagger, and the other hand would either hold a small shield or be equipped with a poison pack for throwing weapons. These two daggers can only be wielded separately by two people. Only when two people join forces can they unleash this 50% armor penetration effect. But Chen Chen is different. As a holder of the hidden class Shadow Walker, he can equip two daggers at the same time. With these two daggers equipped, his attacks can trigger the 50% armor penetration effect at any time. This powerful attribute made even Ling Yue repeatedly scrutinize these two pieces of equipment for a long time. In the end, she reluctantly shifted her gaze away from them and handed them to Chen Chen. According to the agreement, all thief equipment belongs to you. Delighted, Chen Chen carefully placed them in his backpack. This is a level 10 equipment, and it still needs to unlock 2 monster illustrations and reach level 10 before it can be worn. Let's continue dividing the spoils. The remaining 3 pieces of excellent green-grade equipment are 2 heavy armors for warriors and knights, and a ring that increases maximum health. Chen Chen, who has obtained the pair of daggers, is already satisfied. He only participated in rolling for the ring that increases maximum health, but unfortunately, he didn't get it. However, Chen Chen didn't mind. He glanced at the SSS level talent skill sleight of hand in his skill bar. It's almost time for the cooldown to be completed, with less than an hour left. He estimated that when he reaches the final boss of the Catastrophe Doomsday instance, sleight of hand would just be ready for use. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The first theft earned him an SSS level epic mission. What will he be able to steal this time? Under Chen Chen's leadership, the group continued to advance in the Snow Moon. The Hound of Calamity is just the first boss of the instance. Looking at the map of the instance, they only ventured into the middle position. Next, there is a real big boss waiting for them at the end of the instance. Hurry up! Chen Chen couldn't wait to see the big boss, giving Miaosho Kongkong a chance to show off his skills. After experiencing Chen Chen's terrifying strength, the members of Shueiyue are no longer worried that a fast pace will lead to a wipeout. Bosses like the Hound of Calamity have been soloed by Chen Chen. Trash mobs or nothing. It took them 10 minutes to clear all the trash mobs. Unfortunately, no equipment dropped again. However, the experience reward is quite generous. Chen Chen's experience has reached 145%. With a little more effort, he can reach 150% experience, unlock 2 illustrations, and level up to 10. They arrived at the location of the final boss. This is a completely natural mine tunnel without any traces of human activity. It is wider than the previous artificial mine tunnel. Just as they entered, Chen Chen felt a bone-chilling cold. A layer of black oil-like substance also condensed on the rocks underfoot, extremely eerie. Compared to the huge mine of the Hound of Calamity, this place is obviously much smaller. Obviously, what they are about to face is not a boss as big as the Hound of Calamity. Wait outside. After instructing, Chen Chen went deeper on his own. After a few steps, the black oil-like substance under his feet suddenly wriggled. It seemed to come to life. Finally, it gathered together to form a grotesque humanoid monster. Calamity Shadow, Rare Blue Boss, LV. 14 Attack, Defense, Skills. Introduction. The instigator of the mine disaster, the filthy aura of the underground undead Calamity Legion. Although it lacks human intelligence, it possesses the terrifying characteristic of infecting all living beings. The boss's name, as red as dripping blood, reflected in everyone's eyes. Originally, the members of Shueiyue were all relaxed, but in an instant, their faces changed drastically. Even Ling Yue, who usually has great composure, couldn't help but exclaim, "Level 14? How is this possible?" She clearly remembered that the scroll she obtained clearly stated that this was an instance recommended for level 10. According to her rich gaming experience, she speculated that the final boss would only be around level 12. Because in the game, level suppression exists. Monsters with the same level as oneself, or within a 2-level difference, are displayed as normal white names. If the level exceeds 2, it becomes a yellow name. If it exceeds 5, it turns red. If it exceeds 10, then it can only be seen as a deep purple. These different colors also symbolize different attribute suppressions. Exceeding one's level by 5, and also being a rare blue boss, let alone killing it, it's difficult to even hit it. Previously, when Chen Chen faced the trash mobs, how satisfying it was to see miss. So at this moment, every miss on the boss would be so satisfying. The members of Shueiyue looked at each other, showing bitter expressions in their eyes. The difficulty of this instance far exceeded their imagination. They couldn't pass it. This boss really couldn't be defeated. It's not that they don't trust Chen Chen. Chen Chen's various performances before have already proven how terrifying his strength is. But what is in front of them now? It has nothing to do with operation or personal data. It's purely the game rules that have imposed an insurmountable restriction on Chen Chen. He is 5 levels lower than the boss. This 5-level difference is like a chasm. Even if Chen Chen maximizes his operation, even if his equipment is top-notch, he simply can't handle this boss. He can't even hit it. How can he kill it? As expected, Chen Chen, upon seeing the boss, decisively turned and left. This was the first time Chen Chen had given up so decisively. Originally, the barrage audience wanted to watch Chen Chen challenge this boss that was 5 levels higher than himself. But who would have thought that he would give up so decisively? It seems that level suppression is really powerful. Even a big shot like Bai Yutong decisively gave up. What a pity, I really wanted to see Bai Yutong challenge the level 14 boss. Tisk TSK, this is a blue level boss, much stronger than the previous green level disaster dog. It would be great to see the big shot operate it. Bai Yutong is not a fool. If he can operate it, he will, and if he can't, he will definitely run away. Exactly, do you want Bai Yutong to feed the boss? Although Chen Chen left decisively, surprisingly, there were no people in the barrage taking the opportunity to criticize him. At most, they regretted not being able to see Bai Yutong's battle with the boss. Obviously, this level 14 blue level boss had far exceeded everyone's imagination. The barrage was previously in a hurry because there were many players waiting to challenge this instance. They were extremely eager. Naturally, they also held a grudge against Chen Chen, who had disturbed them. But when they saw this level 14 boss, they became calm. This thing is not something that players at this stage can handle. Even if the instance entrance is opened, so what? No one can defeat it. Seeing Chen Chen give up, the audience in the live broadcast room began to leave one after another. In everyone's eyes, the journey of the Snow Moon instance had come to an end. Chen Chen left the boss room. After confirming that he had escaped the boss's hatred, he returned to the Snow Moon group. Boss, about this boss. Before Chen Chen could finish speaking, Ling Yue nodded understandingly. I know, this boss is very difficult. Don't worry, I won't ask you to kill it. If you give up, I will still fully compensate you, not a penny less. Chen Chen shook his head. No, boss, that's not what I mean. I want to ask you, do you want to defeat this boss? I have a way, but the cost is very high. Ling Yue almost doubted her own ears. Not only her, but the people of Snow Moon also turned their heads one after another, staring at Chen Chen in astonishment. Big shot, are you serious? You can defeat this kind of boss? Bai Yutong, are you kidding us? How is that possible to defeat it? I just can't believe it. Ling Yue suppressed her excitement. What cost? Help me level up to 10. Chen Chen's face was serious. I have enough experience to reach level 10, but the bestiary has not been successfully unlocked, which restricts my level advancement. As long as I reach level 10, I can equip those 2 disaster fangs. And the level difference with the boss can also be reduced to within 5 levels, not being mindlessly suppressed. With these words, the people of Snow Moon were stunned. Experience. Enough for level 10 already? They looked at their own experience bars, which had been grinding for more than a day and still hadn't reached level 9. They fell into silence one after another. How could this guy Chen Chen be so abnormal? It's only been a short time since the server opened, and he has already accumulated enough experience to reach level 10. Ling Yue took 2 or 3 seconds to recover from her shock. So, I pay, and help you unlock 3 bestiary entries, right? Well, that's just a small problem. Truly a wealthy woman. She readily agreed. In that case, Chen Chen's mouth slightly curved upwards. To be on the safe side, I suggest that President Ling Yue help me unlock all the bestiary entries from levels 1 to 9. Having more attribute points will provide more security to deal with the boss. You agree, President Lingyue? Encountering a big sucker. Wouldn't it be necessary to fleece them a little more? Upon hearing Chen Chen's shameless words, Lingyue's expression couldn't help but become eerie. Chen Chen claimed to have the power to fight after reaching level 10. That was true. But asking to unlock all the illustrations to increase his chances of winning, that was just talking nonsense. Lingyue had encountered the illustration system in games before. He knew that this system was meant for gradual development, playing a role in steady growth and accumulation. The initial few attribute points were really of little use, especially when facing such a big boss. Could having one more point of stamina and a 10-point increase in health really prevent the boss from knocking you out with a single slap? Obviously not. Even if all the illustrations from levels 1 to 9 were fully unlocked, their impact wouldn't be significant. Lingyue believed that Chen Chen, with his understanding of games, couldn't possibly fail to comprehend this. Yet he shamelessly spoke out in such a manner. Taking advantage of the situation, Lingyue silently criticized, giving Chen Chen a disdainful look. But Chen Chen, staring with his big eyes, pretended not to see Lingyue's disdain and reached out his hand to Lingyue, palm open. Everything was understood without words. I, Chen Chen, need money. The members of the Snow Moon Guild all instinctively turned their heads, pretending not to have seen. Especially the Dragon Knight. Lingyue gave a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. It takes 450,000 to unlock illustrations from levels 1 to 9. I've transferred it to you, Lingyue said, unwilling to argue with Chen Chen, and completed the transfer. Chen Chen was about to say that he had actually already unlocked the most expensive level 9 illustration, but upon hearing Lingyue's bold statement, he swallowed his words. Money had been flowing like water these past few days. Upon careful calculation, Lingyue had already spent 2 million on Chen Chen. Even Lingyue felt a bit of pain. However, this money wasn't for his own consumption. It was for the Snow Moon Guild. The battle against the monsters had greatly boosted Snow Moon's strength, far surpassing other guilds. The current dungeon was even being broadcast worldwide. Achieving the first kill in the FD, whether it was the equipment obtained or the reputation gained, had greatly benefited Snow Moon. Considering all these factors, Lingyue spent the money so willingly. Ding, 450,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account ending in 3831. Your current balance is 1,815,602 yuan. Chen Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Working with a big spender was truly enjoyable. The money was rolling in. With a bit more, he could consider getting a new house for his sister. It was indeed necessary to buy a house, especially a top-notch luxury home. When the game was reflected in reality, the monsters would also come into the real world, and residential buildings with dense populations were too easy for monsters to spawn in, far less secure than a standalone luxury villa. Chen Chen snapped back to reality and exchanged enough coins in the system. He opened the monster illustration panel. Time to spend money. Level 0 monster slime illustration activated, +1 spirit. Level 1 monster rabbit illustration activated, +1 endurance. Level 3 monster wild boar illustration activated, +1 stamina. Activated. Activated. A frenzy of continuous tapping. Various monster illustration activations suddenly appeared in front of Chen Chen. Those in the broadcast room couldn't help but be stunned by this scene. What's going on? Is Bai Yutong constantly activating the illustrations? Damn. Starting from level 0 and activating all the way up? Is this the power of money? If you have too much money to spend, you can give some to me to help you spend it. I don't understand the world of big spenders. At first, everyone was shocked by Chen Chen's bold spending, but soon, some people began to react. Is Bai Yutong in a hurry? Trying to challenge the boss with the attributes provided by these cards? He's in a hurry. He's in a hurry. Bai Yutong is in a hurry. Actually, even the method of spending money to enhance attributes has been thought of. These attributes are completely inadequate in front of the boss, and the cost-effectiveness of spending money is too low. Spending money at this time is not a very rational behavior. Bai Yutong is really wasting money. The audience shook their heads one after another. They did not approve of Chen Chen's performance. Naturally, they also did not believe that he could successfully challenge the boss. In their view, Chen Chen was just blindly seeking a cure for his urgent illness. Faced with the level suppression of the boss, these slight attribute bonuses were of no use at all. Just as they were all condescendingly criticizing Chen Chen's irrational actions, even calling them foolish. Suddenly, a burst of golden light spiraled around Chen Chen. That was the special effect of leveling up. He leveled up. The barrage of comments that were just criticizing him suddenly stopped. Everyone widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. Level 10? How is that possible? There are nearly 20 players at level 9 on the level ranking list, but they just reached level 9 this morning. I thought these people would catch up to Bai Yutong, who fights alone, but I didn't expect Bai Yutong to already be at level 10. Damn, how did Bai Yutong level up so fast? Didn't he log off after finishing the monster siege yesterday? Damn, our guild leader has been grinding all night, and he's only just reached level 9. It seems that the world's first place is already a foregone conclusion. Bai Yutong will definitely secure it. Those audience members who were previously pointing fingers suddenly felt embarrassed. Their faces were all beaten up by Bai Yutong. Congratulations on reaching level 10. You can receive quests from the village chief in the beginner's village, teleport to the level 5 main city, Qingfeng City, change your occupation, and embark on a brand new adventure. After closing the system prompt, Chun Chen immediately opened his backpack. Qingfeng City and changing occupations were not important to him right now. The only thing he was concerned about was Beginner's Treasure Chest, Level Restriction, LV10 Description, can be opened by players who have reached level 10. Global players share the same reward pool. The player who opens it first will receive more rewards. The Beginner's Treasure Chest shared by all global players. Whoever opens it first will get the best items. Open. The Beginner's Treasure Chest suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. After the light faded, a ring lay quietly in the backpack. Chen Shen hadn't even looked at the attributes yet, but he was already smiling. A ring? He was really lucky. He was actually quite afraid of getting a weapon or equipment. After all, he already had the blue-grade daggers, the Fangs of Catastrophe, on both sides, and the combined effect of these two weapons was even better than a single purple-grade dagger. If he got a dagger, it would be a waste of the opportunity from this treasure chest. Of course, at this stage, a purple-grade dagger could easily sell for several million. As for the equipment on his body, he already had a set of inherited leather armor reserved. He estimated that he could use this set of inherited leather armor until at least level 30, unless he could obtain even more powerful equipment. So, it would be best if the treasure chest contained rings, earrings, or skill books. Fortunately, his luck was good. With great anticipation, Chen Shen opened the attributes of the ring. Ring of Blinking, Purple Legendary, required level, LV. 10 Strength plus 5, Stamina plus 5, Endurance plus 5, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 5 skills, Blink. Blink, after use, perform a short distance blink teleport, with a cooldown of 5 seconds and a cost of 50 MP. Chen Chen widened his eyes. Blink? No. This is clearly a flash, and it's the kind that has a 5-second cooldown. The only downside is that it consumes too much mana, but that still doesn't diminish the terror of this equipment. A 5-second cooldown for a flash is incredibly valuable. I'm sure everyone who has played games knows that. Congratulations to the player Pearl Jade White Jade Soup for reaching level 10 first, opening the novice treasure chest, and obtaining the purple legendary equipment Ring of Sparkle. A series of announcements jumped and flickered in front of players' screens around the world. At this moment, all the players were dumbfounded, especially those who had just left the first broadcast room. They all showed expressions of disbelief. Level 10? And opened the novice treasure chest? How is that possible? Wasn't Pearl Jade White Jade Soup in the dungeon? Yeah, didn't he already give up? How did he suddenly level up? The key is not how he reached level 10? Ordinary players were just dumbfounded. The ones who had been grinding day and night, seeking help from countless mercenaries and guild leaders, were the most furious. They clearly remembered that Pearl Jade White Jade Soup had logged off after finishing the monster siege yesterday. Taking advantage of the night when Pearl Jade White Jade Soup logged off, they grinded frantically, only to catch up to his level by reaching level 9 after a night of fierce battles. They thought they had finally caught up with this top player. But who would have thought? He turned around and rushed to level 10 first. Damn it! Grinded all night, only to end up lonely. Why is he able to sleep comfortably and level up so quickly? I'm so jealous. Too jealous. What are the attributes of the Ring of Sparkle? Shueyue and others also saw the announcement and immediately asked curiously. Chen Chen casually shared it. Seeing the intense desire in the eyes of the two sisters, Shuling and Shuling, their breathing became rapid. For Chen Chen, the Ring of Sparkle meant increasing the operational limit, making his output more fluid, and making his figure more elusive and unpredictable. But for Shuling and Shuling, it was completely different. This was a top-notch life-saving equipment. Imagine, when an assassin comes to kill them, if they have a flash every 5 seconds. It would make all the assassins feel uneasy. Moreover, these two sisters were very skilled, so having a flash in their hands would allow them to play exceptionally well. 3 million. Shuling first quoted her price, but as soon as she finished speaking, Shuling glanced at her and casually said, 5 million. Sister, Shuling stomped her foot in frustration. Like Shuling, she was also pampered at home and naturally a wealthy woman. Unfortunately, her financial abilities seemed to have no effect in front of her sister. Shen Shen looked at the two women with a smile that wasn't a smile. Do you really want this equipment? The price of 5 million indeed showed their urgency. Shuling nodded seriously. With this equipment, my survival ability will greatly improve. It will be even more difficult for ordinary thieves to attack me. Shen pondered, so, if I sell the equipment to you, it will be very difficult for anyone to ambush you in the future? Yes, then I won't sell it. Keep it for yourself, whether it's attacking you or Shuling in the future. It will be a flash and a slash. Just thinking about it feels great. The two sisters were dumbfounded and said in unison, why are you thinking about attacking us? Shen spoke earnestly, bosses, don't get it wrong. I'm just hired by you to help you clear this dungeon. I'm not a member of your Snow Moon Guild. If your rival guild hires me in the future to take your lives, as long as the price is right, I will take the job. Shuling's face stiffened. Shuling, on the other hand, showed an unreserved expression of gritted teeth, snorted, and ignored Shen. She put on the ring of sparkle and wielded two cataclysmic fangs. Shen's attributes suddenly reached a new peak. ID, Pearl Jade White Jade Soup Level, LV, 10 HP, 305/305 MP, 214/214, Attack Power, 84, Defense Power, 38, Strength, 35, Stamina, 29, Endurance, 24, Agility, 192, Spirit, 21, Talent, Nimble Hands, Dagger Mastery, Stealth Mastery, Evasion Mastery, Poison Mastery, Skills, Poisoning, Ghostly, 84 Attack Power, 192 Agility. Just looking at these two data made Shen excited. Plus the 50% armor penetration effect provided by the Tooth of Catastrophe. If he had this set of equipment when he fought the Catastrophic Hound before, he might not even need to show off his skills. He could just face it head on and send the Catastrophic Hound away in one wave. I'm going to buy an orange. Oh no, I'm going to fight a boss. You guys just wait here for me to come back. Shen rushed into the boss room again. Catastrophic Phantom, Rare Blue Boss, LV. 14 Health, 10500 Attack Power, 80 Defense Power, 40 Skills, Catastrophic Disaster Introduction, the instigator of the mining disaster, the filthy remnants of the undead Catastrophic Legion buried deep underground, although lacking human intelligence, possess terrifying characteristics that infect all living beings. The attributes are visible. The name has also changed from red to yellow. Shen activated the poisoning skill. The two Tooth of Catastrophe daggers were suddenly soaked in poison mist. When the novice dagger and wolf-toothed dagger used by Shen were soaked in poison mist, they would show a ghostly green color. But the Tooth of Catastrophe was far beyond those two broken daggers. As a blue-grade equipment, the Tooth of Catastrophe emitted a faint blue light. Plus the infusion of poison, the entire dagger revealed a ghostly, flickering deep purple color. Shen swiftly moved towards the Catastrophic Phantom. The West combo fiercely stabbed into the black mist of the Catastrophic Phantom. The huge damage values tore through the black mist one after another. -301, -322, -296, -311. With one strike, the boss's health was reduced by nearly 10%. The people watching in the first broadcast room all showed stunned expressions at this scene. But what they didn't know was, this damage was just the beginning. Because after this West knife ended, a small mark of shattered armor appeared on the boss's head. It was the shattered armor effect triggered by the combination of the Tooth of Catastrophe daggers. 50% armor penetration. Next, Shen's damage would reach even higher. Buzz. A strange sound rang in Shen's ears. He guessed that this was the cry of pain from the Catastrophic Phantom. This thing, like a black slime, naturally made such inhuman sounds. Shen couldn't figure out what this monster was up to. According to his experience, at this time, he should quickly retreat, observe the monster's attack actions, and judge its attack range and output capabilities. After all, this boss was different from the Catastrophic Hound. The behavioral logic of the Catastrophic Hound could be analyzed from the perspective of dogs. Slime. In reality, has anyone seen a slime? Understanding the attack logic of the boss is the key to being able to handle the boss. But Shen did not retreat. Instead, he stood in front of the slime, trying to continue dealing damage. Why isn't White Jade Soup retreating yet? Dragon Knight showed concern. Although he was not a top expert, he knew that the most important thing in fighting a boss was to understand the boss's habits. Shen's way of not retreating was a bit too reckless. Lingyue sourly said, "Did you forget that he just got a blinking ring? With his skills, using blink to evade, isn't it simple and easy?" Dragon Knight widened his eyes, using blink to dodge skills? The demand for reaction is quite high, isn't it? Is white jade soup really that amazing? As a meat shield, Dragon Knight cannot imagine the operations and strategies between these experts. When Shen fought the Plague Hound before, it was impressive, but at least the Plague Hound's actions were traceable. It wasn't purely based on reaction. There was some anticipation involved. But now, facing this extremely unfamiliar boss, it really does rely on pure reaction. Suddenly, a black sticky substance under Shen's feet suddenly turned into a sharp spike and stabbed towards his back. The speed of the spike was so fast that it was hard to catch with the naked eye, but at the critical moment, Shen used his blink skill. Swish! His figure suddenly became blurry. The next second, he appeared behind the plague shadow. The lightning-fast spike only pierced through his afterimage. As the spike missed, it retracted back to the ground and turned into a black sticky substance again. It was only then that the others slowly reacted. Damn, did White Jade Soup dodge a skill with blink? I didn't even see it clearly, and White Jade Soup already blinked away. What kind of reaction is this? I'm impressed. White Jade Soup is really amazing. The screen was filled with praise. Everyone knew that if that wave had been directed at them, they definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that deadly attack. Behind the plague shadow, Shen started to output crazily. The 50% armor penetration effect was fully demonstrated in this moment. -604, -626, -593, -682. In just 1 second, he dealt close to 2,500 points of damage. It's important to note that the Plague Shadow boss only had 10,500 health. He took down 25% of its health in one go. Even though they already knew about Shen's terrifying output with the Snow Moon, they couldn't help but gasp in shock at this moment. I don't think we can kill small monsters as fast as he kills bosses. This damage is really terrifying. Incredible output. Although Lingyu couldn't hide her astonishment, what she felt more was a sense of complexity. This guy is really becoming more and more terrifying. Thinking back to what Shen had said before, that he was just a hired Lone Ranger, and that he might oppose Snow Moon in the future, she felt an uncontrollable fear rising in her heart. She really didn't want to encounter such a terrifying opponent. If possible, we must find a way to bind him to Snow Moon's worship, no matter the cost. In her heart, Lingyu made a firm decision. After finishing this set, Shen didn't linger and immediately retreated. Blink had a cooldown of 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, he needed to keep his distance from the boss to avoid being instantly killed. He always remembered that he was just a fragile assassin. Even if his output was exaggerated, he had to consider his own safety. Seeing Shen retreat to the edge of the boss, Lingyu couldn't help but evaluate him again. Calm, rational, not at all arrogant just because he had recently acquired 3 powerful pieces of equipment. The more she looked, the more Lingyu felt that Shen was extremely terrifying. The following battle was without suspense. Shen was like the calmest hunter, making no mistakes and steadily hunting the Plague Shadow. In 1 minute, Shen seized the opportunity to output 4 times. After the 4th output, the Plague Shadow was left with a sliver of health. Before sending this guy away, Shen didn't forget that he still had an SSS level talent skill. He activated Empty-Handed Mastery. A piece of equipment fell into Shen's backpack. He glanced at it without paying much attention, but he could see the faint purple light on it. Nice! It was another purple legendary level equipment. After finishing it off, Shen delivered the final blow. Ka. The calamitous shadow, like a slime, completely shattered and turned into a fossil, scattered all over the ground. Shen felt a warm sensation all over his body. The experience bar, which was originally at 20%, skyrocketed all the way to 67%. Gue, this experience is even more than I imagined. Shen secretly rejoiced. Every 10 levels is a turning point. The required experience will increase significantly. After reaching level 10, I can gain nearly 50% experience from a boss. How satisfying. Come on, boss, loot the body. Shen put away his dagger, looking relaxed as if he had finished his work. At this moment, it had only been a little over a minute since he had taken action against the calamitous shadow boss. In just 1 minute, he defeated a rare blue-level boss. Everyone in the room was in a state of shock, not even paying attention to the equipment that dropped on the ground. All eyes were fixed on Shen, who stood proudly over the boss's corpse. Many could already guess that the ID Pearl Jade White Jade Soup would surely become famous worldwide after this. Lingyu was dazed for a while before she recovered, casting a deep glance at Shen and then walked up to loot the body. There were 3 pieces of equipment in total: a longbow, a pair of heavy armor leggings, and a robe emitting a purple glow. Everyone present had sharp eyes and immediately recognized the robe as equipment for the cloth armor profession of mage or priest. Guild leader, vice guild leader, you can update your equipment again. The Dragon Knight chuckled. Shen Shen was taken aback. This robe that dropped seemed exactly the same as the one he had stolen before. It seemed that this equipment was the best that the boss, Calamitous Shadow, could drop. However, he didn't say anything because he knew that this equipment would surely lead to a struggle between Lingyue and Ling Snow. If he were to take out the second piece of equipment first, they would each have one, and there would be no value in the struggle. It would be better to wait for them to drive up the price and then take out his second piece of equipment. That's the way of doing business. Lingyue shared the equipment information. Robe of Holy Light, Purple Excellent, Level, LV. 10 Defense, 35 Intelligence plus 25, Stamina plus 15 Passive Skill, Holiness, doubles the effect of the fifth skill used. Introduction, found in the contaminated Calamity Cave, this is the only equipment not tainted by the Calamity's aura, possessing a holy aura suspected to be left behind by the Archbishop sent to deal with the Calamity Cave. Lingyue and Ling Snow exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. This equipment was simply amazing. With a double increase of 40 points in intelligence and stamina, and a buff that triggers a doubling effect every 5 attacks, it could change the course of battle at a critical moment, whether used by Lingyue to double the damage or by Ling Snow to accumulate a big heal. Come, let's roll for it. Sure, but I won't let you have it, sister. The two sisters solemnly entered the roll interface. The others voluntarily chose to exit. However, just when everyone thought that the two sisters would compete in the roll, suddenly, a third person appeared in the roll interface. The two sisters looked at Chun Chen in unison. Shen Chen remained composed. What? We agreed that I would take the rogue's equipment first, and the rest would be rolled, didn't we? The little rascal. Lingyue's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything and accepted his participation in the roll. The three of them simultaneously rolled the dice. Qingfeng Feishue, 54 Qingfeng Lanyue, 75 Pearl Jade White Jade Soup, 90 Chen Chen smiled, your robe is very nice, but it will be mine in the next second. The roll ended, and the equipment automatically fell into Chen Chen's bag. Ling Shui was so angry that her teeth itched, but she still forced herself to suppress her displeasure and put on a pleasing smile. Brother Bai Yu Tang, about this equipment. It had to be said that compared to Lingyu, Ling Shui was more lethal. Although the sisters had similar appearances, older sister Lingyu always carried herself with an air of authority, wearing an expressionless face that gave off a sense of distance, as if she could only be admired from afar and not played with. She was far less approachable than her younger sister. Just a sweet brother Bai Yu Tang made Chen Chen very pleased. Yes, it felt even sweeter than his own sister. Chen Chen's lips curled slightly, but before Ling Shui could finish her pleasing words, Ling Yu interrupted with a domineering tone, 1 million. Ling Shui's expression changed drastically, her previously sweet smile instantly replaced with frustration. Sister, don't be like this. Ling Yu glanced at her without saying a word, as if saying, you're just a stinky little sister. Ling Shui gritted her teeth, 1 million. Before she could state the price, Ling Yu calmly spoke, I'll offer 1,200,000. I know you want to bid 1,100,000, right? Ling Shui's face stiffened, then just 1 million. 1,500,000. Ling Yu intercepted again with authority, I know you want to bid 1,010,000, right? Don't argue with me. Besides the pocket money from Dad, you have no other income. What do you have to compete with me? I. Ling Shui finally lowered her head in frustration. She really couldn't compete with her sister. Not only was her sister the leader of the Snow Moon Guild, she also had income from the guild and had taken over many family businesses under their father's arrangement, while she was just a stinky little sister, playing around at home every day. She didn't care at all about family matters, only feeling a headache. Apart from the pocket money she received from Dad each year, she also received dividends from the family business under her name. Although she was a small rich woman with an annual income of tens of millions, she couldn't compare to her sister Lingyu at all. She could only look on with an extremely resentful gaze as Chun Chen and Lingyu completed the transaction. When Lingyu obtained the robe, she was satisfied and couldn't wait to reach level 10 and put on the robe. It was at this time that Chun Chen suddenly pulled out another piece of equipment. The robe of Holy Light. Lingyu had a look of disbelief, repeatedly examining the robe of Holy Light she had just obtained in her bag. This is... Lingyu showed a bewildered expression. It appeared in my bag after killing the boss, I don't know where it came from, Chen Chen bluffed. Admitting to having an SSS level talent? Only a fool would do that. Lingyu was thrown into confusion. On the other hand, Ling Shui cheered, Brother Bai Yu Tang, thank you. No need to thank me, 1,500,000, Chen Chen smiled happily. Ling Shui also smiled happily. Only Ling Yu gradually realized. Since Chen Shen had 2 robes in hand from the beginning, the bidding between her and Ling Shui was just a farce. It seemed like she was the biggest winner, but in fact, Chen Shen was the real winner. Ha, a cunning merchant, Ling Yu muttered to herself. Thus, the instance was completely over. Chen Shen once again received a transfer from Ling Yu. As agreed before, the starting price was 100,000, then an additional 10,000 for each boss defeated, and an extra 20,000 for completing the entire map. Later in the instance, after Chen Shen showed his skills, Ling Yu agreed to his condition of additional payment. The rewards doubled. This undead catastrophe instance had a total of 2 bosses, a starting fee of 200,000, an additional 100,000 for both bosses, and an extra 20,000 for completing the entire map. Deducting the 10,000 Ling Yu had already paid before entering the instance, Ling Yu ultimately transferred a total of 900,000 to Chen Shen. Adding the 3 million extorted for the 2 purple grade robes, Chen Shen's total earnings from this trip to the undead catastrophe instance amounted to 5 million RMB, plus the blue grade dagger worth at least 1 million. A dungeon run made 5 million. After some calculations, Chen Shen was almost laughing out loud with joy. This money was earned too easily. In addition to the 1 million he earned from the monster siege on Shueyue yesterday, and the 100,000 from a friend, in just 2 days, Chen Shen had already earned 5,500,000 in real money. Oh, and there's also the 90,000 from the guidebook. At that time, Ling Yue gave him 150,000, of which Chen Shen spent 360,000 on guidebooks from levels 1 to 8, saving the 90,000 needed for the level 9 Poison Bee guidebook. After deducting the 100,000 given to his sister, 10,000 for clothes, and 30,000 for the loan app, he still had 5,015,000 in his account. After counting and calculating, Ling Yue walked towards Chen Shen. Although Ling Yue was extorted, overall, she was very satisfied with this dungeon trip. It was a pleasant cooperation. I hope we can continue to work together in the future, Ling Yue said, extending her hand. Chen Shen was also very satisfied with this little rich woman's wealth. After shaking hands, they left the dungeon. As they left and returned to the main world, Chen Shen's message bar suddenly exploded. A series of messages flashed crazily. What's going on? Chen Shen furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't know that his entire dungeon run had been broadcasted. It wasn't until he opened the message notifications that he guessed what was happening. Pearl, Jade, and White Jade Soup, please add me as a friend, you set the price. White Jade Soup, please add me as a friend, I'm 36D, and I have private photos in my space. White Jade Soup. Chen Shen scanned through the messages, all of which were asking for his friendship. There were even some foreign language IDs. Chen Shen saw that these people were offering quite a high price, obviously knowing the cost of adding Ling Yue in him, so he tentatively accepted a few. But unexpectedly, they were all just leeching off him. The agreed conditions were non-existent. Instead, there was a lot of nonsense. Chen Shen understood that these people were just blindly following and fawning over him. They were just there for fun. After adding them, they just kept flattering him. What's the use of just flattering without paying? Chen Shen disdainfully deleted these people. He understood that hoping to add a rich woman like Ling Yue in this way was like finding a needle in a haystack. He immediately blocked all friend requests. After clearing out these junk messages, Chen Shen saw a message from an ID named Su Su. Sir, I saw your broadcast. Wow, sir, you're amazing. Please be careful, this boss looks really tough. Wow. Sir, you're really amazing. A total of more than 10 messages. Obviously, Su Su had been watching Chen Shen's broadcast from the beginning. Even though Chen Shen didn't respond to her, she kept sending messages tirelessly. Coincidentally, he had already reached level 10 today, and there was no pressure to level up, so he could take this girl to level up. Chen Shen was still curious about what her profession was. She was a priest who couldn't heal. There was definitely something wrong. Come on, let me level you up. Chen Shen sent her the coordinates. Next, he planned to kill his way from the newbie village to level 5 main city, Qingfeng City. There, he could find his career mentor, complete the job promotion, and unlock more skills. Also, his SSS level mission would open again when he reached level 10. He also needed to find an NPC in Qingfeng City to start the next stage of the mission. While waiting for Su Su, Chen Shen put the equipment he rolled in the dungeon on his small auction. There were still 4 hours left until the top effect of the auction post ended. Chen Shen glanced at it and found that the prices of the items had basically met his expectations, and some even exceeded them slightly. He was very satisfied with this. In just 2 hours, the prices had already reached this level. Not long after, Chen Shen saw a petite little girl with white hair holding her new novice staff and running towards him in a hurry. The staff she held was even taller than her, making her run awkwardly and unsteadily, as if she might fall at any moment. Mister! The little girl hurriedly came to Chen Chen. Her bangs were a bit messy, but they couldn't hide her beauty. Her beauty was different from Ling Yu and Ling Shui's delicate features. It was a natural and adorable charm. Let's go, I'll kill the monsters, and you can loot the bodies and pick up items, okay? Okay, the little girl said loudly to show her determination. But in fact, this was her first time leaving the novice village since entering the game. Chen Chen was very familiar with the area near the novice village. He led the little girl to kill monsters with ease. With his current damage, he didn't need to rely on poison skills to consume, as he could easily kill these monsters with his high attributes alone. After all, he was the man who could solo the catacombs dungeon. Killing the small monsters near the novice village was a piece of cake. However, even though Su had witnessed how Chen Chen soloed the catacombs dungeon, she still looked surprised and kept shouting 666 throughout, constantly cheering on the side. It felt pretty good to have such a cute little girl like Su cheering him on. Plus, Su could pick up items on her own, giving Chen Chen the feeling of playing the game with a pet. In most games, pets have the function of automatically picking up items. Along the way, Chen Chen chose monsters that were no more than 3 levels different from Su's level. Originally, the experience gained from being led to kill monsters was not much. If the level difference exceeded 3 levels, the experience gained would decrease even more. The best choice was to kill monsters within 3 levels of his own. After half an hour, Chen Chen and Su reached level 3. Mister, it seems like I've obtained something. Chen Chen hadn't paid attention. What could these small monsters drop? At most, they would drop a piece of green equipment, which could be sold for a few thousand, at most tens of thousands. For Chen Chen, who was worth over 6 million, this amount of money was not enough to excite him. He casually asked, "What did you get?" "It's called Dragon's Descendants Hymn Praise." "What is that?" Chen Chen stopped his killing and looked at Su in astonishment. The game, had a typical Western worldview. Dragons symbolized absolute power and strength. Anything related to these creatures would definitely not be ordinary. "Did you get a skill book?" "Let me see." "I can't show you." Su looked aggrieved. "It's not a skill book, it's the first thing that appeared in my skill bar." "Skill bar?" Chen Chen was stunned, then his face lit up with joy. The little girl had obtained a skill as soon as she reached level 3? Wow! He had thought that he would have to take Su to level 10 and let her complete her job change before knowing her profession. But, unexpectedly, the level 3 little girl had obtained a skill. "Try using it." At Su's words, she closed her eyes and raised her staff. A pure and noble light gathered at the tip of the staff. Then, Chen Chen heard low, angry roars coming from nowhere. Although he had never heard these roars and didn't know what they meant, for some reason, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Dragon's roar. This was the purest dragon's roar. The next moment, Su opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with a majestic aura that made people dare not look directly at her. As she sang, Chen Chen felt his courage and strength multiply. Looking at the buff bar, he found an additional buff. Dragon Descendants Holy Words, Praise, increase output by 10%, increase maximum health by 10%, remaining time 600 seconds. A buff that lasts for 10 minutes. It provides a double bonus to attack and health. Seeing this buff, Chen Chen finally confirmed that it was a wise choice to pick up this little lowly. After all, the Holy Words buff that a level 10 priest can learn after advancing can only provide a 5% increase in health and damage, and this is still 2 separate individual skills. The Dragon Descendants Holy Words that Su learned at level 3 have an effect far beyond that of a level 10 priest. And most importantly, Su's skills are related to dragons. A profession associated with this thing will definitely not be weak. Chen Chen looked at Su, with a smile on his lips. What a find! Su felt a little uneasy under Chen Chen's gaze. Originally, Su was very excited about acquiring the skill, thinking that she had escaped the role of being a drag. But being stared at by Chen Chen like this, she thought she might have been too happy and timidly lowered her head, staring at her own toes with a sense of grievance. The little lowly's toes, hidden in her novice cloth shoes, were tightly clenched, just like she couldn't help but grip the wand in her hand, which she held close to her chest. She was afraid of being abandoned again. "I'm sorry, sir. I still haven't learned the healing skill." In Su's innocent eyes, what a priest needs is to heal. The more healing, the better the priest. She completely failed to realize how exaggerated her Dragon Descendants Holy Words skill was. She thought Chen Chen might be disappointed in her. Just when the little lowly was feeling anxious in her heart, suddenly, she felt a warmth on her head. Su subconsciously raised her head, only to find that it was Chen Chen's gentle palm, gently stroking her head. "It's okay, your skill is great. From now on, you'll follow me. I'll take you to level up, take you to the dungeons. I can take you anywhere, you know? When Chen Chen said this, he actually felt a little guilty, because he was definitely deceiving the little girl. Even though Su Su was a novice, with his hidden profession, he could easily join a large guild and easily obtain resources. Chen Chen knew Su Su's potential, and so he said these words, binding this little girl to himself. A priest of a hidden dragon lineage, exclusively his own. This is even more awesome than having 10 priests by his side. Really? Su Su suddenly raised her head, her eyes still filled with the tears that had almost fallen earlier. From her eyes, Chen Chen could see joy, but also panic and fear. Like a stray cat that had been abandoned before. No matter how good the next owner is to it, it will still worry about being abandoned again. This puzzled Chen Chen. Why is this girl Su Su's emotions fluctuating so much? Does she take this game so seriously? It shouldn't be. Unless she is also a reborn player. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's heart tightened. But soon, he dismissed the idea. If Su Su were a reborn player, she wouldn't be so panicked because she didn't have a skill, nor would she be at a loss in the game when no one invited her to join a group, not knowing how to level up. These behaviors indicate that Su Su is not a reborn player. Oh well, maybe some girls just like to play games more? Chen Chen stopped thinking about it. He led Su Su all the way forward. It was almost lunchtime. The two finally reached the foot of Qingfeng City. However, Chen Chen did not intend to go in, but to a nearby small mountain. Originally, to gain the qualification for teleportation to the mountain, players needed to complete a series of tasks within Qingfeng City. On the mountain, there is an NPC named Medicine Old Man. Players can learn alchemy from him to make potions. This skill holds a pivotal position in the world of game. From yesterday's confrontation with monsters in the city, it was clear that spending money to exchange system gold coins for everyone to have enough potions could greatly enhance the player's combat power. However, the potions sold in the system store were only basic ones, which were acceptable in the early stages but inadequate for later stages such as pushing dungeons and participating in national wars. Players who learned alchemy skills could produce potions that would completely replace those sold by the system. This created a huge market, and although Chen Chen had the intention of making money through alchemy, his main focus was to enhance his own combat power with top-tier potions. He realized the importance of top-tier potions for top players, and he didn't want to rely on others. Instead, he wanted to be self-sufficient. Chen Chen didn't want to rely on others and decided to learn alchemy. He didn't want to do the preliminary tasks and instructed Su Su to wait while he headed towards a steep cliff. To others, this cliff was an insurmountable obstacle, but with his ability to jump, it was like walking on flat ground for Chen Chen. He effortlessly found numerous footholds and climbed to the top. There, he found a thatched cottage surrounded by cultivated land, giving off a vibe of Chinese fantasy rather than Western. After paying the tuition fee, Chen Chen learned the art of alchemy. He then returned to Su Su and encouraged her to level up on her own, providing her with guidance on where to go and what to collect. As his alchemy skill was still at level 0, he needed to continuously practice alchemy to reach level 10. However, it was almost noon, and he needed to log off to have lunch as his body was protesting. So Chen Chen first handed over the task of finding raw materials to Xiao Luoli. The purchase price of 50 copper coins is not high. After making the medicine and selling it, it can easily break even. It's just to let Xiao Luoli earn some hard-earned money, not much. But when Xiao Luoli heard this, her eyes lit up. She nodded heavily. Okay, sir, I will definitely work hard to collect them. Watching Chen Chen go offline, Xiao Luoli's excited little face blushed. She waved her fists and cheered herself on. Finally, I can make money. As long as I can make money, my parents shouldn't scold me every day, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Luoli glanced at her own legs. A hint of complexity flashed in her beautiful eyes. If it weren't for the accident with her legs, she should have had a bright future. Instead of being stuck at home every day. Even the money for the game helmet was saved up through various online part-time jobs for a long time. Forget it, stop thinking about it. Xiao Luoli shook her head fiercely, holding her staff, and hurried on her way. Calculating how much blue forest grass and red yam flower she needs to collect for the lowest level helmet to earn back the 3,000 yuan. Your skills are getting better, little sister. Don't go to school, just cook at home in the future, and I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000. Chen Chen said half seriously and half jokingly. Having eaten his fill, he leaned back comfortably in his chair, feeling extremely content. Although they were just home-cooked dishes, they made Chen Chen feel satisfied. This kind of compliment made his sister very pleased, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. While clearing the tableware, his sister casually asked, "Brother, can I spend the 100,000 yuan you gave me as I please?" Of course. Chen Chen smiled and curiously asked, "Have you figured it out?" Do you want to buy something? I want to buy a game. After his sister finished speaking, she seemed to worry that her brother would misunderstand and think she wasn't studying well and was playing games instead. So she continued to explain, this game is different from ordinary games. It seems like you can make a lot of money in it. Today, my friend Xiong told me that there was a very powerful game master yesterday who made 5 or 6 million in the game in just 2 days. Brother, you don't let me work part-time outside because it's hard, right? So I thought, I'll try to work in the game. I also want to make some money so that you don't have so much pressure. As she spoke, his sister observed Chen Shen's expression. If her brother didn't want her to buy a game and waste her time, she would immediately give up the idea. After all, she had just proclaimed her financial principles in front of her brother yesterday, wanting him to save money. But the next day, she turned around and wanted to spend 3,000 yuan on a game helmet. This was simply slapping herself in the face. But when she thought of the super game master her friend had praised, the one who made 5 or 6 million in just 2 days, her heart couldn't help but race. The temptation was too great. His sister glanced at Chen Shen quietly, but she found that her brother didn't show any impatience or anger, but instead had a very strange expression. His sister looked puzzled. She didn't understand what her brother's expression meant. If you want to buy it, go ahead. Since I gave you the money, it's up to you how to spend it. Chen Shen controlled his expression, but I suggest not buying the 3,000 yuan helmet. It's designed very average, and wearing it for a long time will make your neck and eyes sore. If you want to buy one, buy the 30,000 yuan one. How about this? I'll help you place the order. His sister became even more puzzled. How did her brother know about these things? But before she could continue to understand, Chen Shen found an excuse and slipped away. Weird, his sister muttered, but didn't delve into it. But rather with a hint of excitement, she looked forward to the wonderful world described by her best friend Xiong, and the pearl, jade, and white jade soup big shot who completed the legendary overnight fortune. Online, Chen Shen habitually opened the level rankings and took a glance. Well, except for him, everyone else was still at level 9. Among them, Ling Lingyue was the one who pursued him the most closely. After all, she was the one who followed him to fight monsters in the disaster instance, and gained experience like crazy. My first place is still unbreakable. Being invincible is really damn lonely, Chen Shen said with a touch of sarcasm. He opened the friend list and saw that Su hadn't logged off yet, and her location was still where he had marked it before, which surprised Chen Shen a bit. This girl, doesn't she eat? He sent a message to inquire about her progress in gathering. Su excitedly replied, Sir, look. With that, she sent the item information. 205 blue forest grass, 201 red sweet potato flowers. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but be stunned. So many? He had only been offline for a little over an hour. Is this girl growing a liver all over her body, or did a person grow on her liver? After buying some teleport scrolls in Qingfeng City, Chen Shen returned to the newbie village through the teleportation array. He hurried to the little girl's location along the way. It took about 10 minutes in total, and in these 10 minutes, the little girl gathered 30 of each of the flowers used for red and blue potions. You're really dedicated to this. Chen Shen looked at the little girl's level, then frowned. You haven't leveled up at all just to gather herbs? The little girl lowered her head in shame. This child, is she short of money? Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. How much money can you make from gathering herbs? Your level is the most important. Once you level up, you can earn as much money as you want. You're so short-sighted, little girl. Seeing the little girl nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Chen Shen found it amusing. Perfunctory. Purely perfunctory. The little girl nodded on the surface, but she definitely didn't take his words to heart. Chen Shen didn't want her to waste her potential as a hidden profession. After a moment of contemplation, he said, how about this? After I sell this batch of herbs, I'll give you 10% of the profit. It should be enough to cover some daily expenses. Can you focus on leveling up then? The little girl raised her head in confusion. How much is 10%? Can it be more than what I have now? Chen Shen laughed. This girl is still thinking about the price of 50 copper coins per flower. Chen Shen calculated. At this stage, there should be a huge demand for medicinal herbs from everyone, especially the top guilds. After all, once Snow Moon cleared the disaster instance, the instance was open to the whole world, and the major guilds were gathering manpower to conquer it. And Chen Shen was the only one in the world who could produce potions that surpassed the systems. Anyone with a little knowledge of economics knows that the most profitable thing in the world is not gold or oil, but monopoly. Chen Shen could monopolize the entire potion market. 10% isn't much. It should be around 5,000 silver coins. Chen Shen casually quoted a price. These herbs could only be used to produce a little over 1,000 bottles of potion. selling them for around 50,000 silver coins. After all, they are consumables, and Chen couldn't possibly raise the price to 50 or 60 silver coins per bottle. Selling them for over 10 silver coins per bottle was already quite high. If it weren't for Chen needing to improve his alchemy level through potion making, he wouldn't even care about this small amount of money. But just because Chen didn't care, doesn't mean the little girl didn't care. She looked shocked, as if she couldn't believe it, and asked, 5,000. 5,000 silver coins? I gathered just this little bit of herbs, and I can get 5,000 silver coins? Sir, isn't this a bit too much? The little girl visibly panicked. Sure, here is the translation of the text. Sure enough, she is from a poor family. Chen shrugged. It's okay, this 5,000 silver is not only your reward for collecting herbs, but also an encouragement for you to level up. Try to reach level 10 within 2 days. By the way, I will send you to Snow Moon's side and let Snow Moon help you level up. Otherwise, leveling up on your own is too slow. Chen believed that with his several collaborations with Lingyue, she would not refuse his small request. The little girl's eyes flashed with an incredulous look. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to say some words of thanks. But in the end, she didn't say anything. A great kindness needs no thanks. In the end, the little girl just silently admonished herself. The master is so good to me. From now on, I belong to the master. Whether alive or dead, I belong to the master. Chen had no idea that the little girl had already devoted herself to him. Otherwise, even with his thick-skinned nature, he would feel somewhat ashamed. Just a few thousand silver coins bought the loyalty of a hidden profession dragon shepherd little girl. Even Ma, who believes that working 996 is a blessing, would feel ashamed. After obtaining the herbs, Chen immediately began refining them. In 5 minutes, all the herbs were used up. Looking at the 2090 bottles of Primary Alchemy Life Potion and 2,120 bottles of Primary Alchemy Magic Potion lying in the package, Chen smiled with satisfaction. His alchemy skill had thus reached level 3. To reach level 10 and be able to refine the next stage of potions, it was not difficult according to the leveling speed of alchemy. He opened the friend list, found Lingyue, and asked her if she could take the little girl to level up, while also attaching these 2 types of potions. The next second, Lingyue replied, taking someone? No problem, but you have to sell all these potions to Snow Moon, and cannot trade with other guilds. It's comfortable to chat with smart people. Even though Chen hadn't stated his conditions, Lingyue had already understood. No problem, 10 silver coins per potion, I'll round it up to 10,000 silver for you. As for taking someone, I request that you level her up to level 10 within 2 days, is that okay? No problem. Lingyue readily agreed. Done. Chen smiled and looked at the little girl. Let's go, I found a buyer for you, and also arranged for someone to level you up. Snow Moon Guild, familiar, right? Snow Moon? Although she had long known about the close relationship between Chen and Snow Moon, she still didn't expect that the master could invite Snow Moon, a large guild, to help her level up. Indeed, the master is truly remarkable. The little girl's admiration for Chen grew even stronger. They didn't have to wait long at the agreed location. The accommodating Lingyue came from a distance. The little girl, seeing her, instinctively shrunk behind Chen. But then she peeked out her head, showing a mixture of anticipation and apprehension towards the legendary Snow Moon Guild members. Is she the one? Lingyue sized up Su. Even the popular goddess Lingyue had to admit that this little girl was indeed cute and lovely. If Lingyue's beauty was the kind of flawless perfection, then Su had a different style that was endearing. In terms of the delicacy of her features, Su could only be considered excellent, not at all comparable to the perfect Lingyue. But precisely because of this, Su did not give people such a strong sense of distance, allowing people to approach her. Even Lingyue, after seeing her, felt a sense of pity. What kind of relationship was there between these two people that made this stingy guy Bayutang arrange for her to receive Snow Moon's leveling service? Lingyue inexplicably had such thoughts. She even had the urge to ask. But soon she realized that it had nothing to do with her. After retracting her gaze, she completed the transaction with Chen and, with the potions in hand, a smile appeared on her lips. With these medicines, at least 10% of the teams in the Snow Moon Guild can reach the first boss. The Undead Plague instance has a CD restriction. Each person can only enter the instance once every 7 days. If it weren't for Chen entering the CD state, he would definitely be bombarded by the bosses of those big guilds, crazily offering high prices for him to level the instance. Similarly, Lingyue and Lingxue, the main forces of the Snow Moon Guild, cannot enter the instance. The remaining teams of the Snow Moon Guild naturally cannot defeat the first boss. They can only rely on killing small monsters to earn some experience. If they're lucky, they might get 1 or 2 pieces of equipment. but even fighting small monsters is tough for the Snow Moon team. However, after Lingyue bought this batch of medicine, everything will change. Here, this is your share. Chen Shen received the money and handed over more than 1,700 to the little girl, Cece. Susu's little face turned red with excitement, repeatedly assuring that she would level up well and strive to help Chen Shen in the future. Seeing this scene, Lingyue looked deeply at Susu. Something was not right. How could that guy willingly give away the money he earned? What is the relationship between these two people? Lingyue narrowed her eyes. Perhaps even she herself did not realize that she was overly concerned about some things regarding Chen Shen. After sending off the little girl, Chen Shen crushed the Windy City teleportation scroll he had purchased earlier. After a flash of light, Chen Shen returned to the center of Windy City. Opening the map and confirming the route, Chen Shen headed to the Adventurers Guild on the west side of the city. Windy City is not large. Walking on the stone-paved town roads for 3 minutes, he saw a building made of stone and wood piled up, like a tavern in those anime about heroes from other worlds. After sizing it up, Chen Shen entered. The room had good lighting and no additional tools such as candles or kerosene lamps for illumination. After looking around, Chen Shen saw a wooden door carved with the shape of a dagger. He pushed the door open. The room was not large, but it was unusually empty. There was not a single piece of furniture inside. There was only a figure wearing a cloak, with the hood covering the entire face, sitting in the center of the room. Although the hood was large, Chen Shen, relying on his years of driving experience, immediately noticed certain astonishing curves. Mentor, I'm here to change jobs. The face under the hood finally lifted slightly, and although Chen Shen could not see the full face, he could notice a pair of deep purple eyes staring at him. Soon. Not bad, you may be the most outstanding adventurer in recent years. The NPC's voice was quite ethereal, completely different from its lifeless appearance, and her response was quite human. She actually praised Chen Shen's leveling speed. If it were someone else, they would definitely exclaim how amazing the game was. Even the AI intelligence of the NPC was so exquisite. But only Chen Shen knew that, in a certain sense, these NPCs were actually living people. In the later stages, when reality and the online game intersected, these NPCs would be like the monsters that were projected into reality, walking on the earth. Thinking of this, Chen Shen couldn't help but think of the angel lady who was cleverly stolen from him in the opening scene. At the moment he created the mission, her smile as she looked back still remained fresh in Chen Shen's memory. He wondered if there would be any follow-up with that angel lady. Go to the west of the city and kill 30 tree monsters and 30 man-eating flowers. After completing the mission, I will give you the Thief Guild's Junior Medal. After accepting the mission, Chen Shen did not rush to complete it. Instead, he went to the east side of the city and knocked on the door of a residential building. This was the follow-up to his SSS-level mission. He handed the village chief's introduction letter to a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard in the building. Warrior, I am aware of your great achievements, but Clearwind City is not like a village, and the nearby monsters are even more powerful. If you are prepared, please go to the 5 Treyant camps to the west of the city and bring back the life pearls that the Treyants have stored at each camp. I will reward you generously. Before you set off, please take these 2 pieces of equipment. You have obtained Heritage Leather Armor Upper Garment. You have obtained Heritage Leather Armor Lower Garment. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but be stunned. He was given 2 pieces of Heritage Leather Armor as soon as he spoke, and they were the crucial upper and lower garments? Chen Shen was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood. This task seemed to be just a simple conversation, but in fact, it was the condition for him to reach level 10 and come to Clearwind City. The difficulty of reaching level 10 was much higher than when he had previously killed wolf packs and bee swarms. The rewards were generous, and rightfully so. How satisfying. Chen Shen opened his backpack to check the equipment attributes. Heritage Leather Armor Upper Garment, Green Excellent, 1/6, required level, 10 defense, 20 agility plus 5, stamina plus 5 2-piece set effect, 1/2 critical hit rate plus 10% 4-piece set effect, January 4th critical hit damage plus 50% 6-piece set effect, 1/6 triggers buffs, Throat Cut, Backstab, Throat Cut. The next attack after ending stealth state will definitely land a critical hit. Backstab, 50% additional damage when attacking from behind. Introduction, a set of leather armor inherited from ancient times, still bearing the blood of top pioneers. Heritage Leather Armor Lower Garment, Green Excellent, 1/6, required level, 10 defense, 18 agility plus 8, stamina plus 4 2-piece set effect. It happened to be level 10 equipment. Without hesitation, Chen Shen decisively equipped them. Although the Heritage Leather Armor series equipment was only Green Excellent, it had a noticeable gap compared to the additional attributes of Blue Rare equipment. However, the effects of the 6-piece set were enough to crush a group of blue-level equipment. If Chen Chen's Tooth of Cataclysm did not have the special effects of being enhanced, it probably would not be as good as Chen Chen's Heritage Leather Armor series. After putting on these two pieces of equipment, the 4-piece set effect of increasing critical hit damage by 50% was triggered, and his attributes also soared significantly, especially his defense, which almost doubled. But what made Chen Chen the happiest was, he finally didn't have to run around wearing the leather pants given in the newbie village. With the leather armor on, the slim and fitting cut outline Chen Chen's long body and the hidden explosive power of his muscles below, making him look like a poised Black Panther. With his current appearance, he could easily make a group of young girls go crazy, even if he were thrown into a newbie village.